Good morning.
Morning, Steve.
How are you today?
Well, so far so good. Good meeting this morning.
That was good. It was good. Good discussion. I think we're all on the same page.
I do too.
Yep. Anyway.
Morning, Chair.
Good morning, Sue.
We missed you at the pause event. It was lovely.
Well, I got this this thing that was, it said necessary meeting. So I
Yeah.
paused, but I really wanted to be there too. And I'm very glad you were there. So
We had a great contingent of folks. The sheriff was there.
good.
And Kim was there. Lots of folks. Tom Hanachek was there. We were well represented. And Lena was there.
No, I'm great. Yeah, I'm very happy. You know, Liz and Paz are near and dear to my heart. So I'm sorry I missed it.
It was great. Got to meet a young pup, which is always the best part of it.
And you didn't come home with it?
I did not. He had already been claimed, which is very lucky for me.
Oh, good.
I am vulnerable, Chair. I am very vulnerable.
Yeah. They're hard to look at and not take home.
They are very.
Hmm.
But I gave my my donation in the name of my beautiful girl who left me last year. So it was
Oh, that's sweet.
it was
Yeah.
good.
That's nice, Sue.
Well, this morning it was 11 degrees at our house, and I'm outside feeding the llama and the alpaca.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. That kind of sounds like a boast to me.
It was
I
11.
love it.
It was 11 degrees in our house, but it was 23 in Flagstaff. It was really weird. We just sit in this bowl, but just the cold weather, just that.
You do.
Yeah, there are pockets in Flag. You know, we have the banana belt where they've got a longer growing season. And
Yeah.
so we're about 5 degrees colder than downtown where we live too. And I don't know if it's just the shadow of the peaks or we're just a
Yeah.
little bit higher, but
Yeah.
Something just
So-
really kind of triggers that. Let's see.
Yeah, we're about 5 to 10 degrees cooler
Yeah. it's
than
really weird.
flag the airport. Yeah. Cold air drainage.
Looks like we're just missing vice chair. So let me see if I can get a hold of him.
all right. It's going to be a long meeting today, so we probably need to get started. A long, important meeting today.
Hmm? Oh.
Lindsay, did you happen to give the vice chair a call or text? Or someone?
I just texted him. I'm gonna see if I can try to get a hold of him by phone.
I'm gonna try. Geronimo! Geronimo!
Oh, that was very effective, Supervisor. Thank you.
He's getting on now.
See,
I told you it was very effective.
I was calling across the Islands in Sedona.
You were calling across the universe, yes. Get consistent with your Captain America uniform.
Yep.
All right, well, I think we're looks like he's not quite on yet.
Let's see.
All right, well, he should probably be coming on just a minute. There's Andy. Let's go ahead and get started since I think he'll be coming on with us in just a moment. And as I said, this is a long and an important meeting today. So good morning, everyone. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday, November 15th. And good morning. It's a brisk morning and a beautiful morning here. So our first call of business on our agenda is a call to order. And my name is Patrice Horseman. I'm the board chair and also the supervisor for District 1. District 2, I just saw you pop up.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan from District 3.
And District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Yat Ehabena, Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor.
And District 5.
Good morning. Welcome to our meeting and have a great productive day. Make it fun.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So we have the full 5 board members are with us this wonderful day. And our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Those who can, please stand and honor our nation. And I believe Lindsay is going to go ahead and put a flag on the screen and the words to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, and members of the public, our next order of business on our agenda is the call to the public. And the call to the public allows you, members of the public, to address the governing board on matters that are not on the agenda. Since these are items that have not been placed on the agenda, the open meeting law does not allow discussion or response to any of your comments, but we certainly can refer it on to staff and or put it on a follow-up board meeting for discussion or action by the full board. And we will have in just a minute our clerk explain how you can join us on our board meeting this morning. But before we go there, I would like to, under call to the public, to turn this over to our county manager and who has an honor on a retiring employee. And I see Diane, you have joined us this morning as well. So at this point, I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Diana, good to see you. Can you hear us? Okay. Okay, and then also Kim Musselman is with us. And then I know that Michelle Axland is going to also join us too. But I'm going to go ahead and kick it off. And so, Diana, I want to take this time to acknowledge you and to honor you for your continuous service to the county. 15 years with the county. You've done a number of different positions here at the county. I'm going to ask Kim to go over those. But again, we hope, actually the most important decision that you made, which we are very thankful for, is at some point in the past, you chose us. You chose us to interview with. And with that, throughout your career here at the county, you have provided continuous service and contributions in serving the public, because that's what we do. Public service is what we do. And you've exemplified that in so many different ways. And so this is an opportunity for all of us to say a few words to honor you, but also at the same time to wish you all the best in the next path, the next career, next chapter of your life, because hopefully now it's time to have fun. It's a little bit of me time, if you will. And so we pass along our sincere hopes and wishes and love for you and all the things that you've done here at the county. So I'm going to turn it over to Kim, Madam Chair, and she'll go over a few items, and then we'll do quickly round robin, because I know several folks want to say a few good things. Also, there's a lot of good things about Diana. So Kim, to you.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Good morning, Chair Horseman and supervisors. And I'm just honored to be able to say a few things about Diana. And just to kind of give you a little overview, she's, of course, as Steve mentioned, retiring with 15 years of service to Coconino County. She started back in 2007 in September as a business analyst for what the program at the time was a grant-funded program called Common Ground. And it was about bringing business practices to public health. Diana has an accounting degree, and with that, she was able to move into a position as a administrative manager for the health district at the time, and was part of the management team. And then in 2010, later became a program manager 3. And in the time since then has been transitioning and overseeing vital records, which was a huge undertaking, continues to be one of our most highly trafficked health and human service programs at the department. And in 2015, she participated in what at the time was called the DOT, the Development of Talent Program. And so she rotated through Public Works, the county manager's office. She did make a note to say that's when she was the liaison to United Way, and which was at the time being led by Steve. And then, of course, community services, and serving as an interim deputy director of Public Works. And then right before COVID, she moved away from the finance division of Health and Human Services, but has continued to manage health and human service programs, including vital records and community services empowerment. And I got to know Diana pretty well back when I was not with Health and Human Services, and Diana was doing the DOT program. I ended up, I think at the time I was still at the county attorney's office, or had just left the county attorney's office, and we were delving into Title 36 and billing issues and other things. So we have lots of history together there. And then, of course, in my time being here as Director of Health and Human Services. So I just want to say a huge note of thanks and appreciation for the service Diana has given to the county, and in particular to Health and Human Services, and just wish Diana you all the very best in all of the future things that you have lined up, and hope that you get to enjoy your retirement. So with that, I will go ahead and pause. And Steve, I'll let you.
Yep. Let's go to Michelle, and then we're going to go to Lucinda, and then we'll be quick. So Michelle, your turn.
Diana, I just can't say enough amazing things about you. You are my rock, my right-hand person I turn to when I'm in crisis and need you to come in and come up with solutions. You are an amazing person, and I just wish you the best of luck. Slightly jealous you're retiring, and the rest of us will keep chugging along. But thank you for all the amazing things you have done, and you are truly a wonderful spirit. So thank you.
Thank you. Lucinda, did you want to say your words? You're muted. You're muted. Take your mud off.
There we go. Thank you, Steve and Diana. Really wish you the best. We've had I think a pretty good time over here at Public Works, and really enjoyed working with you. You challenged, the status quo and asked a lot of questions. And that was in a very important time and transition time for Public Works. And I really appreciate your contributions, and not only to Public Works during that time, but throughout your DOT experience. And and the value that you have brought to Health and Human Services over the many years. And, you made a real commitment to the community, and I really respect you for that and honor you for that and wish you the best. Thank you for all you've done.
Great, thank you. Let's see other members, and then we'll turn it over to Diana. Staff, others. One other thing, real factoid, is that we actually found in the file that you were also a GIS intern. Is that you? Way back when.
Who's
So,
intern? We didn't hear that, Steve. Who's?
She was a GIS intern
Okay.
before she joined the ranks. So again, we've gone way, way back to dig all this up on you. So anyway, with that, Madam Chair, probably give the opportunity for Diana to say a few words, and then followed by board comments, and we'll be wrapping it up. So Diana, to you.
Thank you very much. And I try to keep it short. So I got to thank my parents for valuing education. So I met the minimum requirements for all the positions I've had. And then I also want to acknowledge the county. I actually have had some work-life balance, and that's important. And I think that helped retain me for 15 years. And I also just wanted to say that I have had the opportunity to work with a lot of department-wide positions and then also in other departments. And there are good people everywhere, and they have helped me in ways they don't even know. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you. Thanks, Diana. Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you so much. And Diana, once you're part of the Coconino County family, you're always part of the Coconino County family. And so I'm sure you will be back. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of everyone from the board to say we wish you so much fun and adventure in your retirement. So thank you for your service. So, all right. Any other comments, members of the board? Otherwise, we will proceed to the call to the public.
Just a general thank you for all your service and for so many different departments that you helped contribute in the county. It's greatly appreciated. Enjoy your retirement. You deserve it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
I also want to express my gratitude, to Diana. Once you're a county team, part of that county team will always be with you, and there's always things to remember, all the good times experiences that within the county, and a lot of good stuff. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put into the county and helping the county for the past 15 years, and it's greatly appreciated. And good luck in your retirement and other things that you would like to do out there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, hi, Diana. Thanks so much for working with us on the birth certificate. It is such a important program that we have here at the county, and of all the 15 counties, we're the only ones that are able to do the delayed birth certificate. And pandemic has really put a stop to that, but we're restarting it, and thank you so much for really planning that out. So thank you. And have a wonderful, wonderful retirement and on your next journey of adventures.
All right, very good. All right, then I think Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Diana, you can't retire. You're just starting a new life. That's all for where you're going. But it's really interesting. I'm listening to Kim and Michelle and listening to the high praises, earning those high praises in doing many things within the county, and you're a great example of the opportunities that we have out here. But the other piece of it is key pieces, different roles that you played. One I would point out is the business manager component, so critical to each of our departments, particularly Health and Human Services. Pretty complicated. It's what helps keep us running along. But you also took advantage of many of our other programs, and You're a great example of many of our employees out there. And I'm glad you were able to speak about, we have so many good people trying to do the right thing. And we want to thank you for all the work that you've done with us. So thank you and wish you well in your next journey.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. All right. Again, thank you, Diana. Happy trails. I'm sure we'll see you around. Members of the board, we are still on the call to the public. And as I explained to members of the public, now is the time for them to address the board and be heard on items that are not on the agenda. We ask to keep your comments to 3 minutes. And at this point, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to explain how members of the public can join us.
Thank you, Chair. At this time, if anyone would like to make a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that, that will notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, we have no hands raised.
Thank you, members of the public. This is your last call to join us here for the board and with the board meeting and to be heard. If you have any questions or comments to address to the governing board here during our call to the public. One last chance.
And there are no hands raised, Chair.
All right, thank you so much. Then we will move on. And we do have a proclamation this morning. This is consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation for Coconino County to support the fall 2022 United Way of Northern Arizona Giving Campaign. And I see some United Way folks that have joined us, but I'm going to turn this over to one of the former United Way CEOs, Steve Peru, now our county manager, to bring this forward. So, Steve.
Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. If I could also recognize to us, today we have Christine Pierce and Heidi Hansen from United Way. And a little bit of history of the United Way. We've had a long-standing relationship with United Way. I remember back in the 70s, early 80s, when I worked in community services. And back then, it was a relationship that we grew over time. And so I'm really pleased and honored to be able to offer for the board's consideration a proclamation in support of United Way, and also provide the opportunity for the board to make comments related to their also involvement. We've had board members that have also been the subject of challenges. And so the city and the county have challenged each other throughout the years. And so the challenge has been rekindled, reignited. So we have a challenge with the city, and the city has challenged us. And so I'll be talking a little bit more about what we are going to do when we win the competition this year. Notice I said when we win, because as Supervisor Ryan can attest, losing is not fun when you are the one that actually has to pay the bet off for the city. And he'll talk about that experience. But again, I'll read the proclamation. It's with great honor to do for United Way in support of the fall 2022 campaign. Whereas United Way is a nonprofit organization that seeks to improve lives by mobilizing the caring community, the power of communities around the world to advance the common good. And whereas through United Way, communities tackle tough challenges and work with private, public, and nonprofit partners to boost education, economic mobility, and health resources, because those are the building blocks for a good life in a strong community. And whereas United Way makes meaningful change through charitable donations, volunteerism, and public policy advocacy. And whereas when our community faces pandemics, wildfires, floods, and other emergencies, United Way of Northern Arizona mobilizes volunteers and financial support needed to meet the challenge to help those most in need, as we've recently seen in the pipeline, tunnel, and museum fires and floods. And whereas the United Way of Northern Arizona is investing in community-inspired initiatives essential to achieving positive social change and sustainable impact for our youth and community, including early childhood development through Kinder Camp, positive youth development through the Launch Flagstaff Initiative, and safety and security by providing those in need with temporary shelter, food, and financial assistance. And whereas Coconino County values and appreciates our longstanding partnership with United Way of Northern Arizona, now therefore be it resolved in the spirit of building a stronger community that we do hereby support the fall 2022 United Way of Northern Arizona Giving Campaign and urge all employees and the public to participate by donating to the campaign. Signed and sealed the 15th day of November 2022 by the Coconino County Board of Supervisors. So Madam Chair, back to you.
Well, thank you for that proclamation, important proclamation with one of our important nonprofits that has been such a partner for us here in Coconino County and for our community, especially during the time of crisis and need. And United Way has been there. And we have really relied strongly on the help and support United Way has been able to bring to our community, especially during, as you said, County Manager, the pipeline and tunnel fire. And during the post-wildfire flooding events that we had. And but in so many ways, United Way has been there. Kinder Camp, the launch of Flagstaff. I mean, really, so many wonderful programs for our community. And Heidi and Christine, I see you are here. So I want to give you an opportunity to say something if you would like, and then I'll turn it over to the other board members.
Hey, Christine, you want to go first, and we'll go to Heidi, just say a few words.
Sure. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's so awesome to always work with the county and friendly faces. So we do appreciate the partnership, and we are here for the long haul. So thank you again very much.
Great.
Thanks,
Heidi?
Christine.
Yeah, and I'll mimic Christine on the thank yous. And you know that community collaboration is really what it is all about. And we appreciate the ability for us to mobilize and to be all that we need to be when we need to be at for the community. And your donations and your volunteer help is huge. So thank you again for everything.
Thank you very much. And I know Carol is not on, but be sure to extend our great, good wishes and thanks to Carol as well. So at this point, I know we've got a challenge. So I know Supervisor Ryan, you're going to talk about that a little bit.
Well, he can talk about what happens when you lose a challenge.
So the challenge is you don't put Supervisor Ryan in because we lose every time he is in the challenge. So one year Jake Bakeland took pictures of me as a cheerleader. I had to wear a flag cheerleader uniform. And another year, John Holmes and I had to walk with signs in our briefs out in front of City Hall saying that we lost the challenge. And so I volunteer, one of our other board members because we'll lose if I end up being in this challenge here.
So we do have the challenge this year that was issued actually to me by City Manager Greg Clifton, and I challenged him back to determine which organization will have a higher percentage of employee giving. So it's not necessarily the amount, but participation. And so the loser will have to go in front of either the City Hall or the county courthouse with a sign that says that that the winning organization did a better job than we did. And so, but there are no boxers or briefs involved. I assure you it's going to be on the up and up, and no cheerleading outfits involved. Although the challenges can be fun. I think when I was at Gore, the challenge was I lost and I had to shave my hair. My head was shaved for a United Way challenge. And I've also been the subject of pie throwing contests. And so all the things we do for all the good that United Way does. An important part of it also is that local government relies on nonprofits. We cannot do the work. And so in addition to United Way, all the nonprofits throughout the county help fill a gap that oftentimes local governments cannot do. And they're not just feel-good organizations. These are mission. These are, saving lives. You don't eliminate hunger, and that is feel-good. You do not, deal with homelessness, and that's a feel-good. Those are life-saving issues and challenges that our nonprofits partake every day. You name it, they do it. And so really want to recognize our nonprofit community in addition to the good work that United Way does. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, County Manager. I was going to just suggest that if we lose, we'll just have Vice Chair Vasquez shave his head. Oh, you did already, but we're gonna win. You don't need to worry about it yet. So, all right, well, thank you, and thanks for the challenge, County Manager. Other members of the board?
If I could say something, I'd just like to say I appreciate all the work that United Way does, especially with Kinder Camp and some of the different projects with youth. That their programming is so vital to our community. Then, not to mention all the volunteer days that they've organized both in the city and in the county for all the different emergency responses to the floods that we've had with sandbags and whatnot and debris cleanups. And so just really appreciate all the work and hope that people on board will get on board and join the challenge, and that Coconino County will come out on top.
Thanks, Vice
Thank you.
Chair. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, good morning, Chris and Heidi. Thank you, you and your staff and people that volunteer for you. I think it's important that, you know, you were there at the time of need, when we had emergencies with fire, floods, and then all the financial assistance and different type of services that you had out there for the people. I think it's very important that, you know, we all work together, partnering, and then also, you know, we just want to appreciate you all, you know, for helping in that way, and it will never be forgotten. And so we just appreciate all of you, and thank you so much for all the hard work that you do out there for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Actually, it's to encourage people to contribute. And it's not just United Way. United Way works together with an umbrella of other organizations. As Steve had noted, there are many areas that are nonprofits fill a gap, especially now when we have the cost of living. That's such a challenge within our community. While the cost of goods are going up, there will be heavier pressures for many families out in our community. So it goes beyond the emergencies. United Way was there along with the Red Cross, helping us during the tornado. We don't get hurricanes. That's one we can claim. But really appreciate all the work of the volunteers, but the many umbrella organizations along with United Way. And it's an opportunity to work toward, for those that can, to look for a tax write-off for as they do their taxes this year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Supervisor Ryan, if there was a hurricane, we do know United Way would be there with us in partnership, so we appreciate that. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. And, you know, the county has partnerships with the nonprofits, and United Way is one of them. Every year we allocate a budget to them to help them, and they're basically part of our budgeting process and things, some of the social work that needs to be done throughout the whole county. And that's what we have to really look at in all these nonprofits, is that they have to work throughout the whole county rather than just in Flagstaff. There are many events that happen in Flagstaff, and it needs to have that attention brought to it. But what our duties here as a county board of supervisors is to really look at our county as a whole. So I just appreciate what the United Way does. We just had a breakfast this morning with the humane shelter, and they had to evacuate. And I know that United Way and first all the first responders were very much part of that. So just want to appreciate the United Way for all the job and everything that you all do within the when there's an emergency. But outside of the emergencies, you're already working with other nonprofits by allocating dollars to them to make sure that those works are done, that are not, that are really not in the news. They're not mentioned, and those are your touching families that we don't get to see. So thank you very much for your work and contribute. And that's the whole purpose of this, is to be able to have people contribute to our nonprofit organizations. And with the state of Arizona, you can have dollars you contribute, then you don't have to pay it on your state tax as well. So there is a little benefit there. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And yes, as we know, this proclamation is to support the United Way of Northern Arizona Giving Campaign and urge all employees and members of the public to please participate by donating to United Way. And as has been indicated, this includes possibilities of tax write-offs and also a credit, working poor credit. But having said that, it also helps provide for members here in our community. So thank you so much, Heidi and Christine. Any other comments? Otherwise, thank you so much. I'm sorry.
No, the employee campaign has been kicked off. We have a great team here at the county of department reps, and so we'll be commencing on our visits throughout the campaign season. And again, we will be the victors of the challenge with the city of Flagstaff. The community wins, actually. It's neither,
right.
It's not a win or lose, but the community wins from this. And so thank you so much.
Always a winner when we support the United Way. Thank you, Steve, and thank you for your leadership on leading the campaign for our employees. Appreciate that.
Right. So the vote, I believe we did not take a vote
We're
on
going to do that next. Members of the public, we are members of the board. I'm sorry. We do have before us a proclamation. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of the proclamation supporting the fall 2022 United Way of Northern Arizona Giving Campaign signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous and it passes. And thank you, Christine, and appreciate you, Heidi, and tell Carol hello from us as well.
Thank you all very much.
Okay. All right, members of the board, we are now moving on. This is the consent agenda. Members of the public, consent agenda are items that are more ministerial or administrative in nature. They can be considered by the board through one motion and one vote. These items that are set forth in the consent agenda are not considered individually, nor are they discussed individually. So at this time, I'm going to ask members of the board if there are items set forth in the consent agenda that you would like to remove and discuss and to vote on individually. Members of the board, do we have any that you would like to remove from the consent agenda? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, just quickly, items 6 and 7. I think Frank Maraga's out there. I'm not sure if Ruth Beaton is or not.
Very good. These are for appointments for various councils. And so 6 and 7 will be removed. Any other items you would like removed? Supervisor Begay, do you want item 4 removed? That's a reappointment for planning and zoning from your district. I think you're saying yes. We can't hear you, Supervisor Begay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Other members, anything else to remove? Otherwise, we are removing items 4, 6, and 7. Do we have a motion to accept the consent agenda items 2 through 9, removing items 4, 6, and 7?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second the motion.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I believe that is unanimous. We are now going to individual items under the consent agenda. Item number 4 is consideration of possible action to approve the reappointment of Jim Clifford to the Planning and Zoning Commission from District 4 for a term to expire August 7th, 2026. This is a reappointment to Planning and Zoning. I'm going to turn this over to Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and and the rest of the board. I just want to let you know that I fully support the reappointment of Mr. Clifford to the Planning and Zoning Commission. He is from District 4, and currently his term is it has expired, and we want to make sure that we get somebody back in there right away. And with the reappointment, if the board approves, then his new term would end on August 7th, 2026. So I'm glad that he agreed to it, and I'm very he does a good job. And I just want to say thank you to Mr. Clifford for coming forth and agreeing to go ahead and then be part of the Planning and Zoning Commission for an extension with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I make a motion that we reappoint Mr. Jim Clifford to the Planning and Zoning Commission from District 4 for a term to expire August 7th, 2026.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you so much. And thank you. We really appreciate those that serve our commissions. It really helps us here on the board and helps us here in the county. So thank you, Jim Clifford. Next, we have item number 6. We've removed consideration of possible action to reappoint Frank Moraga to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term to expire December 31st, 2026. This is from District 3. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm also, in my comments, I'll include item 7 for Ruth Eaton, also up for reappointment on the County Hispanic Advisory Council, or otherwise known as CHOC, that we have here. And, I always pause. Is time, do I reappoint a commissioner or council member to various council roles? And I go through a discussion with each. Where are you? How are things going? What's going on with the that particular commission? And do you have any insight of how we're doing what we need to do? Frank Moraga has always been very active and engaged in the Latino community, the Hispanic community. On a public information side, he's got a career that brought him into discussions we had associated with what we'll be seeing later on today, the diversity, equity, and inclusion position, where advice was always consider HR experience when you take a look at these type of roles, etc. But his engagement and his passion has really come through. He also serves on my merit selection committee for appointing an individual that then is on another committee that appoints the judges, does the review and appointments of judges. And he's got many other areas I could cite, but really a wonderful person. Frank is here with us today. Before I go to Frank, provide him an opportunity to comment. Ruth Eaton, similarly, Ruth lived, her husband, everybody, people inside the county knew Richard through IT, but Ruth has always been engaged at the community level, not only with the Latino Hispanic community, but also in Coconino Village, a strong advocate. Later moved to University Heights, staying in District 3, the best district, of course. And so she's been a wonder. She sat on our transition committee for when we conveyed the KVID, Coconino Village Improvement District, back to the community. And was very helpful in that. Again, similarly, I could cite many other areas that Ruth brings skill sets, but her engagement in trying to help us replicate our community has been wonderful and very helpful to me as I make appointments. And so I want to thank them. I am recommending both of them for approval. I know we have to take each action separately, but I know we have, or at least we had Frank out there. Do we still have Frank out there?
Yes,
Lindsay?
I see Frank
Okay.
is still with us. So Frank, would you like to say a few words to the board? We really appreciate you putting yourself forward and assisting the county yet again. So Frank, please.
Well, thank you all very much. It's an honor to be serving on Chalk and working with great folks here in the county, and really appreciate the county's support for its diversity efforts. I also belong, I'm the vice president at Flagstaff Nuestro Raíces, and I also wanted to say thank you very much for your support for our recent Celebraciones de la Gente for Mr. Vasquez and for the rest of the board. It's really much appreciated. And we'll be talking to you soon because we're celebrating our 20th anniversary next year. So we want to have a really good event for the community on that. But yes, since my wife and I moved over here about 12 years ago to Coconino County, it's been wonderful to go ahead and be part of this great community and to try to go ahead and be a listening pulse and a voice for the community as well too. So thank you all very much.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate your service. Any other comments? Or at this point, I would entertain a motion on item number 6 for the reappointment of Frank Moraga.
Madam Chair, I move that we reappoint Frank Moraga to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term to expire December 31, 2026.
Thank you.
Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Fowler?
I will second that motion, but I want to thank Frank. Hi, Frank. So good to see you. Hadn't seen you in a while. Frank also works with us on the Tuba City networking. We started Tuba City networking with various organizations about a year after I got elected. And then Frank was able to come in and be able to take over the coordination. And now that network has really grown, and I really want to appreciate him. And I just want to appreciate your work, Frank, and with all the various nonprofit and other organizations. Really appreciate you. So thank you for your continued volunteer. Your heart is in the community. So thank you so much. So I had to steal from Supervisor Ryan here. So thank you. Really appreciate you.
If we're doing comments before the vote, I'd like to say something as well.
We will absolutely, we have a motion in a second. Are there any other comments? So Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I've known Frank for a long time, since he first came on Chalk, and then served with them 10 years ago when I was on Chalk, and then have continued working with him through various endeavors, through Amigos AZ, through Killa, and through the Coconino County, or not Coconino County, but the Coalition for Children and Youth. And just want to really appreciate and thank Frank for his participation, his passion, and his advocacy for our community. It's greatly appreciated. I'm glad you're coming back for another term. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair Vasquez. Any other comments, or we'll entertain the vote? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor of reappointing Frank Moraga to the Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. So thank you, Frank, for joining us again, and really appreciate your service. All right, we're going on to item number 7. Consideration and action to appoint Ruth Eaton to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term to expire December 31st, 2026. We did hear from Supervisor Ryan on this. Supervisor Ryan, is Ruthie Eaton with us here this morning?
No, Madam Chair, Ruth wasn't able to make it, but she speaks well of this opportunity, as well as just as noted with Frank, she's just as much engaged within the community. And you notice, how these other districts start to use the District 3 folks. We are entertaining a fee associated with that. We'll see what we can do there. Anyway, on a serious note, Madam Chair, I move that we reappoint Ruth Eaton to the Coconino Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term to expire December 31, 2026.
Very good. And we have a motion. Do I have a second? Second by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. Any comments before we take the vote? Otherwise, I will go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you, Ruth.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All those in favor of reappointing Ruth Eaton to the Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. And Ruthie, thank you again for your service to Coconino County. So, members of the board, we have now gone through our consent agenda, but we have more to do with the consent agendas, but we must act and resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Motion by, I'm going to give it to Judy Begay. Do I have a second? Vice Chair Vasquez is a second. All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors indicate by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. We're now the Healthcare Board of Directors. And members of the public and members of the board, we have another consent agenda. We have 2 consent agenda items before us as the Public Health District Consent Agenda Board of Directors. Do we need to remove any of these from the consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the Public Health District Consent Agenda? Please, do I have a motion?
Move to approve the Health District Consent Agenda, Madam Chair.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of accepting consent agenda items 10 and 11, please signify by saying aye.
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 All right, it is passed unanimously. Members of the board, we must now go back and become the Board of Supervisors again. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion by Vice Chair Vasquez, second by Supervisor Ryan. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but not for long. We must now resolve as the Board of Equalization to hear an action item. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Equalization?
So moved.
Supervisor Ryan makes a motion, second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Equalization signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Equalization. Members of the board, we have one action item as the Board of Equalization. Consideration of possible action to approve the Board of Equalization Resolution 2022-02, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decision for petitions for review of notice of change for tax year 2023 for a hearing that was conducted on October 28th, 2022. We have the information before us in our packet, but I'd like to turn this over to Lindsay Daly, the clerk of the board, who will present on this. And we also have present with us our Board of Equalization attorney, Rose Winkler, and our Board of Equalization hearing officer, Chuck Johnson, are also here with us this morning to answer any questions we might have. So at this time, I'd like to turn this over to the clerk, Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. And I'll just note that our hearing officer's on the phone with me, so he can hear all of you. And if he speaks, you'll be able to hear him.
Thank you.
Each year, the assessor's office issues a notice of change to property owners. If a change in the property valuation or legal classification occurred after the original notice of value was mailed out by the assessor's office, and the notice of change is based on one or more of the following changes, such as new construction, destruction, an addition to the parcel, as in parcel combining, or a deletion from the parcel splitting, as well as a change in the use of the property. If the property owner disagrees with the value or legal class change, the property owner then has 25 days to appeal through a petition of review of notice of change to the Clerk of the Board of Equalization office. And this year we did receive 3 petitions for appeal. And you could see those in the attachment A that's attached to the resolution before you. ARS does allow the assessor or property owner who are dissatisfied with the valuation or classification of the property as fixed by the County Board of Equalization to appeal directly to tax court as well. And I'll just briefly go over the 3 petitions that we had. We did conduct the hearing October 28th, and we gave the choice to the petitioner whether they wanted to have the hearing virtually or in person. And so Mr. Patel had his hearing virtually, and the hearing officer did hear the testimony provided by the assessor's office and the petitioner. There was a no change issued to the full cash value for this petition and property. And then also Kyle Christensen, he elected to have his hearing conducted virtually. And the assessor did offer a recommendation to reduce the full cash value based off an appraisal that Mr. Christensen provided as part of his petition packet. So you can see there is a reduction in the full cash value for that property. And then lastly, Mr. Bates came in person for his hearing and provided testimony to the hearing officer as well as the assessor's office. And a no change to the full cash value was issued for that case. And that is all for the hearing that took place on October 28th. Again, I do have our hearing officer here if there's any questions. And I do not see any of our petitioners present here, but I do have Craig Anderson from the assessor's office that was here for all the hearings as well. If there's any questions for him, as well as our Board of Equalization attorney, Rose Winkler.
Very good. Thank you. Members of the board, or members of I should say the directors of the Board of Equalization, any questions or comments? It does appear that everything is before us as required by statute, and that the applicants are not here, and you have not received anything in writing asking for a review from the Board of Supervisors. I'm assuming, Clerk Daly.
That is correct. We have not. And they were issued notices that this would be considered at the Board of Equalization's agenda for today.
Very good. Members of the board, any comments? If not, at this time, I would entertain a motion. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, just before making the motion, just to note, as you had reviewed in your questions, that we're pretty much seeing if the procedure were followed associated with it. Everything's in order within the report that we have. No request from any of the those that petitioned for the hearings for us to review further, and noting the record as noted by Clerk Daly. I move that we approve the Board of Equalization Resolution 2022-02, receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decisions for the petitions for review of notice of change tax year 2023, and the hearing was conducted on October 28, 2022.
Thank you, members of the board. We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of approving the Board of Equalization Resolution 2022-02 and receiving and accepting the hearing officer's decision for petitions for review of notice of change for tax year 2023, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted the hearing officer's decision. And thank you very much, Board of Equalization Attorney Rose Winkler, for being with us today. And also our hearing officer, Chuck Johnson. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, members of the board, we a Board of Equalization, we're still the Board of Equalization, and we need to return and resolve as a Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Fowler. I have a second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of resolving as the Board of Supervisors signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, and we do have an action item here. And we have a couple action items that we're going to hear from our Superintendent of Schools, Cheryl Mango Paget. Hopefully she's with us. Item number there. Hi, Cheryl. Our number 13 is consideration of possible action to accept 6 grant awards and to approve an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Education and budget adjustment for the following 6 elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund, ESSER, capacity projects, literacy capacity building grant, recovering education through contextualizing mathematics and science learning, and teacher retention in rural areas research partnerships, mental health initiative, and nursing shared services and teacherage projects in the amount of $8,339,541.52 for a term July 1st, 2022 through September 30th, 2024. It's very exciting. And so County Manager, unless you advise otherwise, I'll go ahead and turn this over to Superintendent of Public Schools, Cheryl Mango Paget.
Yes, that would be fine. Thank you.
All right. Cheryl, thanks for joining us. This is exciting.
Thank you for having me, and thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. I just want to let you guys know that we were awarded multiple projects, grants that were developed, 4 of them. Coconino County was the lead on. For our county and Yavapai County was the lead on 2. These grants are going to really help support the increasing student achievement in core subjects such as STEM education and literacy. We also have a focus in early childhood STEM and your literacy development. Really excited about the teacher retention grant because it's going to allow us to actually work with schools to develop mentorship programs for a mentor for our new teachers, and that will be their only job is to mentor and create pathways.
Madam Chair, Cheryl, I'm sorry. I didn't have a chance to check on these to see, and I don't know if you can answer right now. Are these any grants that would fall under the programs that my son has over at NAU?
No, they do not.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I would have to declare a conflict there if they didn't. Thank you, Cheryl. Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, it's fine. And the teacher retention is working with, I've already met with Dr. Heiser over at the community college, and people from the College of Education is pathway programs for paraprofessionals as well as high school, so that when they leave high school, they will have an associate's degree to put them in the education field. And then just our ongoing work with increasing mental health supports and services to both students and educators in the field. So I just want to thank you for your support, your initial funding through ARPA funds that allowed us to leverage those funds. And we are just excited to continue moving forward.
All right, thank you, Superintendent of Schools here in Coconino County. We appreciate that, and it's very exciting. This is a tremendous opportunity. These 6 grants are a tremendous opportunity for our community and the students and families here in Coconino County. And really, it's nice to see our ARPA funds being used as seed money for opportunities and for these additional federal funds. And I hope members of the community really understand that these are things that are normally outside what we as a county government can provide for our community. But because of ARPA and because of monies being made available through the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, we have been able to leverage additional funds and opportunities for our county. So very exciting news, wonderful opportunity for us here in Coconino County. Do other board members want to be making a comment? Yes, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how excited I am that these funds are coming through to the county and that the county is going to have the opportunity to provide these services to many of our community members, and especially out in the rural areas. And just want to thank Superintendent Cheryl Mango Pageant for her work and her staff's work for getting these grants, because these weren't given to them from the general fund. These weren't given to them from ARPA funds. These were grants that you had to go out and collect or gain. And so, that was a lot of hard work, and we really appreciate you bringing those funding and those programs to Coconino County. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Cheryl, for the presentation. And looking at your year 1, 2, 3 total budgeted amounts, I see that you have training for year 1 and year 2 is going to cost $247,712, and then also your stipends of 134 to total is 335,000. Can you elaborate on what kind of training is that will be happening on that? And then the other one is the stipend.
Yes, if you're looking at the literacy grant, or you might be looking at the contextualizing math grant, is that the money is for providing the professional development to the teachers, because that costs money between having people to provide the professional development and all the materials and books that are required. And then the stipends, depending on which one you're looking at, either go towards the teachers for off-contract work. In the literacy, it's 90 hours of the science of reading training, which is required now by law for them to have by 2028. So they will get paid for their time. Or if it's under the teacher retention one, that one would be money working with the universities and community colleges in providing them stipends to assist us in developing those pathway programs.
Okay, thank you. I know that the school district requires those professional developments, and also to ensure that they're on top of the classes that they need to have, and they go back to school for their and various aspects to help them throughout their teaching. So okay, well, go ahead on that one.
Very thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Just a quick comment if I may,
Yes.
Chair. And Cheryl, great work on this. Also, congratulations on your unofficial re-election there until it comes up. But you've been doing a lot of good work here. But this is a good example of how you've collaborated with Yavapai County, and obviously an area that you continue to work on helping boost up our teachers. Really challenging to be a teacher these days and needing this continued education, but focused on STEM as well. So really appreciate the work associated with it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Other questions, comments? Seeing none, then it's our great pleasure to consider. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, did you have a comment to make?
Yes, thank you. I had a. Okay, here we go. Cheryl, I just want to thank you and your team and these really challenging times. I was in meetings with the NAU various departments, and I asked them to partner with you. Yesterday, we had a meeting, and so they may be calling you. But just the creativity that it comes comes with the job is, and then being able to apply for these grants and being able to implement them and manage the grants. That is a lot. And working with all of the students that you work with or the schools you work with, I think that's just really amazing. So I just want to thank you. I'm really happy to hear that you took advantage of the ARPA funds and be able to do more with that. And I think that that is what those dollars are for. And really thank you for all the things that you're doing and your team. You have a whole team that you're working with. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody, for your kind words and your support.
So we are now at the point where we get to consider and take action to accept these 6 grant awards and approve the intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Department of Education and a budget adjustment for the 6 elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. Not going to read them again. And do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move to approve.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Oh, second the motion. Thank you.
And second by Supervisor Fowler. So we have a motion and a second for accepting the 6 elementary and secondary school emergency relief fund capital project awards. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I believe that was unanimous, and congratulations, Cheryl. It's very exciting, wonderful opportunity for our schools and for our community. So really appreciate you and your staff's great work. And we're moving, you can't leave because we're going to talk about you here coming up next. We have another item, members of the public and the board. Item number 14 is consideration and possible action to approve a budget adjustment and accept partnership funding of grant award Building Resilient Youth and Schools, Governor's Office of Youth, Faith, and Family Grant in the amount of $174,598.81 for a grant period from October 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2023. This is the final year of the project. And with this, I'm going to turn this over once again to the Superintendent of Schools, Cheryl Mango-Padgett.
Thank you, Chairwoman Horseman and members of the board. Just a recap, we are in our final year, and this was the initial funds before we had psychologists and licensed clinical social workers that we wrote a grant for mental health supports and 2 pilot schools. And we've used that as well because we've been able to collect data on our progress and to leverage for our mental health award as well as our ARPA funds. And what we did was we had 2 pilot schools. One was Loop Incorporated, and then the other one was Knowles Elementary here in Flagstaff, where we worked with the schools on developing wellness programs so that they were embedded within their strategic plan. We increased adult competencies so that you understand what historical trauma is and its role that it plays in identification of special ed, as well as interactions with students, student programming, and some of it was in the areas of PBIS, ACEs, neurosequential model. And then the last phase also too was working on crisis intervention team planning and developing substance abuse programs, because we know that's an outcome of when there's poor mental health. So we are in year 3 of that grant. We have our audit Friday morning of that grant. And so we are very excited. It's been very successful, and it allowed us to build the programming and the mental wellness team that we have here now at the county. It was the step 1.
Very good. Thank you. Members of the board, any questions or comments with regards to this wonderful second opportunity for Coconino County? If there are none, because you've done such a great job, Cheryl, of explaining it all. And again, thank you for you and your staff for undertaking the opportunities for these grants and for really maximizing the ARPA funds and quite frankly for really looking at different opportunities here for assisting our schools. So thank you so much for you and your staff. Can I please undertake a motion for this? Supervisor Ryan.
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of accepting, doing a budget adjustment and accepting the partnership funding grant award for building resilient youth in schools, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous.
I guess I was on mute, Madam Chair.
All right, very good. I hear you all now. So it's unanimous and thank you so much. And thank you so much, Cheryl, you and your staff for the work you're doing here for Coconino County and for our schools. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone. We again, all over here appreciate your support.
So members of the board, next is a public hearing, and I'm very happy to see this public hearing coming forward to the board just before we have our winter season. This is a public hearing, consideration and possible adoption of ordinance 2022-06, amending the county's seasonal parking ordinance, which is 2017-11, and that the board further authorize and direct staff to begin implementation of this ordinance 2022-06 as permitted by law. County manager, you have this listed for the sheriff's office. Would you like to say something or should we move this to the sheriff?
No, Madam Chair, we can go directly to Sheriff Driscoll. Thank you.
All right, Sheriff Driscoll, thank you for joining us this morning, and we look forward for you taking us through this proposed ordinance.
Well, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. We certainly appreciate this opportunity to bring this before you for discussion and potential approval. But Madam Chair, as you mentioned, we've had an ordinance, parking ordinance in effect for many, many years, since 1986. In fact, I was involved in doing that back in 1986 with the sheriff's office. That original ordinance dealt primarily with removal or enforcement of vehicles for plowing reasons, for county public works being able to plow appropriately in county rights of way and other county areas that where people's parking would prevent that from occurring. As you mentioned, it was modified in 2017, and here we are again. And I think the changes that we have seen most recently involve the amount of snow play that we've experienced, especially this huge uptick in the last 5 or 6 years. We've seen Highway 180 experience just an exponential increase in the amount of traffic, which has then overflowed into areas of county rights of way and other roads within the area, to where we've seen an increase in parking problems, congestion, litter, trespassing, destruction of property, and even confrontations among individuals. So it was time to revisit the ordinance, to look at modifications that needed to be put in place to allow the more enforcement of laws or enforcement activities to deal with some of these problems. Also, last year it was brought to our attention by one of the judges that we needed to modify the ordinance itself, because the registered owner of the vehicle is the one who needed the actual citation written to, as opposed to just attaching that citation to the vehicle through its registration. So again, those issues have been addressed in this ordinance. I believe that this should be much more effective and give us more latitude in conducting enforcement operations on county rights of way. And we look forward to its passage and would again support the board and request that the board approve this. And we can certainly answer any questions that you or any members of the board may have on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. And I'm going to see if there's any questions. I do want to make a comment, but before we do that, let's go ahead and see if there are any questions. And then this is a public hearing. So I'm going to probably wait for my comments until after the public hearing. But any questions at this time that you may have on Sheriff Driscoll at this new proposed parking ordinance? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll hold my comments until afterward as well. But just a question going out, and I'll turn to Monique, our county attorney, on this one. You feel comfortable that this ordinance will achieve our objective so that we can do appropriate enforcement here?
Supervisor Ryan, Chair Horseman. Yes, attorneys on my staff and myself, we work closely with the Sheriff's Office staff on this ordinance, and we believe that it does meet the needs of the Sheriff's Office and of the community.
All right. Well, thank you. Yeah, because we had it out there. We had high expectations, and suddenly it came to a standstill in many ways. So appreciate the work that's and the correction that's made. Both from the legal side on the attorney's office as well as from your office, Jim. But we'll wait and see what people have to say about this in the public hearing. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Supervisor Ryan. I do have a question too for Monique, for you as well. We do want it to take effect. It says as permitted by law. If the board goes ahead and approves this, when is the earliest this could take effect?
I don't have the ordinance statute in front of me.
Madam Chair, I believe it's 30 days from the time it is signed.
All right, so very good. Thank you. And thanks, Monique. I probably should have told you I was going to ask you that question. Really appreciate that. Thanks. Any other questions before we open this up for a public hearing? Vice Chair Vasquez.
No, sorry, just moving. I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair,
yeah.
Actually, because of what it is, I would encourage us just to, I know it's a little bit laborious, but to read it into the record.
Well, you want me to read it in before a public hearing?
We could do it after. The public gets to hear it, that kind of thing. So, the public gets to hear it if you read it now.
I'll be happy to read it now. It's part of the record, but you want me to read this, or I'm not going to read it? Can we get somebody else to read it?
Madam Chair, would you like me to read it?
County Manager, would you please read?
This is the ordinance 2022-06. An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Coconino, Arizona, amending ordinance 2017-11, which amended ordinance 86-6 to provide for the removal of motor vehicles, trailers, and storage containers from county maintained rights of ways during snow season, and for the enforcement of parking restrictions by issuance of citations and or towing. Whereas concerning county maintained rights of way, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors pursuant to ARS 11-251 may lay out, maintain, control, and manage public roads within the county. And whereas the County Board of Supervisors pursuant to 11-251.05 may adopt all ordinances necessary or property carry out or carry into effect such powers. And whereas a primary responsibility of Coconino County with regard to county maintained rights of ways during snow season is to keep those county highways and roads used by large numbers of residents reasonably clear of snow. Also, those that service school bus routes and provide major access for emergency vehicles, and whereas vehicles, trailers, and storage containers left parked in the streets become a hazard both to the county snow removal equipment and to the owner. And whereas snow play in Coconino County has resulted in increased parking and traffic congestion, littering, and other dangerous hazards that negatively impact the health, safety, and welfare of residents of the county who live and or own property adjacent to county highways and roads. The Board of Supervisors of Coconino County, Arizona does hereby ordain as follows: ordinance number 86-6 amended by ordinance number 2017-1 is hereby further amended to read as follows. Each year between November 1st and April 1st inclusive, all vehicles, trailers, and storage containers shall be kept clear at all times from all county maintained rights of ways, including without limitation county highways, streets, roads, and paths, whether paved or unpaved, including all their constituent parts, comprising without limitation the carriageway and shoulders, curbs, sidewalks, and other footpaths and drainage ditches and slopes. Any vehicle, trailer, and storage container parked in a county maintained right-of-way during the prohibited period stated within or is otherwise parked in a manner that creates a threat to health, safety, and or welfare of the county may be cited, may be towed away and stored at the owner's expense by a party authorized by law to enforce this ordinance. Number 2, persons liable whenever any vehicle is parked in violation of any of the provisions of any ordinance prohibiting and or restricting parking. The person in whose name such vehicle is registered shall be responsible for such violation and is subject to penalties therefore. Number 3, defensive liability, subsection 2 of this section shall not prevent a person from presenting evidence in any prosecution of a parking violation that a vehicle was not illegally parked or that said vehicle was not registered to said person at the time of the offense, or that said vehicle had been stolen at the time of the alleged offense. Proof that a person other than the registered owner was operating the vehicle at a time of the violation shall not constitute a valid defense of the substantive offense. Number 4, in county maintained rights of ways, violation of this ordinance shall be a civil traffic offense. However, in addition to other penalties that may be imposed for such an offense, the amount of the fine for violation of this ordinance shall be no less than $200. 5, definitions: vehicle, motor vehicle, and trailer shall have the same meaning as defined in ARS 26, paragraph 101. Storage container shall have the same meaning as portable. Storage container means a portable, weather resistant, commercially leased or rented receptacle designed and used for the storage or shipment of personal property, building materials, or merchandise. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of Coconino County this 15th day of November 2022.
Thank you, County Manager. We really appreciate you reading the ordinance. And I know we're going to have some comments, but before we do, any other final questions asking Sheriff Jim Driscoll before we open this up for public hearing? Seeing none at this time, members of the public, you have heard the ordinance read by our, I'm so sorry, Supervisor Fowler. Did you have a question?
Yes, I do. Sheriff, this is a new ordinance that we are about to approve. I think it's, I mean, this becomes an issue every year, every winter. We have the issues that come up. So we finally have an ordinance that we're considering here. What kind of community education is going to be will be implemented on this?
Okay, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, we will certainly put out information through our social media about this as well. Again, through our county social media, not just our own webpage on that. And we were considering putting out information in the paper. One thing I probably should have mentioned earlier is we're not just limited to 180 anymore. We're now seeing huge impacts on Kachina Village, Munch Park, and even Lake Mary Road. So the problems become more widespread, and I would agree that public education efforts, certainly we have a 30-day waiting period before it goes into effect that we should take advantage of to conduct this education. But the ordinance, the parking ordinance has been in effect for several decades now. So it's just, I think it has more teeth to it right now and makes enforcement, I think, much more appropriate to these situations.
Okay, that's all I just want to ask, because, when we approve ordinance like this, I think the public just needs to know about it. One of the ways is to do this public hearing, but a lot of the visitors that are coming through, they're the main ones that take over the roads when they come in. So that's, so thank you, Sheriff.
Well, if I may, Supervisor Fowler, we've also been in contact with the city of Flag and the Visitors Bureau, and they do have a map out that addresses the parking issue as well, and where it's prohibited. So we hope that information is available through a variety of sources. We hope that map will further encourage people to pay attention to the parking limitations that will go into effect with this.
Thanks, Sheriff Driscoll. And yes, and under comments, I was going to talk about that in our winter snow play committee, and also talk about our signage and talk about some of the outreach that we're doing. But I was going to go ahead and unless you want to talk about it now, but it may be more appropriate just to get this going for public hearing, get public comment and public input as part of our public hearing process, and we can talk about that.
Certainly.
So any other questions for the sheriff? If not, members of the public, this is the time for you to be heard on the possible adoption of the proposed ordinance 2022-06, which amends the county's seasonal parking ordinance. And you heard our county manager read it. It's also part of our record and part of the board packet, if you would like to take a look at that. I am going to turn this over to our clerk so she can explain to members of the public how you can join us and be heard as part of this public hearing. So Clerk Daly.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment during this public hearing, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand and appears if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you've joined the meeting by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And at this time, we have no hands raised.
All right, members of the public, this is the final opportunity for you to be heard as part of our public hearing process on the board's consideration of an adoption of a new seasonal parking ordinance. This is the last call for you to be heard on the public hearing. Otherwise, we will close the public hearing. So one more opportunity, members of the public.
And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Then, members of the board, at this time, I am going to close the public hearing portion of this. And before we go forward and entertain a motion, I am going to entertain public comment, or I should say board comment, since we didn't hear from the public, but if we could get some board comment on this. And I know this is something that both Supervisor Ryan and myself have been working on with the sheriff and with so many others here, both in the city of Flag, across Coconino County, and moving forward with many partners. So Supervisor Ryan, would you like to start this off?
If I may, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. And as I was noting earlier, to the sheriff, unfortunately, we ran into the dilemma in court associated with this. which inhibited for its original intent as well, sheriff doing enforcement related to just people that are leaving their vehicles out on the street when we're trying to get snow plows through. And when they do that, they impact sometimes a whole street, their neighbors close to them. We need people to pay attention to our winter ordinances so that they keep it clear, and so our public works equipment can get through and clear it so they can make the roadways safe for everybody out there. The other side of it, and as noted by you, Madam Chair, and you've done, I tried to work with you, but I ended up being absent because of illness. But you did a lot of work together with multiple jurisdictions on the information related to the snow play. You can elaborate much more so on that. I will note we're just seeing an expanded activity in the area. It's wonderful to see everybody out there playing, but there are appropriate places to be, and there are areas that they cause a hindrance in different ways. Example, Mountainair Road became an activity zone. Lots of sleds left behind, people parking on our roadways. In Coconino Village, similar idea where people were going up the hill, getting dropped off, going through people's yards, littering there, actually going to the bathroom in yards, sometimes at night, depending upon the circumstance, but they're going out to go down a steep hill, which are unsafe hills as well. So what we're trying to do is create areas that are managed appropriately so we can be safe for people on roadways, reduce the impact to the neighborhoods. The one comment that I have heard by a local user, outdoor user, and you can't make ordinances perfect. It's something to think about. We need more winter use areas working together with our regional partners, Forest Service in particular. And the one note by one of the individual shared by a few others is when you want to go out and cross country ski, you don't have a place to park nowadays because we have an ordinance in place where typically you would go out there and be able to park on the side of the road. But because we're getting so much activity in the area that's causing a broader impact, we need specific areas for uses and encourage our partners beyond the Forest Service, the City of Flagstaff in particular. We need additional snow play areas. We're trying to do what we can at the county level. It's not enough to absorb all those that are coming to the area. It's wonderful to see people coming, but we certainly need this ordinance in effect. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just compliment you on the work that you did with the advisory committee together with the sheriff and other agencies and departments as well. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments? Otherwise, I'll make a couple comments on here. And yes, this has been a multi-jurisdiction, multi-agency working with snow play and having a safe place for our winter visitors to come up and enjoy our winter wonderland. But certainly this has resulted in no parking, or I should say illegal parking in areas where people should not park, especially along Highway 180, Coconino Trail, Coconino Village, Pinewood Boulevard and Munns Park, and other areas where there is a lot of snow play visitors. And unfortunately, as some of you may recall, it did result in a death of a young person last year whose family was using the Highway 180 and snow play area. People come up, they get excited, they see the snow on the peaks, and they start going in that direction. And I think we are doing what we can with our partners, the Sheriff's Office, the City Police Department, the Discover Flagstaff, the Forest Service. And really, I have to give a big shout out to Parks and Rec and Cynthia Nemeth and her staff, all working together to look at possibilities for making, and by the way, our private partners, the Snow Bowl, as well as Nordic Village and others, to try to do what we can to make a safe area for our winter visitors and quite frankly, for our residents. And we look forward to this continued collaboration and partnership. As Supervisor Ryan indicated, we must look and find other snow play areas and other parking opportunities so that we can continue to invite folks to our community and enjoy our winter wonderland. Just information for members of the board and for members of the public. We are once again going to undertake substantial signage. There'll be some electronic signs as well as other signs informing both in Spanish and in English the need for no parking areas, no parking in the neighborhoods. And also, of course, the sheriff's office will continue to help with both enforcement and patrolling. And this is, as you know, 180 is a state highway. We are hopeful that DPS will also continue to do their part for both monitoring and enforcement. City of Flagstaff has also made a commitment to do their part, helping folks get through the city of Flagstaff. So it is a multi-jurisdiction, multi-agency, full partnership to try to present safe areas for snow play here in Northern Arizona. We need to continue to think outside the box and think of other ways that we can help create safe and healthy environments for snow play here in Northern Arizona. And I applaud the sheriff's office for bringing this ordinance forward. I think it's an important ordinance. So an important tool in the box, if you will, to help ensure safety up here for our snow play visitors. I also applaud the sheriff's office for undertaking some changes in the no parking tickets. The tickets now will be a big red envelope, which is a visible sign of enforcement for members coming up, so that they realize that if the electronic signs don't key them in, and if the maps don't key them in, which clearly indicate no parking along some of these places, certainly the scene enforcement for those that were not there and were parked illegally might also present additional disincentive for parking on these areas. All necessary for health and safety for our community and for our winter visitors. So, Sheriff, thank you. And to the county staff, especially Parks and Rec, thank you again for your leadership on this as we continue to move forward with, hopefully a good snow season, safe snow season this year. So those are my comments. Other members of the board.
Madam Chair, thank you, but I do want to say that was a collaborative effort. We had a lot of pieces to coordinate, and we're fortunate that it all came together for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Driscoll. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you to everybody from that collaborative effort to put together this ordinance to create hopefully a safe way for folks to come to our community and play in the snow safely and avoid areas that they shouldn't, so we don't have any more tragedies. So I just want to thank all the team for putting together this ordinance, and just want to remind the public that this is an ordinance about public safety and really protecting folks, and that's why it's so important that we move forward with it. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Other comments, members of the board? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And this has been going on for many, many years. The Board of Supervisors have been trying to address this but Sheriff, you've been, and the Sheriff been very steady and trying to find solutions with all the partners. And we are now at this point. So I really appreciate all those that have worked on this in the past. I know Supervisor Art Babbitt really worked on this, just really wanted to make sure that everyone was safe there. And others have been working on this for some time now, Supervisor Ryan. So I just want to thank everyone that's been diligent in making sure that the public is safe and being able to create programs like the Fort Tut Hill programs that have started there. Part of it is because of these snow plays right along the highway. So there's a huge history behind this, and I just want to thank the sheriff again and all those that have been working on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Other comments from members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, just that I'm thankful that, this has come by and it's got brought to our attention for approval, consideration and approval. So I just want to say thank you again to everyone that has worked on it thus far. Something that, planning, some of them take a long time, yes, but, nonetheless, today is something that we were all aiming for. And I know that a lot of times we wait till something happens, then we start planning, and then that's how we start to pursue again. So, but I think a lot of it, we always talk about prevention of things, and this is, the beginning of, addressing all the safety issues, along the way, highways during the snow play and stuff like that. So I just want to say thank you. And there are a lot of good things happening, a lot of things are coming forth, and, they're being addressed. And just like Lena said, there were people that were involved in these processes, but, I just want to say thank you for their efforts too. And if something's going to be good, it takes a while for it to be approved and, to move forward, and the plans just kind of irons out itself. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. If there are no other comments at this time, I would entertain a motion. Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt ordinance 2022-06, amending the county seasonal parking ordinance 2017-11, and further authorize and direct staff to begin implementation of this ordinance as permitted by law. And we have this in our record as it's written for accuracy as well.
Thank you so much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor of adoption of ordinance 2022-06, amending the county seasonal parking ordinance 2017-11, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Bye.
It is unanimous. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Sheriff Driscoll, for being here, for you and your staff, and for your collaboration with a very extensive partnership, and other jurisdictions really appreciate your help and leadership on this. So thank you, Sheriff Driscoll.
Thank you all.
All right, members of the board, I think we probably deserve a break. So can we go ahead and at this time, it's 11:45. We are behind. And I know we want to discuss the American Rescue Plan health funding update, but I believe we should take at least a 5-minute break. So let's come back here in 5 minutes. Thank you all. Steve, how do you want to handle the fact that we're running so late?
We'll go into the lunch hour. We'll just shrink up our, and Kim, if you can maybe look at, not cutting it real short, but moving through it, maybe be done about 12:30. How does that sound?
Yes, I will move through it as
Not rush it too much. I mean, it's
as
good
the
stuff,
board.
it's good information,
Yes.
but I don't want you to. Yeah, we can do that.
And then we'll take a lunch break at that time.
Yeah, 12:30 to 1:15, provide 45 minutes for lunch.
All right.
Is that okay? All right, thank you.
Okay, looks like we have Supervisor Ryan back. We have Vice Chair back. Looks like we have Supervisor Begay back. Supervisor Fowler, are you back with us?
Madam Chair, I've used up my time. That's how we'll solve the problem.
Supervisor Begay and Supervisor Fowler, are you back with us? Can you let us know?
Madam Chair, we'll check in, make sure.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you. We do have a quorum, and I'm hopeful that I just saw Supervisor Begay. There she is. So, and hopefully Supervisor Fowler is with us as well. And at this point, we would like to continue to go on. We are behind. So we have a discussion item. We've been waiting for this. And so we do want to hear from Kim Musselman on this, but presentation and discussion from the Coconino County Health and Human Services American Rescue Plan Act Behavioral Health Funding Updates. And thanks for being with us. Still morning, so thanks for being with us this morning, Kim. And unless County Manager, do you have any initial comments you'd like to make?
Just very quickly, the board will recall during the ARPA process earlier this year, the board chose to direct significant investments in behavioral health. And so through the American Rescue Plan. And so with that, Kim Musselman, Health and Human Services Director, is going to be providing an update of those investments that are benefiting the community at this time. So Madam Chair, we can go over to Kim.
Thank you, County Manager. So Kim, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, Board of Supervisors, County Manager. Appreciate the opportunity to provide you with some updates. Just to kind of pitch this off, I'm going to be kind of giving an overview, not only of the behavioral health update in terms of ARPA for HHS. Specifically, I'm going to just touch on some of our connections with the other departments who have also received ARPA behavioral health funding. And then I just want to give a quick little glance, just as a reminder to the board, of the other ARPA funding that Health and Human Services is utilizing separate from behavioral health. But of course, everything has a nexus and touches one another. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and have my staff pull up the presentation, and we'll go to the next slide, and I'll jump right in. So you'll all recall having seen this chart before. This has been updated a little bit, but I just wanted to I'm not going to belabor this, but I just wanted to call your attention to a couple of things. And this is what was funded. We've kind of updated this a little bit of what was actually funded from the board with respect to behavioral health supports into various different departments in the county. And as you see in the middle there, Health and Human Services, that $2 million specifically towards behavioral health supports. And then there's a few other things, and you'll see a lot of lines and arrows and other things that are being drawn. But I just want to touch on the fact that as we have been implementing this funding and the things that we've talked to all of you about extensively, HHS has certainly been playing a very crucial role in collaborating across all of the county ARPA funds and behavioral health programs, and really has been that kind of central connection point and nexus, if you will, of the collaboration that we have been able to put into place with our leadership team, and then of course our recovery and resiliency division. So you'll remember that part of what we stood in front of you before was about this making a place where we aligned all of our programs that contributed to recovery and resiliency. So many of them being behavioral health specific, also substance use, abuse and prevention work as well. And so with that, certainly as in looking at this, you'll recall, and as you've heard from the school superintendent, we have developed partnerships with the superintendent of schools and with Cheryl's BRSS grant, providing trainings and partnering to provide linkages to the schools and also those school partners and mental health providers. And then, as I'll get into a little bit more detail as we go through this, our ongoing partnership with the ARPA Youth Pilot Program and the schools and the things that are under development. And I'll speak a little bit more in detail about what those things are with respect to that youth behavioral health pilot, which was a significant amount of the funding that the board approved under the behavioral health supports for HHS. And I'll give you a little update of where we are in the progress with that. Also, as you're all fully aware, additionally, with the Pathways to Community program that was funded through the grant that the Sheriff's Department was able to get, that's being managed also under HHS and under our Recovery and Resiliency Division. Erica Shaw is our division manager, who has been doing a phenomenal job coordinating and getting all of these things started, and working with her program managers and the staff under that division, and certainly Deputy Director Michelle Axland, just really leaning forward and making a lot of great things happen. And while we're doing that, we're able to be leveraging other funding, which we have done a lot of and been able to do with our county partners as well as our community partners. And then across that whole spectrum that you're seeing on that slide, also leveraging those connection points between mental health court, between the criminal justice navigators, our other specialty courts, our justice partners, and our behavioral health partners. And there's just so much going on. I'm not going to have time to tell you all about it. Hopefully there will be other opportunities to give details as things continue to develop, but we're just really excited as to where the progress is, the other things that are coming to play and to fruition, and that are really going to lend themselves to the sustainability of the things that we are putting into place. And I know that's really important to touch on, and I will be doing some of that as well. Lastly, with this chart up, just really also pointing out that connection to even the juvenile justice education and diversion. Certainly that overlap that we have between our youth behavioral health programs that we are implementing, our recovery and resiliency division, pathways to community, those are all overlapping to collaborate and have referrals and work hand in hand with the juvenile justice system and their trauma care lens program and partnership, and their triple P parenting, which is a program that they were able to do, not specifically with ARPA funding, but it's all that example of leveraging and actually connecting systems and services so that we're hopefully really making an impact for our families and our community members to address the behavioral and mental health and substance use issues that we clearly have folks struggling with. So with that, we'll go to the next slide, since that's a lot on that slide. So give me 1 second here. So just wanted to point out a couple of things with respect to just kind of the changes to the behavioral health landscape, even since we spoke early on when the ARPA funding was being decided on and allocated. And one of the things that we know and that we're hearing a lot about is our youth continuing to struggle and struggle even more with life after COVID. I don't need to get into all those details. You're all fully aware of those things. And we're hearing so much from, as we've been really looking at, as we told you before, we want to assess what are those needs as we're making those investments into, in particular, youth behavioral and mental health. And in our work with Cheryl, superintendent of schools, our work outreach across the county with our youth and our schools and our teachers, really looking at those support systems for schools, but also the support systems for parents. And we've heard a lot from our parents, both from the county as our employees who are parents and the struggles that they're having supporting their young people going through challenges, and our entire community. And those are things that have really, really pressed to the forefront, that especially in recent months. Certainly our mental health provider shortage continuing, but then also other good things happening that, you know, some of those are the negative things, but the positive things that have been happening, you know, the CARES program that began in Flagstaff, the transitional housing projects that have been able to be initiated by our nonprofit community, other funding that is coming through, the opioid settlement dollars, our justice reinvestment dollars. Those are all things that we are giving additional resources that we're going to be putting together plans that we will be sharing with you. In particular, the opioid settlement dollars, there's a lot of work to be done around that in terms of convening our other cities and towns that are part of those, and our justice reinvestment dollars. And we're not talking gigantic sums of money, but they are significant sums that we need to be strategic, and we also need to meet reporting criteria about how we implement. So we'll be getting more information and back in front of you about those plans. Community Bridges coming to Page, they came in and have, I don't know if bought out's the right word, but they came in and took over Encompass, and working with Encompass staff, that provides a whole lot of other exciting opportunity for the county and for behavioral health specifically. Canyonlands, our core funding in Page, and I'm going to speak a little bit more about this in a minute, but what this is some specific funding that the partnerships up in the northern region were able to work on to get a major grant that will address a lot of the youth behavioral health things that we in fact had been, our plan had encompassed. And so when we found out this was happening and that they were able to tap into some other money, and we were waiting for the award, which I'm happy to report they did receive, which helps us look at how we can leverage our behavioral health youth mental health dollars even further. And I'll give you some specifics about that in just a minute. Certainly our pathways that you've all been hearing so much about in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department, our opioid crisis response, being able to expand our peer support program, and then of course health disparities, which was a separate grant that we had been implementing early on, and really that expansion into health equity. And then, you know, would be remiss if I didn't mention, because it's also under all of the behavioral mental health, you know, Title 36, Rule 11 treatment, those kinds of things, changes, some stakeholder meetings that we've convened that are proving to be really beneficial. The new REBA that is just now, as of October 1st, been having some great meetings with them. So there a lot of neat things, in my opinion, are really coming together to form a true solid system that we're not doing things in silos and as a one-off. So next slide, please. I'm going to go through these really quickly. This is just a quick little reminder about Health and Human Services grant funding that's been invested in our partners since basically the middle of COVID, if you will. And it's other funding that we were able to tap into that allowed us to be able to disseminate money across our partners that really bolster this entire approach to addressing the social determinants of health and ultimately our behavioral health and mental health needs. So, and I'm not going to go through all of these, but certainly that 2.7 million that's gone out to numerous organizations. You can see them on your screen all across the county for food. We know we heard earlier just that, and you're going to hear later this afternoon when we talk about our community health improvement plan. Food insecurity is one of the top priorities in addressing that. It continues to be a huge need in Coconino County. Also funding some navigators with many of our partner agencies, and not just funding a position, but also giving them other funding to be able to purchase other resources to share with our at-need community, sheltering and housing, transportation, our K through 12 schools, reopening, things that we worked with behavioral health providers through Blue Cross Blue Shield, again, our superintendent of schools, and then taking us way back when we transitioned from having a COVID hotel to our Flagstaff Shelter Services partner, taking on that responsibility, we were able to provide additional funding out of grants to help support that ongoing effort. Next slide, please. Couple of last things, vaccine equity, that in terms of working with our schools, getting nurses and other schools to be able, nurses in other schools so that they can provide vaccines and immunizations to the kids in schools. And then of course, pathways, which you have heard quite a bit about, so I won't go into detail about that either. So next slide, please. This is, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, really just to give you an update on our operational developments. So you'll recall that the specific ARPA funded behavioral health funding that I showed you on that first sheet was specific to the Recovery and Resiliency Division. And I just wanted to point out a couple of things, and we've done some things in colors, and Matt, we tried our best to make sure you could differentiate, but we probably failed again, so I apologize in advance. But if you'll see the 3 items in red, the division manager, excellent, good, we worked hard at that. The division manager for our Recovery and Resiliency, an administrative position, and then of course the big chunk of the funding is for the youth behavioral health model. The other things that fall under that Recovery and Resiliency are, of course, the Pathways program, our health disparities program, our opioid crisis response. So I just wanted to remind everyone that this funding from the behavioral health funding, it's a very small percentage towards staffing with respect to division manager, and then when we talk about the youth behavioral health model, there will be staffing and other things that are part of that. But a lot of the other funding is through other programs, and our commitment, as I said before, and I stand and say this again and again in front of you, and I will, and we commit to this, is that we are always constantly looking for those opportunities to make this sustainable going forward after the December of 24 with the ARPA funding, and being able to leverage other grants. Our sustainability plan is to develop alternate funding that's going to be carved out of some existing grants. We have lots of grants that are kind of overlapping with different time frames. We also know that there's a new workforce grant from the CDC that's going to be coming out through the states. We're waiting to hear what that amount of money is going to look like for Coconino County. That will be an opportunity for sustainability. And then of course, our youth mental health project includes some one-time funding for some wellness rooms in the schools. And it also leverages other grants that are going to sustain the parenting intervention programs that I'm going to talk to you about in just a little bit. But just to kind of wrap this slide up and give you a sense, in our Recovery and Resiliency Division, because we've really been spending a lot of time planning for and trying to get the right fit. We want to spend the money diligently and make it sustainable and lasting impact. So really on the staffing side of things, for fiscal year 22 through October 25th, we've spent about $120,000. So just to give you that sense. Next slide, please. These just were part of the reminder too about other projects and pieces for Health and Human Services. Of course, our outbreak and response team. This is separate from the behavioral health money, but just as a quick reminder that, of course, putting all of the things associated with public health emergencies and outbreaks, doing the data recovery and all of those pieces are all under that division, but the ARPA funding specifically is really just supporting the division manager position, and then many of our EPI surveillance monitoring and others in transition from some of the grants. And I just want to speak to the fact that, as we said before, that, as we're looking at sustainability with this, is we are actually in the process of stepping down as the pandemic is moving to an endemic state, and we intend to shrink our size because we need to have staff appropriate to the amount and level of work, but we also need to keep appropriate staff to be ready to respond to whatever else comes our way, which we know we'd have no idea what that is, and it changes on a daily basis. Next slide, please. Just to highlight a few of the other ARPA funded projects, again, not part of behavioral health, but just COVID expenses that aren't covered by other funding, which includes the TGen testing contract for adult and juvenile detention in the medical examiner's office that you all approved a couple months ago. Of course, medical examiner offices expenses related to COVID related investigations and other things. Certainly our Flagstaff and Williams Senior Nutrition Kitchen improvements. Flag Kitchen added an ice machine and a new sink. Those updates have been pretty much finished. And then the Williams kitchen is getting a much larger makeover, and that is well on its way with the architects involved and working with the city of Williams. And we hope to have construction beginning in the spring of 23. And then also our home delivered meals expansion, $400,000 going towards that, being able to add additional individuals. And just make a note that from a sustainability piece, again, working with those meals, obviously we don't want to put things in place that people become dependent on and then not have a way to sustain it. And so this is a program and a project being worked in tandem with NACOG to make sure that we're able to provide this now, but how are we helping get these seniors on the NACOG rolls and be eligible to qualify for Meals on Wheels and other funding that we anticipate coming through the Older American Act. Next slide, please. So that was a little overview of everything ARPA. So I'm going to come back now to the Recovery and Resiliency Division and just highlight some things in that progress, and certainly successes I've mentioned a little bit, but really that collaboration across ARPA funded projects is huge. It's so exciting to see all the pieces come together and be able to work with our partners in the county and all of these different entities, as well as our community-based partners to see things start to click and come together. We're able to continue the mental health first aid continuation under that Recovery and Resiliency Division, as far as supporting materials and other things, leveraging other grants that the Health and Human Services is able to utilize towards that. And then of course, our collaboration with the Page Unified School District. As I was mentioning before, we had a plan of a program that we wanted to put into place, working with the mental health providers, with Page Public Schools. And as we were formulating it and meeting with the superintendent and all of the players, they were like, oh, well, we're putting in this grant, this big SAMHSA grant to do exactly that. So we were like, great, we'll just write some support and then we can take our funding and support the things that aren't funded through that grant. And one of those being the wellness rooms that I'm going to show you just a little bit of what the plans are for that. And of course, just additional successes under the Recovery and Resiliency Division. There's been a specific CHIP action team, and that's Community Health Improvement Plan Action Team specific to behavioral health. Erica and her staff have been leading that CHIP team up. That is comprised of not only Health and Human Services individuals, but also many of our community partners. And you'll hear more about that this afternoon when we go over our CHIP plan with you, as well as our strategic plan for the department. Certainly the Health Disparities Grant under the Recovery and Resiliency Division, leveraging not only the funding we've been able to put out to our partners, but then leveraging those funds and those services with the Pathways program, with our opioid response teams, being able to connect people to those needed resources. So it's a lot of exciting stuff that's happening, and a lot of work has gone on, and great things are in place. Next slide, please. So now to talk specifically about the youth behavioral health, I've certainly touched on it several times as I've been talking, but wanted to give an update on the progress. And as you had heard, we'd had some plans. We continue to look at data and listen to our communities to make sure that whatever we get ready to put in place is going to be meeting the needs and have a sustainability model with that. So next slide, please. Certainly and I think you all heard this before when we had been back in front of you, really that advisory on protecting youth mental health, ensuring that every child has access to high quality, affordable, and culturally competent mental health care, supporting the mental health of children and youth in educational community and childcare settings, and expanding and supporting early childhood education and workforce, our early childhood and education workforce, and of course, addressing the economic and social barriers that contribute to poor mental health for our young people and families and caregivers, all certainly in alignment with the mission of Health and Human Services and the work we want to be doing. Next slide, please. So what is the current landscape? I mentioned to you a little bit earlier, earlier signs of crisis in school-aged youth, hearing from parents about increased emergency department visits with adolescents who are really struggling, having mental health and behavioral health related issues, being suicidal, our provider shortage countywide, and just really those lack of resources, and for parents and families to know how to access them. And like Cheryl's programs are key to this, and they're a part of it. So is the PAGE grant that we had spoke about, and many of the other services that are being provided. And so what we want to do since PAGE was what I talked to you about before, that was kind of where our pilot was going to be, because our goal is to put something into place that then hopefully can be replicated in multiple communities throughout Coconino County. And so with that PAGE RCOR grant that they were able to get, what this is allowing us to do is to support some of the other things that we've learned are important and are needed, and also things that their grant cannot cover, which were originally part of our model. So if you'll go to the next slide, please. The wellness rooms. So in our original model, we had wanted very much to incorporate some capital improvement settings that could be utilized in the schools to provide for what are evidence-based and really a key component in having a spot where students can go, and families and others, to do de-escalation, opportunities for one-on-one counseling with partners and agencies. And this is capital funding that's typically not covered in other grants, and that we're able to support through the ARPA funding. So there is already work going on. Contracts are being put into place so that we can give the ARPA money specifically to this PAGE to be able to do the work and build and furnish these wellness rooms. Next slide, please. The other big piece to our plan is really parent support interventions. We know we have some great evidence-based programs that many of our partners, both internal at the county and also our community partners, have curriculum for, and other things that we want to leverage, but really being able to have some countywide parent training and support where parents can learn skills for helping kids in crisis. And part of this will be providing free childcare during that training delivery. We know that that is a barrier to people participating. We want to increase attendance and effectiveness, and also whatever other supports are deemed necessary to support parents and kids adapt to life after COVID. And that really, it's important that we are looking at those resource linkages specific to each unique community in Coconino County. And I can't stress that enough as being at the forefront of how we're looking at this. The trainings that are going to be in development and that are going to be implemented will include things like helping parents respond to an anxious child, how to help kids learn to cope, and how parents can help kids stay calm in stressful situations. Just a few of the things that are opportunities to be able to bring to our families. One of the things that we heard loud and clear was that the teachers in our schools are completely tapped out in all of the training and the things that they are responsible for. And so we didn't want to add another layer of responsibility to that part of the system. We want to support the parent side of the system. So next slide, please. So what are our next steps? Implementing the parent support intervention program, which will include working with our community partners who already have youth programming and continue to identify those gaps and resources in these areas and focusing on solutions for our communities and unique solutions for those communities. We also are anticipating the youth risk behavior surveillance system data coming out here in the next couple of months, the most current. What this does is it looks at youth risk behavior and that contribute to whether it's injuries or violence, other alcohol and drug use, unhealthy dietary behaviors. Those are many of the things that we want to use that data as well as we're formulating our specific plans for our youth, and then continuing to really explore additional options to support youth and their families for early intervention and prevention. We've got some ideas. They're still percolating, so I don't want to lay them all out for you because we want to do our due diligence, but I ask you to stay tuned because we're going to have some more exciting ideas that we want to propose to the board and get some buy-in here in the very near future. So with that, I have managed to make it through all of my stuff. So count on me to try to get us back on time. But now it's your opportunity for questions and comments.
Wow, thanks, Kim, for that fabulous overview. And, you know, I know we're way behind. On the other hand, this is just too important for us not to discuss and to get comments. And I do have some comments, but I want to turn this over to my colleagues first. So thank you again for that very thorough overview. You've done what we were hopeful we could do with this money. So that's fabulous news.
Great.
Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. It's very all encompassing and it's exciting to see that we're starting to get some things moving. It was good to see on the big draft chart about all the different parts that are now operational. So that's exciting. And I commend you and your team for moving forward with this and helping provide these services as we've planned. My one question is you so far mentioned all the different groups that are partnering and collaborating with this funding. Is that it? Like, is there still RFPs out there for other programming, or has all the money been allocated and this is what it is?
Go ahead.
I just want to respond that the RFP results from additional funding or within that funding pool. Those items are going to be brought to the board the first meeting in December. So that's separate from what you see today.
Okay, great. Thank you. Because that was the only thing that made me want. It was great to see some numbers attached to different programming and understand how it fits within the bigger scheme. And so my only question was, is there any funding still available for community organizations for other work?
Well, after the board makes from the staff recommendations, the awards are made, we will have spent down the available funding.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions?
No.
Supervisor Ryan. You are on mute, Supervisor Ryan.
I tried to get it real quick before you could say that. Didn't work. Actually, Kim, the piece that I'm hearing is really good is, you keep reinforcing the collaboration and everybody, nexus between different groups. Also, and that was the piece I continued to wonder about. We're bringing this money in, we start programs, and then the money's going to evaporate. What do you do? It's good to hear that you have transition plans associated with it. In that piece, I'm trying to grasp. I can see some of it is expansion, contraction, but you're also talking about it's an ongoing discussion with pretty much the network on what to do and how reinforce keeping those things present. And so, I mean, could you just comment a little bit more on that, or?
So the three.
Sure.
And we can.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for that question. Yeah, I think one of the things that we're really focusing on, and whether that's our internal partners and our external partners, is how are we, putting things in place, but that the moment that we put them in place or that funding is there, then talking about, well, what happens when that funding runs out? And I can't speak specifically to every single agency that we work with, obviously, but I'm very hopeful that that is the lens that we're all using to the best of our ability to try to see that through and to say, okay, are there other things? I know we are constantly, shifting funding around or saying, oh, looking for other grant opportunities that we are collaborating with our other partners, whether they're internal or external, to be able to enhance what we have or sustain it once things go away. And I was trying to, and I apologize, I can't think of right this moment, another specific example outside of this, but well, I do actually have an example. One of the things that with the Guidance Center, we had funded a couple of the positions that were part of the health disparities funding. And we know that that is going to be ending in May, I think of this coming May. And so we're already in communication with what does that look like for sustainability and need? Because we also have to assess what are the things that we put into place and are they getting us the outcomes we want? Because it's just as important to look at, do we start down a path that we are funding and supporting, and we have to be willing to stop and take that hard look of, do we need to continue this or do we need to shift it? And so really those are the conversations. Certainly they are the conversations in our internal teams. And those are conversations that we have with our other collective groups that we collaborate with and our partner agencies in trying to make some of those, difficult decisions and make sure we put the money where the most impact and outcome is going to be. So hopefully that sort of answers your question, Supervisor. I'm sorry that I don't have some off the top. I know I've got examples, but I can't pull them all out at this moment. So apologies.
No, I appreciate it. And you're hitting on it. I think, as we do attempt to get the board around and do tours, it'll give us an additional chance to, hear about and see more about this. But
Absolutely.
I know we're tight on time. I'll stop there, Madam Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
You're muted.
Other questions, comments? I'll make some since it seems to be a lull. Maybe that'll promote more. First, and I said this before, this is such a tremendous opportunity that we have been given in local government. And this is not something we could have done as local government without the assistance that we received by the federal government, both through ARPA and through the CARES Act and through other opportunities that have been made available to us. We just talked about $8 million that came forward with ESSER funds from the federal government. It's just a tremendous opportunity we have as a county government to be able to fulfill needs in our community that have been ongoing for forever, I think. And so it is a tremendous opportunity. It was also a tremendous responsibility. And that responsibility is that we use these funds to the best and highest use. And so I am so pleased, Kim, to hear from you and your staff for your collaboration. I mean, that's what we really wanted. We wanted to connect our systems together, connect our services together. And that's what I see HHS has been able to accomplish. I was able to yesterday join the Social Safety Net group with a tour of pathways. And if you have not done that, members of the board or any members of the community, try to take the opportunity to get a tour. It's very, very impressive. And again, reaching out to all of our partners here across Coconino County to really serve our most vulnerable and our most in need populations. And just I applaud the work you're doing. I hope you're working with our wonderful superintendent of schools on that $8 million grant, because I see some crossover when I take a look at that program at Page, the wellness rooms. You know, those are wonderful things. I think that probably do crossover, and sustainability is going to be hard. I mean, this was a huge influx of literally millions, tens of millions of dollars, and actually more, hundreds of millions of dollars into local government to basically provide programs and services that we have not been, that were needed, were always needed, but we didn't have the opportunity to do. So, you know, sustainability is going to be key moving forward, what we can do, and how we can keep these much needed programs going forward. And I also applaud you and your staff for looking at other grant opportunities. I think that's obviously going to be key going forward. So thank you, Kim, and you and your staff. Michelle, thanks for the tour yesterday. And Erica, thanks for the tour yesterday. And thank you for all that you do as well. So those are my comments. Supervisor Begay, I see you're bubbling up. Would you have something you'd like to say? Oh, I guess not. Any other comments, questions from the board? Wow. Well, with that.
Good stuff.
Good stuff. I'm so enthused. I'm so appreciative. And I look forward to talking to you this afternoon too, if I can keep my voice. And at this point, County Manager, do we need to take any action?
No, this is information only. And again, very good presentation, Kim. Thank you so much for that. So Madam Chair, that would be the conclusion of topics for this morning. And so at this point in time, with your direction, we can adjourn for lunch break and then return at 1:15, where we will have, I believe Kim is back.
Kim's back. All right. So I'm sorry, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, Kim's back and Steve's going to read that 113
I'm not going to
pages.
read it. I'm going to read a 20-page text of an ordinance. You owe me, Supervisor Ryan.
Next time we're going to ask him to read it. So yeah. Supervisor Ryan. So, all right. Well, with that, members of the board, why don't we take a break until 1:15? And Kim, we look forward to seeing you back with us. So thank you. It's almost 1:15. Let's just see if we've gotten everybody back. If you can pop up on the video so we see who's all out there. Maybe nobody's out there. Oh, there Kim's out there. All right, Steve.
And thank you, Chair. And Steve, we have some community partners that are going to join that I would like us to be able to promote, because there's a section that I'd like them, whoever joined from our steering committee, to make comments, if that's okay.
Yeah, Lindsay, are you on?
I am. I'm here. I promoted Amy Young and Christine Curry.
Are there
And
others?
Amy, can you let us know as others join?
Sure. And Kim, I forgot to mention this, but at some point you may want to talk about the Marjorie Frost Champion Against Poverty Award you just all got. So very, very cool, and congratulations.
Yeah, amazing team doing amazing work. So yes, we can definitely mention that as well.
Good. Good. Well, I see Supervisor Begay is back. Do we have the other supervisors? Would you mind putting on your camera so we can see you?
I don't see Matt at all.
You know, poor Matt's still suffering. So.
Let's see, panelists. Vice Chair is on. He made an appearance.
All right. And Lena, are you with us? Supervisor Fowler? Can someone reach out to Supervisor Fowler and also to Matt? Matt may not be able to join us. We'll see how he's feeling.
He's on. We just
Okay.
promoted Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, good, good.
I'm here.
Thank you for rejoining us.
So Lindsay, would it work if I asked the steering committee members that have joined us to raise their hands so you'll know who to promote? Is that helpful?
Yes, please.
Okay, so to all of you listening, I see a few of you. If you are part of the CHIP steering committee, will you please hit the raise hand icon in the bottom, and then Lindsay's gonna send you a message that you need to accept so you can come over to the promoter side.
Kathy Turner's up. There's Kathy.
Kay is on.
You don't see anyone else raising their hand on the.
Peter Van Wyk.
Peter. Don't.
Oh, no, not Peter.
I know, we can. Oh. Hey, Liam is on.
Madam Chair, I believe Supervisor Fowler might be delayed.
Okay, well, why don't we proceed? Because again, we're falling behind and we've got a lot yet. We have a lot yet to go before we sleep. So we better
Madam
go.
Chair, she shares that she is concluding a meeting and she'll be here ASAP.
All right, that sounds great. Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. So we do have 4 members back with us, Supervisor Ryan, Vice Chair Vasquez, Judy Begay, Supervisor Begay, and myself, Chair Horseman, and we'll proceed. And we hope Supervisor Fowler can join us here in any minute. And Kim, we're next up this afternoon. Thanks for joining us again. And this is a presentation and discussion regarding the Community Health Improvement Plan and Coconino County Health and Human Services Strategic Plan, which of course you provided to us in our packet. It's pretty darn extensive and complete. And I have had an opportunity to review it, but since we just got it on Thursday, it's been a cursory review. So we look forward to hearing from you on this.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair Horseman, supervisors, county manager. We're glad to be here this afternoon. And as I get started, I just want to let you all know I'm gonna kick this off. Michelle and I are gonna kind of play some tag team on this presentation. Since you've had plenty of time to be listening to me, figure we would mix it up a little bit. And we, as I mentioned, as we were getting ready to reconvene the meeting, we have several members of our steering committee who have joined us for this presentation. And I will certainly make a point to have a slide that actually show you all of the steering committee members. Not all of them could be here today, but several of them have joined us and we're really grateful for that. And as we get through kind of walking this walk of what all went into this and what the next steps are, and before we transition into how this CHIP, Community Health Improvement Plan, not the kind of chocolate chip cookie you eat, but I'm going to keep referring to it after, from here on forward, call it the CHIP, we'll hopefully have an opportunity just to get a few comments, Chair, from our steering committee members, because they've been a tremendous asset and component to successfully completing our Community Health Improvement Plan. So before I launch right in, I just want to make a couple of notes of thanks. In addition to our steering committee, certainly Amy Young has been one of our division managers, really took the lead in helping drive this process, securing the work to get our consultants in place. And I just want to give a huge shout out to Amy and her work putting this together, and all of our team members who have contributed. And you'll hear more details about how many and the work that went into this. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and launch to the first slide. And just kind of want to give a quick little overview of why we even do a community health improvement plan. And really, this is something that, one, we are required by our state contract to do a CHIP that is initiated by us. Several other health partners also have the responsibility of doing health improvement plans. Maybe one day we will all be able to get together and get all of our funding entities and licensure entities to let us just do one collective one instead of multiples. But in the meantime, we have what we are bringing to you today to share with you, which is our health improvement plan that we have put together, that will now be the document and the plan that we operate from for the next 5 years in conjunction with our community partners. So as we're talking today, these are things that are not all Health and Human Services responsibility. In fact, we only play roles in certain areas, and the things that we do as government and the things that we do of providing services for our most vulnerable, and things that our other community partners don't do, and then count on them to help complete and implement this full plan. So this all started with a process back in 2020. And so some of you will remember when we came a couple years ago and talked to you about our community health and community needs assessments. And so that's what kind of started this process. You take the community health assessment and the community needs assessment, and those were published. That took took a lot of input from our community members, from the clients we serve, from our customers, from our partners, to really identify what are the needs in our community. And then with those two reports, that was the launching point for then the Community Health Improvement Plan. So taking both the community and our partner input, as I was mentioning before, we engaged Colnick Strategic Advisors as our consultant group to do this Community Health Improvement Plan with us, to help us walk through this process, to get a really clean process that we could share with the community, and then also engage them to help us develop the initial stages of our department strategic plan, which I'll talk about later after we talk about the CHIP. So one of the key starting points was assembling the steering committee. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. This was our representatives on our steering committee. We had come up with lots of people trying to get representation from across the county, and as many partners and communities that are services and partner services that provide services throughout the various regions of our county. And of course, also still trying to keep it as a small enough working group, because this group was very committed and continues to be, but met over the course of 4 months to develop the process for the Community Health Improvement Plan. And this team, along with our action teams, are going to work towards accomplishing the goals to improve our health and well-being of our community over the next 4 years. So I just want to recognize those that could join us and those that couldn't. And I'm going to have an opportunity for any of you who are in attendance, because I think Christine Curry is on, I believe Kay is on, Peter is on, Kathy Turner is on. Am I missing anybody that might be on as part of the steering committee? I just really appreciate you being here today, because all of the work and commitment that went into helping get this completed. So with that, I'm actually going to turn it over to Michelle, our deputy director, one of our deputy directors, and she's going to kind of walk through how this all came together and share some of the surprising things we learned, some of the exciting things, some of the disappointing things we learned, but that gave us those opportunities for how we can improve the health and well-being of our community. So Michelle, I'm going to turn it to you.
Thank you, Kim. And again, thanks to our steering committee. We couldn't have done it without you, and for Amy's leadership throughout this whole process that did keep us organized and on target, which is easily to squirrel with any of us here. So next slide. So we did 28 key informant interviews, and many of these individuals that are here on the presentation today, 15 were from our steering committee. Kim was interviewed. Supervisor Fowler was asked to be interviewed. Mayor Bill Dyack, John Moore, Paul Deasy, just to name a few, the mayor of Tucson. So we were really inclusive of incorporating the full county as we asked the questions. Our strategic advisors went ahead and assisted in asking those questions and formulating what those responses are. Then in addition to that, we went ahead and did focus groups, and we did those throughout the community, really touching base with our Native American population. Our partners stepped up and helped host some of these activities at Hope Lives, North Country Healthcare, the hospital, and as well as here in Page and in Tuba City with the Health and Human Services. So what we found from these was really interesting. Next slide. Is what we found from our key informant interviews really did have a nexus without them reading the community health assessment and with our focus groups. So the key informants really stated the issues. What we found from our focus groups was the really living truth of how individuals live their lives with these issues. So just to point out a few with the food insecurity, we know healthy food is more expensive and really is only available in Flagstaff at some specialty markets. What we found from our focus groups is fuel costs. We all know the cost of gas during the past year rose, not allowing individuals to afford to be able to even travel to Flagstaff. Those that used to were not able to do that. We also know that, the high rental costs in our communities affected how people were purchasing other items. That's what our key informants told us. Our focus group said returning to work post-COVID offered complications. There was a higher minimum wage and eligibility for benefits dropped. So our subsidy gaps increased. So a lot of individuals who received subsidies before COVID did not qualify for those after as they returned back to work. Next slide. In mental health, we saw the same picture emerge as the key informants pointed out. There's a shortage of mental health providers, long waiting lists for appointments. We saw providers try to answer the cry for help the best they could. But what we found from our focus groups was the answer was telemedicine or video. But that was a challenge for quite a few of individuals. As we know, broadband was not readily available. Telephones charged data plans for those items. So receiving those specialty services was not an answer for everything. We also heard from our focus groups that integrated or specialty mental health required a trip to Flagstaff or to Phoenix for those services. Next slide. As many of you have heard throughout our county, housing affordability is in crisis, and many of us are working in those areas. We know the cost of housing is leaving most current renters unable to afford a home for the future. That's what our key informants were able to tell us. What we learned from our focus groups was older adults were really struggling, those without a mortgage. So individuals you think should be okay, but this group struggled. They were on a limited income. They couldn't afford to fix items within their home or repair items as they broke. So that became a concern with that group. And we also learned that individuals reported long wait lists to get approved for those securing housing assistance programs. We did see that throughout COVID, and we're continuing to see that today. Next slide. Higher paying jobs. Our key informants told us that businesses and future employers struggled to recruit and retain individuals. We continue to hear that today from many of our business owners in our own county as we look to retain employees. We know higher jobs exist, but a lot of times those higher jobs are recruiting from within. Our focus groups were able to tell us individuals receiving disability benefits struggled to work with employers who would work to maintain those certain income levels. That was kind of new to our group, to the steering committee. We also learned that some participants reported that employers are scheduling for more than 30 hours a week, but they're not considered to receive full benefits. Next slide. So upon completion of each of those interviews and focus groups and key informants, the steering committee focused on the data elements. And we all know Coconino County's data intuitively looking at it. But we did find some interesting data points that we're going to share with you. Next slide. Coconino County's poverty level is slightly higher than that of Arizona, as you'll see at 17.6% on the slide to your left. What we didn't realize until we started studying the data as a group was that males and females were pretty close together. So females were at 18.5 and males are at 17.2 in poverty. So that was kind of a newer fact to us. Next slide. When we looked at income and employment, we know the median income in Arizona is median income in Coconino County is slightly higher than Arizona. We're at 62.6%. But what we found was super interesting. If you look right below that at the labor force participation rate, the one with the rainbow slide there, Coconino County has a higher labor force participation rate at 62.6% than that of Arizona and slightly lower than that of the United States. But our unemployment rate is slightly higher at 4.3% when we looked at the data. Next slide. We also all knew as a steering committee that we lived in a food desert and that healthy foods are hard to come by in all areas of our community. But when we actually drill down to the numbers, 26% of our population are affected by food insecurity. That's quite a few. That's 34,000 of our residents go to bed at night suffering from food insecurities. Next slide. I think this was a slide that threw most of our group into quandary. We know we live in a tourism industry. We know we live in a beautiful area that many come to see. But what we didn't realize is that if you look at 98.9% per 10,000 is our fast food restaurants. When you compare that to Arizona at 77%, that's a big difference. So there is a McDonald's or Burger King, and yes, fries are a vegetable, but that does not count for healthy food. So one of the items that we found interesting was the amount of fast food restaurants in our community. We were able to discover that there's over 1,400 fast food restaurants and more coming every day in our community. Next slide. So now that we studied kind of the data of all the different areas that the key informants and the focus groups focused on, we drilled it back down to the health. So every year, every county is ranked on their health data. And so we pride ourselves on, you know, safe bike lanes, safe roads, car prevention, car seats, and activities that are health factors. But there's another component to all of it, and those are our health outcomes. So you can see the high differential between our health factors hitting it very healthy for our community in Coconino, but our health outcomes are not. And so we will dive into that area in just a few minutes. But basically, your health outcomes includes premature death, poor health, poor physical health days, poor mental health days, and low birth weight. So quite a few of these come from that survey that Kim was mentioning called the BRFIS survey, which is the Behavior Health Risk Analysis survey that is done. But over 50% of our score is based on individuals dying before the age of 75. So next slide. So looking at our data for here in Coconino County, it can be divided into different areas. We broke it down by ethnicity for the past 5 years, looking at, you know, where did COVID hit? What are deaths of despair? So those are in yellow. Diseases of poverty. Some of these areas we can affect and work with our partners on developing prevention activities or more services around it. And then what are areas for opportunities? So we can see that with Native Americans, COVID-19 was the largest area of death during the period of 2018 to 2021. For our Hispanics, it was cancer. And for our white population, it was also cancer. But we have the opportunity to really look into deaths of despair. Deaths of despair can potentially be avoided by services or other activities put in with our partners. So those were alcohol-related liver diseases, accidental overdoses, suicide, all things we have heard of. But putting it into deaths of despair really compounds it and makes you look at it with a second look. Diseases of poverty obviously are cancer, cardiovascular disease, but we do have the opportunity to look at chronic respiratory disease. If you watched the news last night, you see RSV is going around. Our hospitals are getting filled. Diabetes is another opportunity, and we're seeing some tie-ins with possibly long haulers and diabetes. So some future opportunities for us to do some prevention strategies. Next slide. Eve, is there a slide before that potentially? It disappeared. So we did do a study, and you'll find it in your packet, of comparing the data pre-COVID and post-COVID. We did see some comparisons that a lot of the data items did change. Some, what we did see is deaths of despair increase. And we also saw COVID-19 becoming one of the predominant pieces of death between pre and post-COVID, but you will find that slide in your packet. So on this slide, one of the issues that we looked at is, what do we know that Coconino County struggles is with a high suicide rate. whether individuals come here intentionally or reach that despair rate. We also know that we have drug overdose issues, alcohol issues. And so again, looking at these as preventable and target prevention targets for our next 5 years of strategies. Next slide. So together, our steering committee was able to look at all the data. They were able to share the information together, take it, and then define what that means. And so over the last 5 meetings of the steering committee, they developed our CHIP teams. And the CHIP teams do include quite a few of individuals from our steering committees, but it also included new partners as well that were in areas that we were focusing in on. We had 11 staff members from HHS that participated and are currently leading some of these CHIP teams. And so, next slide. So where did we settle on? So our top 6 priorities for our community health improvement plan is on no big surprises: housing, behavior health, childcare, food security, income, and transportation. And because of this, that this will become what shapes our activities, our direction, the programs that we look to fill in gaps for as a county, and then as well as partnering with our nonprofits and other partners in the community. And so I'm going to pause right here and potentially allow some of our steering committee members that are here to be able to comment on what their experience was quickly and answer any questions about our CHIP process.
Are you wanting to turn this over to the
Chair, if that would be okay. I see Peter and Christine Curry, maybe just to give a quick overview of what their experience was.
Hi, this is Christine Curley from Northern Arizona Healthcare. And I just wanted to extend my thanks to both Kim and Michelle and the entire team. This was really a really excellent process. And as the person who's responsible for doing it for Northern Arizona Healthcare, I can just say that having a team around you to do all of this work is really fortunate. We're really glad we could be a part of it. One quick question that often comes up, and I know our board at the hospital asked me, was why don't we always do this together? And the quick answer to that is that we're actually regulated. We both are under regulations to do a community health needs assessment and in addition, a CHIP. But we're under different branches of the government. So we're actually required by the IRS, and we are required to do it every 3 years, and you guys have it every 5 years. So when we can match up, when our years match up, we do work closely together, and that is always years that we look forward to. I don't think that I have anything huge to add to this other than our community health needs assessment that we just finished this year found all the same things. So it's consistent data. And we heard consistent themes from the community in Coconino County. So that's great in terms of just data being consistent, but it's we have a lot of people who are struggling, who all of our great community organizations are really trying hard to help. So thank you guys for your hard work. I'm really honored to have been a part of it. Thank you.
I'll jump in as well to say my thanks. Hello, good to see everyone. Steve, Matt, Patrice, it's great seeing y'all. Thanks for having me here today. Our agency, from my agency, I was really excited to be part of this process. Both the process and the product, I think I was excited to be a part of and contribute to. The process itself of how conversations were convened, people were brought together, data was used to facilitate these conversations was so impressive that we've actually tried to take elements back to our own agency to see if there's elements we could take to improve our processes with community assessment. It was really remarkable, but the end product has been very exciting. I think Kim spoke to it earlier about how this report isn't singular to one agency on how an agency can perform better or support families and children and individuals in Coconino better. This is really looking at how the entire community can do better. And it's really been a great support for our agency in providing a game plan for how we could plug into some of the work that's going on, how we can better shape our work to meet the needs of folks throughout the region, and how we can better partner and support agencies that are doing some of this work, and agencies that we typically wouldn't be involved with. I mean, we're now having discussions about transportation because we're an early childhood field, and we know that access, we provide a lot of scholarships to improve access, but now we know, and having conversations of, well, we know transportation is an ingredient in that problem as well. So we have to start having maybe those conversations, exploring more. So this has been just a really exciting process to be a part of, and it's been really informative. I hope we were informative to the process as well, but it's also really informed our agency and our work too. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter and Christine. Is there somebody else, Michelle, you would like, or Kim, you'd like to have addressed the board?
It looks like Kathy Turner, Dr. Turner.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, County Manager, and the incredible HHS team. It is wonderful to see all these 6 priorities. It kind of reminds me of Flagstaff 2020, the visioning process, the depth in which this study went, and the hours and contributions from everyone. Coconino County is very unique because not only do we have city wages, but we also have federal wages and Arizona state wages. And they vary greatly from $15.50 currently in the city down to federal wages at $7.25, which they promise that'll change. So Arizona at Work is a group of more than 60 partners throughout Coconino County, and there are some with us throughout the state. They are working every day to make those connections, to get more folks employed in the job areas that have benefits. You know, this morning I was on an earlier call and it's like, okay, so Amazon's closing and we're hearing about real estate and construction. It is a roller coaster some days when it comes to incomes and following that ride. This is a phenomenal product. I'm impressed and was honored to be a part of it. So thank you, Kim. Thank you, Michelle, and Amy. Can't forget Amy. I'm the one that always sends her those edits. No, it's all caps for branding. So we appreciate this, and so do the 60+ Arizona at Work partners. Thank you.
And Chair, if okay with you, we'll go to the next slide and then I will pass it off to Kim.
All right, thanks, Kathy. We appreciate your addressing the board and giving us your input.
So what we did was we created these action teams, and it includes multiple partners, much bigger than our steering committee, as well as HHS staff leading. And they develop goals based on each of the priority areas. And just to give you a few ideas of what could those goals possibly mean, because they are vague in some areas, but the data will be shared on a dashboard off the HHS website, so we can show that we are making meaningful change in the community and where we are accelerating at and where we still have some work to do. So an easy area is childcare, improving affordability to childcare. This is done right now, but Elevate Pre-K and Candlin is working along with the City of Flag and Coconino County on trying to make childcare more affordable. We even tried to push through legislation, thank you to Supervisor Ryan, and trying to help those families. And we will continue working on those efforts in those areas. As far as transportation, we have individuals sitting on the metro line, looking at possibilities and grant opportunities to expand possibly into Winslow and Williams, and what could that look like, or even micro transits, working with Mountain Lion on how to help those areas. So those are just some of the areas that we are working on. So now I'll turn it over to Kim to talk about the next process. Thank you.
So, but the next piece that I want to tie together is really how we take what is this CHIP and the action teams and the work that's happening in those 6 areas, and then explain kind of what we took from that and how we have aligned it with the Health and Human Services Strategic Plan. And so if we want to go to the next slide, really, this was an opportunity, go ahead and go to the next slide, please, for us to take our opportunity to strategic plan around modifying, enhancing our service delivery, again, to meet the needs of the community while focusing on what are those 6 areas for improvement in the community action plan, but then also what are the things that we also are charged with doing as Health and Human Services, because there's so many other things, including taking care of our own workforce, how we are growing them and supporting them, taking an opportunity to look at our service delivery models. Are we being as effective as we possibly can? And really looking at how we continue to expand our community partnerships, while also at the same time looking for opportunities to address affordable housing, not only for our community members and those we serve, but for our own staff. As we all know that all of us with the county and all of our partners, this is a real area of struggle. At the conclusion of this CHIP process, what we did is we formed at HHS a strategic plan core team, which was, as Michelle had mentioned a little bit ago, we had all of our leadership team, all of our program managers, basically 41 of our staff representing all 3 tiers of our organization, from administration, direct management and supervision, and then our staff who are out there day-to-day performing and bringing the services to our community. They all came together and participated in our department strategic plan process, utilizing what had come out of the CHIP. So it was a really neat thing to watch and to kind of marry across what those community priorities were and how we align our work with those, but then also how we get done the other things, whether it's statutorily mandated things that we must do, and some of the other gaps that we still serve as we're trying to meet and address many of those other issues, as you know, Michelle had described, deaths of despair, substance use, suicide, and those other things. And so what we did is we undertook this strategic planning process from June to August, assembled our teams on multiple meetings, and tied this to a process that we undertook. And this was really about myself, Michelle, and Eve as the deputy directors, and working with our division managers as we've had the opportunity to flesh out what is our entire organizational chart and how we're delivering services. And so we started meeting with every single program manager. So Eve, Michelle, and I met with every one of them, and there's a lot. We've got a lot of people in programs. Some program managers oversee more than one program. And we sat down with them, and of course the division managers were part of this too, but really this was the programs and their team's opportunity to talk to us about short range and long range goals and their successes and challenges, and look at, what are those things that we've always been doing? Are they still the right things to be doing? Should we be doing some other things differently? And really start engaging in those processes, and also help us understand all of the different things that we are doing. And this took about a 2.5-month process to do that. Out of that came what we all formulated as our department strategic priorities. So if we'll go to the next slide, please. What came out of the department strategic priorities, and again, all of these, there's some alignment to each of the 6 community health improvement priorities. But our priorities that came out of this were quality improvement, workforce development, service delivery, sustainability, and marketing and outreach. And I'll give you some examples of each of those in a minute. But after the staff meetings, these priority areas were developed, then it was really also about how are these connecting to what is the mission of Health and Human Services. And our mission is empowering people and confronting inequities, influencing policy, and bettering lives. I mean, those things all go hand in hand. It's a mission that when we were going through this process, everybody decided we're not touching that. We like it. It captures the things that as a department that we believe in, and that what we did look at again is what our vision is. And that's really about optimizing the health and well-being for all. in a responsive, collaborative, fiscally responsible, and culturally appropriate manner. And that is definitely what resonates with the amazing team of individuals who work for Health and Human Services. And of course, the values of honesty, respect, integrity, responsibility, and community. So out of this, we really wanted to examine the health of our community in totality and look beyond what are often those morbidity and mortality trends and consider what is at the root of these observed health trends. And all of our, as we look at the social determinants of health and those conditions that people live with that impact their health outcomes. And that is what ties directly back to that income, education, healthy foods, transportation, healthcare, all of the things that are part of the social determinants of health. So our focus areas, and I'll just give you a couple of examples of each of them, because I think it's exciting and it gives us some good stretch goals, as well as exciting things that each of our staff and our programs and our divisions are striving to work toward. And so the goal of quality improvement is that we are consistently improving and innovating ways in which our internal and our external customers experience services. And that is really about us being focused on our mission and vision and developing our staff capacity to use evidence and data. You heard from me this morning, you heard from with respect to our behavioral health programs and other ARPA funds. You've heard from our other steering committee partners about that importance of using this information and the evidence so that we can make decisions and we can improve performance and quality. And actually, with the really exciting piece is putting this information on dashboards for the CHIP that we can show you and the community where we're moving the needle and we're actually making a difference. Next slide, please. In the area of workforce development for our department is really about building and inspiring our team to be innovative and effective. And that gets to recruitment in well-qualified candidates, retaining our staff, and sustaining a work culture where we acknowledge, empower, and engage our staff in doing the work that they do. Service delivery, next slide, please. That obviously the goal of high quality, accessible services that align with the mission and vision of Health and Human Services, and ultimately the mission and vision of the county as a whole. And this is really where, we take that look under our objectives of how we're going to meet this goal of what are our current and proposed services and where are they in alignment with what are the unmet community needs, so that we're not, there's a lot of needs and we cannot fix everything at once. Being strategic about that service delivery and being able to measure where we are making an impact and making sure that our workforce has the tools they need in the work environment to do the work in the most effective and efficient manner. Next slide, please. The sustainability. Again, as I talked this morning, everything is with an eye about establishing sustainable and data-informed services in collaboration with our community partners. This is not about what HHS stands and does alone in our community. We serve a function to fill some gaps for needs that other entities may not be able to provide for, but really our goal is that we work in tandem with our partners to make sure that we are doing our best to maximize the limited funding and providing those services and working together to continue to pursue funding opportunities that align with those health priorities. And I know that you have heard a lot from me about that and just that continued commitment that is how we are marching forward. And then lastly, marketing and outreach. Again, increasing our visibility and engagement with our department services and through our digital communications, coordination, and branding. Trish Lees and her team have been doing an amazing job at this. We've made huge strides with the team that we've been able to build. If you haven't looked at our web page, Health and Human Services, and how you go access services and can see the information, I strongly encourage you to click on it and go see. It's amazing. always striving to make it more user-friendly, help people get directed to the things that they need, and raising awareness of the services that are out there that not only that we provide, but then how we can link folks to those other services. So with that, that actually concludes my last slide, with the exception of pointing out before turning back to you, Chair, for questions and comments, is both of these plans, our Community Health Improvement Plan has been published. It's on the county website. It's under Health and Human Services. The link is there also in this slide. And as the action teams and the objectives and things are continued to be fleshed out and grown, we'll be taking pieces of those and making a dashboard that will be then sharing and sending out information so that we can show our community what the work is that's being done across our community in making change and moving the needle on those identified priority areas. Also online and published is our Health and Human Services Strategic Plan. And again, that is the nuts and bolts of it. And then as we continue to work on refining those objectives and then actually achieving our goals and objectives and how they align with the health improvement plan, those will be pieces that are part of this dashboard. And then also this is a document that we are using and going to use regularly as we meet with staff, as we do our department-wide meetings. The idea behind this was that it was not something we put all this effort into and it gets put on a shelf until 2025 when we dust it back off because it's time to start on the next 5-year plan. So with that, that concludes our formal presentation. So I will pause, Chair, for questions, comments, and.
Wow. Like I said, it was a great information, very complete, and really appreciate all of the partners in our community who also took part in your CHIP, and appreciate what you have done as part of that CHIP for your strategic plan. It's very impressive. And any questions, members of the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and comment. This, along with the community and needs assessment, have been, these are the tools that help us cross platforms, whether it's with community members or it's with departments, different strategies like Kim was outlining earlier today. If you remember back to the first budget we did together as a board, we kept going back to the community needs assessment as we started establishing our priorities through the process. So these are very important tools, but it's really good to see the community engagement, the outreach efforts, as well as the database approach towards which they have been working. So I'm glad to see an updated tool being provided, and appreciate all the effort. There's so many people out there that participated and organizations, but well done, Amy, as the central champion, but everybody around you in the department as well. Thanks, Kim. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions, members of the board? All right. Well, it is extremely impressive, and I'm sure extremely time intensive for all of you to engage in, and yet ultimately is going to help provide even better service and higher quality service and optimize the healthcare provided for our community. So thank you all. Thank you for the community members that also took part in the analysis and review. It does take a community. It takes every single one of us to be able to provide for the health and well-being for Coconino County. So we really appreciate that. Supervisor Fowler, do you have some comments you'd like to make?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Kim and Michelle. and your team for putting this, doing this assessment. We do assessment, uh, every 5 years or so, and we always try to look at the whole county. And I know my office helped out with the Marble Canyon area, making sure that they're not left out because they've been left out before. And this one, it sounds like it was a more of a comprehensive approach, which I'm really, really happy with. And then being able to include a team that is diverse, I think that's really important. And just seeing what is needed is just really what we all been working on. And it really goes back to economics, and it goes back to the economy. If somebody doesn't have a job, don't have transportation, somebody doesn't have a job or, income coming in, not being able to buy the food that you need or clothe your children. So it really goes back to working on trying to work to be able to improve the community lives. So everything is so intertwined that, and really, really integrated. And that's what we've been all working at. And your first chart too, we have your first chart and your integration with all the other departments. I apologize, I missed part of I think after that, I missed the rest of your presentation because I was on another meeting. But it is so important to be able to have behavioral health and all the other services integrated within the various departments. Our courts, we allocated dollars to them, as well as creating this division of behavioral health. And I've been wondering, how did they link it all together? And so much was, funding went into the courts as well, and to the detention center, all behavioral health. Most of our ARPA dollars have gone into that. And then over here to see a study done to really understand what are the needs out there, and that's the reason why we've been working to link the transportation system in Northern Arizona, from Page Express to Navajo Nation to Hopi and Flagstaff Transit, and then trying to do the van ride that we've been working with Katie on in the area, in the Page area, just working to see how that might happen, working with Navajo Nation. So this is, so I'm really happy to see the report, but it's really sad, the situation that we're in at the same time. We were just reading that, our students, also, this is just statewide, the level of reading math has really dropped compared to the rest of the nation. So in our rural communities, it's really important for us to understand what we are facing, and to be able to bring a team like this together, I think is very important. And I think what you have done, I guess I'm trying to get to, is that you all did a very good job, and thank you for those that were involved. I think that I know that we worked very closely during the pandemic with Tippy City, public health and the Navajo Nation. We were on the phone with them just about every single day for all the various needs that were out there. So it's really good to see that they were part of this team. The Net College is in Tippy City, the Navajo Technical University also. So it'd be great to see them come back together as well, at some point, if there was, if it was possible. So anyway, I just want to thank everyone for their involvement. I really want to sit down and read the document, and then I like to have another conversation, and I want to go back. And this is just my district I'm looking at. I want to be able to look at my whole district and really identify and see how it will help me to guide me in the work that we're doing there. So that is really important for me to, from my view anyway. So I just want to thank you. So you're really helping me. It looks like a really great document that would be able to, all of us to be able to use in our planning and our, as we move forward and working with all the agencies that we're working with. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I would just say that we would welcome that opportunity. And I think you're absolutely right. This is something that we want to be a working document that is used in the way in which you just described, so that there can be a look at, oh, here's the data we know, what are the things that we're doing, and is it really making that improvement? So I'm excited to hear you say that, and we welcome that opportunity. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it just highlights some of the areas that we're already working on. And it just, I think, is a great guide. And, Michelle, you and I and Kim, we're all working on the free tax preparation, putting that together. That's part of this. So how do we do this economic mobility that we keep talking about? And this is, all of this is that these are the feats of that, to be able to elevate an individual's life and their home, and to be able to go right into being able to be self-sufficient. And that's really great to see that. So thank you. I didn't mean to talk so much, Madam Chair, but I guess I've been silent so long.
Well, I guess so, although I don't notice that, Supervisor Fowler. I'm glad you can rejoin us. And I think we may have lost for a while Supervisor Begay. Is that correct? She's not, I don't see her on anymore. So
she'll try to rejoin by phone in a little bit.
Very good. So any other comments from the board members?
Yeah, if I could, I'll make it quick. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate the work that was done by all in the study, all the collaborative partners. It's really encompasses the whole county, which is so crucial. And it just, these kind of reports provides us the data that we need for data-driven solutions, so that way we have evidence-based to decide on how to proceed forward and how to help with the public health of our county. And so I just want to commend the team, everybody on board that was part of this, and look forward to seeing how we can use this data to improve the public health in our county. Thank you.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
Thank you.
And that's a really good point too. And it's something that Supervisor Ryan also put his finger on, that we were looking at this when we were looking at setting aside that $5 million for ARPA community outreach funds, and really to take a look at what the needs were in our community. And it's interesting, it's very similar to what your very long and very complete CHIP process came out with as well. So, and really appreciate that, and look forward to, as we move forward with our ARPA funding awards as well, to see how they align as we move forward. So thank you so much. Do you need anything, Kim, for us to approve or accept, or is this just advice only?
This is really an opportunity, and as we are charged with putting together a community health improvement plan, we also use this for our various different certifications and accreditations, are different, our medical examiner's office, our community action team. These are all things that are a piece of that accreditation, that we come and share the information with the board, that we hear your feedback, We allow you an opportunity as you see things that maybe like, oh, you missed this, or we just welcome the opportunity to share it with you, to work collaboratively in terms of addressing the needs of our vast community. So really no specific direction. This has been really helpful and have really appreciated the comments and just thoughts around it, and look forward to coming back as we share, some of as we get that dashboard online and we can start showing some of that outcome. That's really, I think, the next step that we want to make sure that we're following through with as well, so that there is that visual piece of tracking that we're able to do as a community and also as a department. So thank you for that. And Chair, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to just give a quick shout out. And I know I shared this with the board this morning, but I would be remiss if I didn't just make a public statement of our amazing community services team. They were awarded a very prestigious award, the Margie Frost Champion Against Poverty Award. As you've all just got done listening, like obviously poverty and income and access to food and basic needs is something that we really struggle with, and that contributes to our our health outcomes in terms of addressing, why people pass away too young for whatever reason. And so our team had received this award. And what's really neat about it is that, one, it was really a recognition of their steadfast advocacy on behalf of the vulnerable individuals and families that we serve in Coconino County. And this is really a prestigious award for an individual or an organization that has become involved in the community or has demonstrated statewide efforts and unselfishly made personal sacrifices to help others. And I would just say that this team that consists of Ashley Bentz, Teresa Gald, Amanda Harris, Jessica Nelson, Jeremy Hickley, Stacy Lucero, Lisa Pentilla, Dennis Varela, and Alyssa Reed. And of course, Michelle was at the helm in terms of guiding and leading this team for so long. Before we could now get Andrea in as the division manager. And this is a team who I just have to say has selflessly given of themselves during the pandemic, during all of the fires and floods and everything that has gone on in Coconino County. This is the team that has worked behind the scenes to support our community members in getting what they need, whether it was in an emergency or in a poverty basic needs situation. And it is so deserved. And I'm just super proud that that's our team. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for giving us the information. I saw that online and shared it myself because I thought it was so important. And HHS has had a very prominent role, not that it hasn't, but certainly in the last 3 years in our community. Fighting the pandemic, dealing with both financial and food insecurities and just all of the challenges that have come forward here in the last, especially the last 3 years, but certainly it's been going on way past that as well. COVID just accentuated it all. So thank you all. Great team.
Can I add, Madam Chair? I'd like to also thank your team because we really worked hard in linking all the healthcare, working together on those healthcares, and even the businesses. We working with NAU, and Chris is not. I don't see Chris here. Maybe he's listening. It was really great to be able to work in that working as creating a network of. Trying to see what to do next. First, it was very chaotic. I remember sitting in Page meeting with the tours, all the tour operators, and we're saying, what is this that's on the way? What is it? We were trying to find out what it was, and we didn't have all the information. So anyway, I just want to thank you and your team. Well-deserved award, and just everybody stayed home, but you all kept on going. So thank you so much. And we were trying to support you and things that you are doing. So thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could offer a comment also.
Absolutely, County Manager.
So again, congratulations to the entire team. I was fortunate enough to know Margie during my community action days, Margie Frost, and she was a legend. And she was a legend because action meant commitment. And so talking about issues was certainly important to plan it, but too much talk and not enough action resulted in inaction. And so knowing Margie, she was a champion. She was sometimes impatient with the process. But the fact is that according to Margie, if you're not serving the clients and those in need, something's wrong there. And the HHS team has completely looked to exemplified that spirit of Margie's commitment to serving the community. And so it really is an honor to have known Margie and then to see that this team exemplifies Margie's values to a T. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
All right. Well, thank you again, all, and appreciate the presentation, both your presentations, Kim. They were both very informative and important. So really appreciate that.
And I got you back on schedule and ahead of schedule now. So there you go.
Pretty darn good for us. Thanks, Kim. So
you bet. Thank you.
All right, members of the board. Our next is we're moving a little bit. What time is it? I know we're going into state and federal legislative agendas. Now might be a good time. Do we need to take a quick break? Let's take a quick 5-minute break before we get into.
We could do that, and then we'll make sure that we're set up for that with Gregory Nelson on his end too. So
that sounds great. And then Anna and Bob are going to join us, aren't they?
Yeah, we're going to tee that up. Andy's got an update. Andy.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I just talked to Bob, and during the break, we'll give him a call to ensure that he is online. So, yeah, a 5-minute break is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, very good. Take 5. Be back soon.
Anna is here. Gregory and Andy.
Great, thanks, Lindsay. Can you hear and see me okay?
I sure can. I can see you and I can hear you.
Who's that other guy in there?
He stands ready to assist.
Come in. Make sure I'm muted.
Like 15.
Lindsay, you're off mute.
For those board members, Bob is just about 5 minutes out, so we're gonna get another 5 minutes to our break. So we'll be back in please come back in 5 minutes and hopefully Bob will be here with us. Start getting back and see who we've got with us, and hopefully I know Anna's here, and let's hope Bob's on Bob is with us as well. I see Gregory Nelson's here.
Good afternoon, Chair. Can you hear me okay?
We hear you great. We see you just fine, and we see Anna Ma. Good to see you. And I see Vice Chair Vasquez. And hopefully, do we have Supervisor Ryan, and we have Supervisor Fowler. I think Supervisor Begay is still not with us.
Okay.
Hopefully she'll be with us soon.
Madam Chair, she had to get a tooth worked on.
I wasn't going to disclose what she was doing, but
Okay. See, good reason not to be here, that kind of thing.
Supervisor Ryan, should we send you a heater? Are you okay?
I'm freezing. My gosh, it's chilly here. My heat's working. I'm just, I have my comforter now.
I'm in San Francisco and it's a beautiful sunny day here.
It's a sunny day here. It's crisp.
Yeah.
So, and it's not windy in San Francisco. That's a first, huh?
I've been pleasantly surprised.
All right, good news.
Good
All
time to go to the Golden Gate recreation area.
That's
there.
right. Too bad she's talking to us. She should be out there and enjoying it. I guess, can we get started, County Manager?
Yeah, I think we can start on some of the conversation and then leading up to Bob and Anna. So I think we're good with that. So I'll turn it over, Madam Chair, to Gregory Nelson and Andy Bertelson, who are joining.
All right, thanks, Lena. We'll see you. Bye.
Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Thank you for having us today. Pleasure to be to welcome Anna Ma with us. I know Bob Holmes will be joining us shortly with Nexus. We plan to have Todd Medexa coming in at around 4 or in an hour or so to discuss the state legislative agenda. So the intent today is to initiate a conversation with the board, recognizing that in January, the 118th Congress will convene, as well as the 56th legislature for regular session. And so we recognize that this is a continuing conversation with the board, and we're seeking direction from you all today on key policy areas where you would like to see engagement heading into the new Congress and legislature. And our intent is to be nimble, flexible, and be able to pivot on demand with changes within the ecosystem that we're going into. So please know that as contexts change at the state and federal and local level, we'll make sure that we continue to engage you, and that today is really a beginning of a conversation. So with that, let me go ahead and share my screen. Can you see my screen?
We see it perfectly. Thank you, Gregory.
Great. Let me just get one thing here so I can see you guys on this screen here, and then I'll start. Thank you for bearing with me while we're doing kind of a hybrid in person. Thank you. There we go. Great. So I just want to introduce the advocacy team. We have Anna Ma with us here today. Bob will be joining us shortly, Andy, our deputy county manager, and myself. And so I'll turn it over to Anna just to discuss the ecosystem at the federal level and what we're seeing heading into the lame duck Congress this month and into December, as well as in January with the 118th Congress. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Gregory, and thank you for everything that you have done, picking up the pieces and getting us on the track here to go to the 118th Congress. Obviously, every day is special, and the last couple of days have been extremely special just because Arizona is in the route to wrapping up its 2022 election. And, we were all pins and needles, but just as recently, U.S. Senator Mark Kelly got reelected to serve a full term, so 6 years in the United States Senate. The makeup of the rest of the congressional delegation has kind of changed quite a bit. It's going to be a 6-3 Republican lead delegation from the state of Arizona to the House of Representatives. And that includes, obviously, Mr. Crane, who is a Representative-elect Crane, Representative-elect Siscomani, who comes from Southern Arizona, Representative Lesko, Biggs, and Schweikert. In the meantime, in the Democratic side, Mr. Gallego, Mr. Grijalva, and Mr. Stanton are also headed to the 118th Congress. Obviously, with new folks and a new election comes an opportunity for some of the members of our delegation to seek other opportunities within seat assignments in committees. And so what I understand is that there's going to be Arizona's going to feel an emptiness because Representative Kirkpatrick is retiring, and she is leaving her seat in the Appropriations Committee, which has been critical for the state. And so we are hoping that, one of the members of the delegation will seek that seat to represent the state. And we hear that possibly Mr. Stanton might be interested. On the Republican side,
I haven't really heard if anybody is interested. I think the three the three members of Congress who are currently there are pretty happy with their assignments, but they might be looking at going higher up to the appropriations seats.
Anna, did you mean Stanton from the Democratic side?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yes, but we you know, we don't know. So it's all a crapshoot. I mean, we have him in a great position to be in the transportation committee at this point, also, who has been really, really critical for the state. So we're getting to know Mr. Crane and we're getting to know Mr. Siscomani at this point, and we'll take the next couple of months as they are transitioning to Washington to educate them both about our issues with in Coconino County and Northern Arizona. Obviously, Mr. Crane is representing the county, and we're looking forward to seeing who he's hiring as staff and how we can educate them on our very important issues as part of his district. Obviously, we're excited about Mr. Kelly. I think a lot of the staff will be staying. So, it's a continuation of the issues that we need to speak about and talk about. And, I know I represent the federal side, but I'm a bit proud of what has happened in the last 24 hours or so in the great state with having a great, having a governor, definitely as the Secretary of State on hand. And right now, the Attorney General and the head of public instruction, they're neck to neck. So it's been a clinger of a campaign and really does prove the fact that every vote counts. And we all have to be just as patient as we can be. But in the meantime, the president is moving forward with President Biden is moving forward with his agenda. Obviously, we need to focus on and look at the budget appropriation process. It's probably going to be, it's expiring in December 13th. So Congress is very laser focused on getting appropriations done for FY23. And obviously on FY23 includes some of our, what we like to call congressionally mandated spending, AKA earmarks, and where we are extremely anxious to hear from now on whether they're going to stick or they will go away. And it's going to be quite a dance, especially with a split government, to see where we land. But we'll definitely keep you guys appraised. I don't know if Bob has gotten in since then. Maybe Bob wants to add some notes or not. We don't see Bob.
He's here. I'm just promoting him. Bob, if you can accept the promotion.
So in the meantime, again, the races across the country, I don't know if you have heard, but I know you've been in, is on your calls today, on your meetings, but Senator Rick Scott from Florida, who is the head of the Republican Senatorial Campaign Committee, has announced that he is challenging Minority Leader McConnell. And so that's going to be an interesting look at how the Senate is going to be led. And so we're anxious to see the personalities overall. There's a lot of talk about, the old guard versus the new guard or who's going to be the guard. And so it's going to be an interesting position to be, especially in the House of Representatives on the Democratic side and definitely on the Senate side. But definitely Mr. Schumer, who is the majority leader, will be reelected hands-on, no problem. And obviously, where everybody's waiting to hear on pins and needles what happens December 11th, I believe, when the Georgia race happens. So the election happens that day between, and it's a Georgia runoff, basically.
Well, thank you, Anna, for that context. And before we move on, Chair, I'll defer to you if you have any questions, or I can get right into the agenda and presentation. We can come back to Bob when he's available in our discussion.
I think that's a great idea, Gregory. Let's proceed.
Gregory,
you.
Bob is here, just so you're aware. He is a panelist.
Oh, well, if Bob, do you have any comments to make before we move to Gregory?
Madam Chair, I don't. I'm just logging into my computer here and I apologize. I was picking up my son from school. So yeah, I think Anna encapsulated it very well. The only thing I'll say, and just to add to what she did in her very good presentation, was the fact that Eli Crane will likely be on the House Natural Resources Committee, where he can be very helpful on forest health and some of these EWP and some of the wildfire things. So we should pay special attention to that. And as Anna said, we're really trying to make contact with him this week when he's in town to kind of give him a flavor of what is going on in Coconino County, because from what I understand, he hasn't even been up to Coconino County yet in his campaign. So we'll continue to work on that and try to make him an advocate for Coconino County.
Yes, and I know that we're trying to do that. So Gregory, you want to proceed with yours? And I'm sure get back to how we're trying to set up a roundtable.
Yes, thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. Really appreciate that. Just to note, the Senate runoff in Georgia is on December 6th with Warnock versus Herschel Walker. Moving forward, in reaching out to Flood Control District Administrator Andriani and her team, Forest Restoration Director Smith, we have a number of staff recommendations on the Flood Control District side for the legislative agenda. This includes the emergency supplemental. This Congress, as Anna mentioned, Congress is moving with appropriations. And so if we could tack that on, that would be what we'd be looking at. Next Congress, if we were unable to secure an emergency supplemental during the lame duck session, we would be looking for direct appropriations if the earmarks remain for the pipeline flood area. And then also looking at some reforms with the EWPP program to allow its use on USFS land, which we were allowed to do during Schultz, but has since been a change and we can no longer do that. And then reincorporating standard safety features within that program funding so that we can put up safety railings. And then also, as you're familiar, Chair, prioritizing risk analyses to take into account the threat of post-wildfire flooding downstream of USFS land. And that was our NACO resolution. On the forest restoration side, I think Lucinda said Jay and her were going to join, so they're available for questions, I believe. But we also, in 2023, we'll see the Farm Bill coming forward. It's a 5-year authorization and funding package for USDA that impacts a tremendous amount of programs. And on the forest restoration side, we're proposing to use that vehicle for some reforms to accelerate the pace and scale of forest restoration, as well as the continued extension of Good Neighbor Authority. We were able to achieve that in 2018 as a result of significant advocacy by the county, and we've mobilized that during the museum flood area mitigation projects to allow for quick implementation and flexibility to the county. And then we have some general principles about supporting the reestablishment of the timber industry in Northern Arizona and reducing barriers that inhibit the viability and profitability of that industry, which is so critical to mitigating our wildfire threat.
Greg, if I can stop you just for a minute, just for clarification. And by the way, I love the graphics, so I'm not saying that, but I believe that we did get just recently, the board did get handed out the staff recommendations for 2023 federally ranked priorities. And I assume that's what you're going to take us through here now. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm actually taking you through the legislative agenda, which is a 2-page, 3-page document. And then we'll move into the priorities conversation. Those are staff recommendations, of course. And we're here to listen to the board, understand what the board wants to do in terms of its priorities, and then be nimble so that we can make sure we're acting in accordance with that. So that's the 1-page document, and we'll get to that here in a few slides. So I was just, Madam Chair, pardon me.
I was just going to say, just refers to the handouts to the extent that you can. I think this is great. This is wonderful. I love all the photos, but if you could just refer us to what you've handed out to it. it's helpful for us since we've got it before us, so.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're on the third category of the federal legislative agenda, which is emergency management. And so that's the multi-page document, the federal legislative agenda, staff recommendations. And under emergency management, we have a number of tenets, including value statements about enhanced funding, reducing the bureaucratic inefficiencies around the emergency management performance grant, local input and reforms for FEMA to better assist communities affected by severe and post-wildfire flooding recovery. And those are some general tenets that we think we can make some impact on going forward. I know that the emergency management performance grant has been a significant challenge for our emergency management department, navigating through some of those bureaucratic challenges. And so providing some streamlining there is the intent of that. Going forward, we have public lands, and I reorganized this slightly for presentation so that this isn't how it's categorized on the paper, but we do have 4 major tenets on public lands. Law enforcement on public lands, supporting federal law enforcement to take the burden off of local jurisdictions in terms of the sheriff's response and search and rescue. We have the Grand Canyon Protection Act supporting that. We've been continuously supportive of that throughout my time here at the county. And then the administrative cleanup with Sunset Crater, where we would propose to align parcel ownership to the administrating federal agency. Right now, the Forest Service has the visitor center in the road. And so this would put that, the proposal is to put that under the Park Service. And then general tenets on PILT and SRS funding, which have been longstanding programs that have a significant impact on Coconino County with so much federal land. And so I apologize, Chair, I provided the paper, but I have a different format for the presentation. On economic development and water, so those are the 2 categories we'd be looking at on that page. I've tucked water in at the bottom for the sake of brevity, but basically under economic development, it's a critical issue for our rural areas in Coconino County. And so we're proposing a number of priorities here, supporting and continued funding and expansion of rural broadband, enacting the New Promise Act, policies related to the expansion of workforce housing. And this is under economic development on that paper, reauthorization and enhanced funding for the Economic Development Administration, which is up for reauthorization, a tremendous federal agency in delivering economic development programs. There's also that component under the Farm Bill. So we'll be monitoring that in the Farm Bill pending your direction on this agenda. And then the remediation or removal of abandoned buildings in consultation with local jurisdictions on tribal land. Again, one of our NACO resolutions. And then the recognizing the importance of the 3,000 acres at Camp Navajo that were transferred to DEMA, and the wonderful economic development opportunities that that potential area has for our county and accelerating our forest restoration industry and other initiatives. And on the water side, I want to thank Supervisor Fowler for bringing this issue up. But with the continued 1,000-year drought in the Colorado River watershed, it's having a tremendous impact on local communities and federal agencies. So we proposed a general statement for funding and policies to assist federal agencies and communities in mitigating the impact of the drought. Moving forward under Health and Human Services, so this is on page 2 at the bottom of that document. We propose general language regarding supporting mental health, substance use disorders, and treatment and criminal justice reform. And listening to the feedback from you as board members, we proposed a number of policies around that with the goals of helping children and families, strengthening children. We have a general statement about, like I said, mental health, eliminating the Medicaid inmate exclusion policy, which has been an issue for a number of years. Working with Kim Musselman and her team, she brought that forward. Reauthorization of the child care tax credit, something that many have credited to the dramatic decrease in poverty across the nation as a result of that direct aid to families, working families, and increasing appropriations for the Community Services Block Grant. And on the federal side, the Child Care and Development Block Grant, which is significant funding for families to have access to child care. And then also the Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program and the SNAP reauthorization in the 2023 Farm Bill. So the SNAP Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is within that Farm Bill. So there's a lot of key components coming forward. And then we have general language supporting the Women's Health Protection Act, Social Security, Medicare, and veterans benefits and healthcare. This is under the next slide is on the paper that I handed out, is under elections and justice and public safety on page 3. This basically some general language about supporting voters and the voting system, and opposing policies that engage in voter suppression, while also supporting policies that encourage participation. On the immigration side, we have general language on immigration reform and providing a permanent relief to DACA recipients. We intend to do some more research on what general immigration reform would mean. NACO has the Immigration Reform Task Force, and I know former Supervisor Archuleta was engaged in this issue, and there may be some files that we can consult in terms of how we've approached this in the past. But I do have that on there as a placeholder and speaking with Vice Chair Vasquez and his colleague Supervisor Fowler. They were very concerned about that. And so my attempt here is to bring together conversations with you that I've had with all of you and kind of present a menu. And so moving forward, we'll get to the discussion on the federal priorities. And so this is where I'd like to turn now to distilling this 3-page document into a set of staff recommendations. That's the 1-pager that you provided, where we could, in reaching out to Bob and Anna and determining where we could move the needle on some of these issues. Where do we have the political capital, the arrows in the quiver, if you will, to use Bob's terminology, to try to make some influence in Washington. And so with that, I will, again, these are draft staff recommendations. I want to thank Bob and Anna for helping brainstorm a framework to present them in terms of how we've outlined them. We've outlined them as community, county, and national priorities. And so on the community priorities side, we have the flood mitigation piece with the emergency supplemental, and then direct appropriations, if not authorized, funding for the highway drainage improvement projects, supporting policies and reforms in the 2023 Farm Bill to incentivize and promote accelerated forest restoration, enacting and supporting the Grand Canyon Protection Act to permanently ban uranium mining within the Grand Canyon and its surrounding areas, supporting the payment in lieu of taxes program and secure rural schools program, critical programs for us as a large public lands county, and then supporting and funding federal agencies to hire and rehire federal law enforcement so that they're dealing with issues that arise on federal land, and then expanding our workforce housing opportunities. And so I'll go through these staff recommendations, and then we'll open it up to discussion, and Rob and Anna with you, of course, Chair, under your direction. So on the county priorities side, we have supporting and enacting the New Promise Act to mitigate the loss of the Navajo Generating Station, the only congressionally chartered coal-fired power plant in the nation, supporting the missions of the military installations in northern Arizona, Camp Navajo, the Naval Observatory, the Navy Precision Optical Interferometer and Supervisor Begay's district, using the objectives and components of the JLUS study, which is currently undergoing an implementation plan right now, supporting continued and enhanced appropriations to FLAP and CFL, which are key federal programs that we've used on Lake Mary Road in the past to draw down federal resources to enhance our transportation infrastructure. There's one last section that we have out there, and we're in the process with Perkinsville Road going into Yavapai County with that. And then also the abandoned buildings issue on tribal lands, supporting the abandoned uranium mine cleanup, including enhanced funding to remediate the mines. There was a component in IIJA to accelerate that. We're keeping that on here because we know after decades of inaction, we need to make sure we're monitoring it. And then supporting and enacting the transfer to align the ownership at Sunset Crater. And then on the national priorities, these are broader policy items that were brought forward in my discussions with you as individual supervisors, and working with Bob and Anna, they noted that there's going to be significant advocacy on these issues from other organizations. So where can we lean into the narrative and on these issues and kind of make influence there? So we have the DACA and immigration reform, the reauthorization of the child care tax credit, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP, Economic Development Administration reauthorization and funding, the Child Care and Development Block Grant, and then a general statement on voters, voting systems, and ensuring access to all free and fair elections, the Women's Protection Act, and then policies which preserve Social Security, Medicare, and veterans benefits and healthcare. So with that, that's kind of in my conversations with you over the past few weeks, that's a distillation of what I've heard, what we've had on the menu before. And so now really I'd like, the idea is to have a discussion with the board, seeing where you all would like to move, and then hearing with Bob and Anna as they know the local ecosystem in Washington, and kind of hearing, you know, where we could advance and have impact going into the 118th Congress and the upcoming lame duck session. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and turn it back over to you, Chair.
All right, well, thank you, Gregory, and I want to thank you for your work in meeting with each of the board members to develop the federal legislative agenda. I think you did a good job of pretty much capturing the board's comments to you, and also I think a lot of it reflects past priorities from the Board of Supervisors. And I appreciate the time and effort you put into this, and you obviously listened to us. So I really appreciate that, Gregory. Not everybody does, so I really appreciate that. Members of the board, I don't know if anybody has any comments, or if you want to turn this over to Anama and Bob Holmes. Seeing none, why don't we turn this over to Anama and Bob Holmes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah. Greg, did you happen, we had talked about the Small Business Administration. Is that in here? I didn't hear that.
Supervisor Fowler, I deeply apologize for that. That is not currently on here. That's the community college issue on tribal lands. Is that correct?
It is. So, you know, the Small Business Administration has a working relationship and partnerships with the American College Association, which is all off tribal lands. And it does not have a working relationship with the tribal colleges. And so therefore, and they do not have offices on tribal lands. So tribal communities lose out on it. When I was invited to meet with the secretary of, can't remember her name. Anyway, she was in Window Rock, and I brought it up there, and the community colleges from the Neck College and Navajo Tech University talked to them, and they're very much want to be able to host the Small Business Administration within tribal colleges. So I think that it would be very good relationship to help us to implement some of our programs on tribal lands. So thank you.
Thank you,
Supervisor Fowler. And that's something we could just add to the list there, Gregory.
Absolutely, Chair Horstman and Supervisor Fowler. I apologize for not getting that on there. Thank you so much for bringing it up. I'll make sure to get it on there. Thank you, Chair.
All right, very good.
Thank you. You have a lot to do, doing a lot, Gregory.
What's going on? So,
Absolutely. And Supervisor Fowler, I'm more than happy to be helpful there. Obviously, in my previous life, I used to be the chief of staff at the Small Business Administration. So I know Administrator Isabel Guzman, who is the current SBA administrator, and her staff. So more than happy to reach out to them and start doing the connections for the tribal colleges.
And Jackson is working there now, Navajo Nation former director for Washington office. He also is aware of it. Yes, he was at the meeting. Thank you.
No problem.
thank you. And any other comments, or should we turn this over to Anima and Bob Holmes? There'll be plenty of time for us to have some additional comments, but Anima and Bob Holmes. Bob, good to see you.
Yeah, Chair Horseman, great to see you and the supervisors as well as the staff, and special thanks to Andy and Greg and really the whole staff that helped us collaborate and put this together. It's a very aggressive agenda, as you see. There's a lot to do. I know a particular concern and is with the recent wildfires, or not so recent now, but at least the summer wildfires, is getting some of this EWP funding and some of we call it ERF, emergency relief, or emergency relief for federally owned roads. So that's going to be a big issue we're going to focus on here in the next couple of weeks. Really, the Chair, you were involved. We're still working to get that meeting with Congresswoman Kirkpatrick, as Anna alluded to earlier. She's on the Appropriations Committee, and we're going to use her as much as we can to get that emergency supplemental, because they're going to tack that emergency supplemental bill onto the appropriations bill, which expires on December 16th. So, yeah, I think that's
Since you're talking about that, Bob, would you talk about, we do have a lame duck. And so what's that going to mean in terms of moving our priorities when we have Ann Kirkpatrick, when we still have Tom O'Halloran? What is that going to mean? And are we going to be able to get anything done?
That's a great question, Chair. And I think the short answer is there's a very aggressive agenda for the lame duck session. The lame duck actually starts tomorrow. There have votes tomorrow. They're going to take off next week. But what they plan to get done between now and the end of the year is the appropriations bills and the emergency supplemental, the current CR that's funding the government at last year's level, because the fiscal year started on October 1st. That expires on December 16th. So they're going to try to bundle this appropriations bill. And importantly, that has our earmarks for Fort Tuthill, for some of the law enforcement stuff and the other things. So we're going to work hard to ensure that those earmarks are there. With the slim majority, I am assuming that earmarks will stay, even though Republicans control the House, but we'll have to see what shakes out next year. But I think for this appropriation cycle, those will stay. So we'll see the emergency supplemental, the appropriations bills get done by December 16th. NDAA, which is the National Defense Authorization Act, they're going to get that done. Attached to that will probably be what's called WRDA, the Water Resources Development Act, which funds all the Army Corps and water infrastructure. We've got several EI projects, environmental infrastructure projects. That funding and that authorization is included in there. This week, the Senate's going to pass the Marriage Equality Act to codify in federal law same-sex marriage. So that's going to be, they're going to get that done. I mean, so there's really a lot that there's talking about doing election reform again, even though they've tried to pass that. There may be even police reform in this lame duck. So long story short is there's a lot to get done. Congressman O'Halloran is still a member of Congress until January 3rd, 2023, as is Appropriations Committee Chair member Ann Kirkpatrick. So we're going to go to them and we're going to tussle with them to say, let's get some things done. So the short answer is yes, a lot's going to get done and they still can be tremendously helpful.
Oh, good.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we're developing a different structure in terms of how we're approaching things, and it makes sense that we have this broader cast of areas of potential focus. I think a piece of the discussion or opportunity, and we defer to Bob and Anna, is what has traction right now for what we're trying to prioritize. Obviously, one of the big pieces, the fiscal impact, is associated with the emergency, the fires, the floods, and then I wouldn't expect them to get done every single item that we have on this list. It's more of adaptability, flexibility, because we have a change that's occurring associated with it, and how do we set up an agenda that we have the opportunity to optimize, so that at least we have it out there identified, but knowing that we can't take action on all these things. And there are two different pieces to it. One is, just as you were asking, Madam Chair, and as Bob was talking about, is these last minute opportunities, to be able to be flexible associated with them, and align with some of these priorities that we have. But once that's done and we start to see the identity of this new Congress that's coming in, then that provides for a different discussion, and finding the appropriate pieces. When I look at this, if we were to put this whole piece out to our different members, some of our members would say, what's with Coconino County? This doesn't align with who I am, what I'm doing. And we have to think about, as each of our members, being just using their thinking to help implement some of the opportunities that our communities need. So that's my general piece on, as I'm riding this different wave and seeing, A, change in leadership, B, different format in how we're approaching this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I guess Supervisor Ryan, I agree that there are two different things going on here. One is the federal priorities that we as the board feel are important to us as our federal priorities. And as we move forward, obviously reality sometimes definitely comes into play on what we choose to prioritize with the players we have in Congress. And so obviously, just being a realist, we are not going to have Tom O'Halloran after January. And we are going to be able to hopefully find some common ground with our new representative on certain areas. I don't think that means that we don't continue to have our priorities that may be different than the priorities of our representative. On the other hand, I think what we choose to work with that representative on are those that we can build partnership with, such as hopefully forest restoration, as hopefully emergency management, public safety, federal land enforcement, law enforcement. Hopefully those are the areas that we can find common ground. But in terms of us as a board, setting forth what we as a board feel are our priorities, whether those are the priorities we can move with the representative or not. I do think those are two different things. And I'm going to give you an example. Grand Canyon, near and dear to all of our hearts. We're in Coconino County. It's in Coconino County. I don't think there's a board member that doesn't support the stopping all uranium mining at Grand Canyon National Park. I don't think there's anybody that disagrees with that. On the other hand, depending on as we move forward with our new representative, that may not be something that we are going to be able to move with this new representative. I don't think we remove that from what we believe are our priorities here in Coconino County. I think, though, that's not something we're going to push with soon-to-be Representative Crane, because it's not going to get us anywhere. And we're going to need his help in these other areas. So I kind of see them as two different things, but I think it's a point well taken, Supervisor Ryan, that it's very possible our agenda, what we would like, is going to be much smaller than what we as a board might like to see.
Yeah, and Chair Horseman and Supervisor Ryan, this is an excellent discussion because I think you both are spot on. Our priorities with Congressman-elect Eli Crane are going to be a lot different than they were with Congressman O'Halloran. And you make the 2 points I was going to make. Forest health, and he sits on natural resources. We're going to make that a priority for him. And a Republican House with Congressman Westerman now being the new chair of the House Natural Resources Committee. He's a former forester. He understands forest stuff. This is something where Congressman Eli Crane can be really impactful for us. By the same token, you're absolutely right, Chair Horseman. He is not going to be supportive of Grand Canyon Protection Act. So you know what? We will concentrate our efforts in those places. And that's to Supervisor Ryan's point. It's great to have this suite of options, so to speak, that we can go to different members with, and we'll concentrate differently for each one, because our messaging to Republican Eli Crane is going to be a lot different than to Democrat Tom O'Halloran. So I really appreciate this discussion, and I applaud the board for recognizing these nuances.
Supervisor Fowler.
And we already agreed there'll be a special packet just for District 5. That's it.
Of course, Supervisor Fowler.
We'll send you a boat.
Good luck, Supervisor Fowler.
We do have a long list of issues that we would like to tackle, and I think that it depends when we're going in, which one that we take into which legislator or congressman, and it's just, and I believe that's the way we've been doing it a while now, and it seems to be, and it works for us. But we do have as a county specific goals that we have, and those don't change.
Yeah.
It does not waver. We are steadfast with that. So, but I really like this longer list as well, to say we're also working on this. When the opportunity comes around, we're going to be working on this as well. So I really like that approach, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, and team, the way you all put this together. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Well said. And, we also do have Senator Sinema. We still have Senator Kelly. So all is possibly not lost on some of our broader agenda items. So,
Yes, absolutely. And so that's our job, right? To Bob's and I jobs to be able to message this, the county priorities overall, and also the specific priorities that we have. Like we have been doing it for the last 7 years or so.
So the emergency appropriation bill, where we're really putting a lot of hopes on with regards to funding for flood mitigation. Any update on that?
Yeah, Chair Horseman, you're asking all the good questions today. I think that's a really good and fair question. So we've been working, closely with the county team, with Greg and Lucinda and Andy, to put together this package. We put together this package. We submitted it. Nick Mattier is working it really hard for Senator Kelly, as is Chris Phelan, and to a lesser degree, Congresswoman Kirkpatrick's office and Congressman O'Halloran's office. The long and short of it is, while we can get earmarks in the appropriations bill, we can't ask for earmarks in the emergency supplemental bill. So what we're doing is we are plussing up programs, in other words, adding more money to programs such as EWPP to ensure that there's enough funding there to fund our mitigations. And it's been made pretty clear. I know Nick and I have had several conversations, Nick from Senator Kelly's office, and I have had several conversations about the fact that the Appropriations Committee understands that this plus up is going to be for emergencies in Coconino County. So while there's not specifically an earmark, there's an understanding. And so I just want to be, I want to specify the difference between the appropriations bill versus the emergency supplemental.
Got it. Questions, members of the board, concerns, thoughts?
So I wanna ask a question, Bob and Anna. You know, we have been working on facilities within the national park. I know they received some funding and it's not on our list right now. And I'm wondering where we are with that is, you know, I know that meeting with my districts, the main thing that comes up is the law enforcement, you know, with BLM and with just the tourism that is coming through, and our sheriffs are having to try to, you know, they're all trying to back each other up. Everybody has one, if they're lucky, they have one individual ranger, and then I know in the Kaibab in my region, they don't have a single, you know, law enforcement anymore within the national forest. So I know that's a priority, but I want to go back to the facility part. Wanted to hear what your thoughts are on that.
And Supervisor Fowler, I appreciate the question. I'm trying to clarify. Law enforcement facilities, is that what you're looking for? Or
no,
the
it's
BLM?
2 different things. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I guess I mixed it up.
Yeah, it's okay.
The first one, you know, in the years past, we really worked to get some funding to our national parks so that they can improve their facilities. And I'm just wondering if where we are with that. I know that some funding came through for infrastructure, but is that something that should stay on our list, or should we, you know, where are we with that? And I would just ask that.
I apologize for confusing the two issues, but yes, the answer is yes, it should stay on the list. The Great American Outdoors Act, which was passed,
that helped a little bit.
That you know, the list of that is that, well, the backlog for maintenance is massive, including at Grand Canyon. But they're trying to fund some things like the sewer and water line. I think it was about almost 17 million at Grand Canyon, and some of those other things. So the GAOA what happens is it collects funds from oil and gas leases and then puts that money into the park. So it's going to be a continuous fund that will keep on getting more money into it. So I expect that to continue. There's money also in IIJA for Forest Service for taking some of the maintenance in the roads on Forest Service and other things. So yes, we should continue to keep it on the list. What happens now is it's really on a priority list. And so if there are places on the priority list that you think are lower and should be higher, then we can work to place those higher on the priority list if you have specific projects that you're interested in.
Supervisor Fowler, I think this is a great opportunity to kind of talk to the forest supervisor per se, or the national park supervisor they're the ones who know where they are in the priority list. And that way you can inform us, and we can also kind of strategize as to how to push that up the numbers.
So
yeah, I have a meeting with them next week, so I'll be sure to ask them again. I know where the projects are, but I'm just wondering is there an opportunity for us? I think we should keep that on our list on our end. So thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and just good point. And when we go back to Washington, which will be in February, when there will be a new Washington, or at least a semi new Washington. That's the good news. You know, I'm assuming we're going to try to set up some of these meetings, with Forest Service, with the National Park Service, and Sam's and as well as more. I don't know whether, they're available, but I think it'd be great to talk to them or one of their other staff members while we're back there.
Absolutely.
I'm assuming you're working on that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Gregory is keeping us on task.
Madam Chair, we are planning for that. We're meeting. We've resurrected last year's agenda, and we intend to bring a robust program in DC to maximize our time there with the board, with where we can make influence. And we'll make sure that we add on the deferred maintenance backlog onto the agenda under county priorities as well on the one pager, so that we're keeping an eye on that as a result of new funding coming in from the Great American Outdoors Act, and anywhere we can make influence to bring down more funding to assist our jewels of our county, the national parks and Forest Service facilities.
Well, and Charles Sams has just recently been sworn in National Park Service. He was out at the Grand Canyon, had an opportunity to meet him while he was out at the Grand Canyon, and I just, it'd be great to get in and meet with him, much like we did with Randy Moore shortly after he had been sworn in. So
great. We'll aim to do that, Madam Chair.
Any other comments, questions? This is good, and we're looking forward to coming out there in February. I'm looking more forward to it than I was about 2 weeks ago.
So yes, so come on down. We'll be here ready to go.
It'll be nice to see everyone. I mean, I love these Zooms, and Zoom's been a very great thing, but I really miss seeing people, and it's more fun. And frankly, I think it's much more effective to do meetings in person. So I think we'll have a great couple of days while y'all are here.
So the congressional office is open now? Are they semi?
So they're open. You have to have in the House, you have to have an escort. Well, in the Senate too, but we usually sneak in the Senate, but we don't let too many people know that. They usually just let us in. But on the House side, it looks like the House is going to get rid, and I assume the Senate will, the last vestiges of COVID protocols. So I think we'll be able to go in and out starting in January pretty freely.
It seems like I think this is one, as Bob, I'm following up on what Bob said, is one of the talking points where a lot of the leadership races and the elections, they talk about the fact that they want to go back to pre-pandemic procedures, including not having an escort to come in and just having freely people coming in and out of the offices. And Supervisor Vice Chair Vasquez will tell you that he had a good, it was a lot of waiting a little bit here and there, waiting for escorts to come in and out when he was with us last month. But it was effective, and we were able to talk to some folks. So,
and he did a great job. I'll put a plug in for Vice Chair Vasquez. He did a great job advocating for the county.
We sent the A team out there, so we're very happy to hear that.
He said he was the A team, Chair.
I didn't say that. I said I was.
And he is.
Yes, I said we sent the A team out there, so now you got the rest of us riffraff. So
looking forward to it.
Look forward to seeing everyone.
Us too.
Anything else, members of the board? I think, I love it that, as Gregory said, we're going to be, I wrote it down because I wanted to remember this. We're going to remain nimble, flexible, and pivot on demand. And Gregory, if we could only get a federal government that did that, we would be in great shape. So, but at least Coconino County can strive for that.
So, just a thought, as I'm perusing through this, some of these, the funding is out there. And so they're kind of positioned in a different type of position, like the for uranium mining mitigation. It's in the I can't even say. Anyway, the infrastructure component, that the funding's there. We might, need little footnotes of that kind of, it's not that we're advocating for the new funding so much as we want to pay attention to it as it applies to this specific intent. So, it'll help us as we're going in, and we know, well, this one we definitely need it. It's new. We need to pursue it, or it's another piece for us to be thinking about is as we're going in, we're not going to be able to bring 13 items to the table, which depending upon whom and what we're bringing forward, it might be the top so many that we have, 3, 4, 5, something like that. And is it, it could be financially based, and or we have a top 2 that's there no matter what, but we have the others that float back and forth. So just some thoughts to think about as we, address this and think about the audiences that we approach when we want to do this.
And I think that it's good. I know that we've been talking about having some leave behinds. And again, I think those can also be different, modified for the audience, if you will. There's probably some overviews, especially since we're going to have a new representative who hasn't been up here, at least during his campaign, to give him a little bit of background of who we are.
Yeah.
And so, that kind of thing on the leave behinds. And then, and for the departments too. I mean, if we're going to be sitting down meeting with the National Forest Service, I think we've got certain things we want to emphasize with them. If we're talking to the Forest Service, we have certain things we want to emphasize with them. I'm not sure who else you're, other than, probably Navajo Nation, meeting with them. We're going to have a different list for the Navajo Nation back there. So, I think it depends on who your audience is.
Mm-hmm. And probably just to say it, and we've talked about it a little bit. It looks like Mr. Crane's our new representative. We need to invite him here, get him to know our communities in the area. He's our representative, so get him to understand what our communities are and the challenges and opportunities that we have. And we're always speaking their language to achieve the objectives we need for the sake of our communities.
Absolutely. And Representative Stanton, I'm assuming we'll try to meet with him as well. We've got other folks that have really, they were up here, they were helping us during the fires, they're helping us during the post-wildfire flooding, have been good advocates for us up here. So, and Grijalva, Representative Grijalva, there's another one who's always been a very big advocate for us up here in Northern Arizona. So, Vice Chair Vasquez, did you have something? I see you.
I guess my only question would be with, do we have any updates on transportation? That's the one piece that I didn't hear on the highway improvements. And I know a lot of that is state and things have been kind of on hold, but I was just curious if there was any federal updates on transportation.
So thank you, Vice Chair. I know Lucinda and team submitted a package to DOT. We have folks following up with DOT, and as you said, a lot is in ADOT. We were trying to get some protect funds, which is a new program that was created in IIJA, but they said that we had limited qualifications, but they are going to get, I think it was something minimal, like $750,000. It really wasn't a lot of money, but they're working on other programs. And we've been meeting with Greg Byers, who's a state engineer, and with Katie Proctor, who's head of intergovernmental relations, on trying to get some funding up to Coconino. I know they're doing their best, but you know how bureaucracy works. So, but yes, we're working on other federal programs too. No stone will be left unturned in this mission to ensure that highways 180 and 89 have the necessary culverts, retention basins, or whatever they need.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that update. And then just in general, I appreciate all the work that both of you have been doing and advocating for Coconino County, and working with Greg and Andy on giving us a good presentation today. So thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciated your time and advocacy here in DC. So thanks again, Supervisor. I think it really made a difference.
Welcome. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Anything else, Anna and Bob, that words of wisdom, words of advice, what we should be prepared for moving forward here in February?
Well, I just think it's really important that you guys show up, because no one showed up here for the last 3 years, and you guys are going to be some of the first people here. So when we get here, you will have Greg's done a tremendous job, and Andy has as well, putting together this federal program. We'll continue to refine it as things come, and just be ready here to hit the ground running and move some of our projects forward. I think, hopefully we'll get some really good news here in the middle of December with regards to earmarks, and get some funding, some real funding to Coconino County, which would just be great. So
yes, it will.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
I'd like to, is there any chance to have the new Promise Act move before the end of the year?
Supervisor, I don't think it'll move before the end of the year. We've been talking to Congressman O'Halloran's office sporadically about including certain provisions from the new Promise Act in. If they do an omnibus natural resources bill, which doesn't look likely this year, then that might be an opportunity. They usually do those every couple of years, and next year might be an opportunity. But we're certainly, I think we should certainly present it to our new congressman and see if there are parts of it or all of it that he likes, and try to move that forward and get as much traction as we can on that.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to make it as part of his priority again as well, because it is something that covers the whole country, and many counties throughout the country really support that bill.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right. Well, Anima and Bob Holmes, it's always a great honor to have you present to us, and we really appreciate your advocacy on our behalf back there. So we look forward to seeing you in person. Gregory, anything else you have to wrap it up with?
No, Madam Chair, I just want to thank Bob and Anna and Andy for their leadership and guidance, as well as the board taking time to meet with me on this and providing your strategic guidance. And we'll make sure going forward, we're crafting appropriate messages to appropriate officials on appropriate programs. And so I hear that from Supervisor Ryan loud and clear, and we'll be getting into the planning process for our trip in February. And so I appreciate the board's conversation today. And I do have one request, and that is, could we have a 5-minute break before we turn to the state side, so that I could get some more water?
Yes, we can do that. But before we do that, Supervisor Fowler, did you have something you wanted to follow up with?
I was just going to tell Greg, don't listen to Supervisor Ryan, listen to the rest of us.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I think he's showing favoritism, Supervisor.
I think so.
Hey, I'm charging the District 3 fee, remember,
And the only other thing is, I think it depends on the audience. I think that's what you're saying there. So, because I think there are many different areas that we can advocate on behalf of, depending on who that audience is. So, and we hope to meet with the Senate as well. So it'll be interesting. So, very good. I think 5 minutes then.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anna and Bob, thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, supervisors, and Greg and Andy and everyone. Have a great day.
All right, 5 minutes. All right, are we getting folks back?
Madam Chair, we're all here and ready to proceed.
I love that. I see Todd. Hey, Todd, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Supervisor?
It's great to see you.
Likewise.
All
So-
right.
Can you put us on mute?
Yeah, well, Sue's with us. And do we have, there's Supervisor Fowler is with us.
Hi, Todd.
And there's Vice Chair Vasquez. Do we have Supervisor Ryan back? Oh, there he is. And I don't think we have, is Supervisor Gay been able to rejoin us? Okay.
Hi, Chair Horseman. I have not heard from Supervisor Begay yet.
All right, well, hopefully she'll get back soon. So are we ready to ride? There's County Manager, Fearless Leader is here. We can proceed. We do have as our next agenda item here, I guess is this same one, I guess, isn't it? 2023 State and Federal Legislative Agenda. And with us, we have Public Affairs Manager Gregory Nelson. And we also have Todd Medeska from Elevated Advocacy. County Manager, I'm going to give this to you and you may want to turn it over to them or just turn it over to them.
There's a lot to talk about, so I think without further ado, we'll turn it over to Gregory to tee it up for the gang over in the Grand Canyon room. Gregory?
All right, very good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, County Manager Peru. Thank you, Todd, who's with Elevated Advocacy, who's here. I'm going to share my screen and proceed very similarly to what we just did on the federal side. Can everyone see that?
We can.
Okay, so just to begin, we're going to discuss the state and federal legislative agenda. These are staff recommendations gathered from our conversations with you as individual board members. We have quite a menu here, and then we also have a priorities document. Just to introduce the team, we have Todd Medexa with Elevated Advocacy, a longtime advocate with Coconino County, our Deputy County Manager Bertelson behind me, and myself. So that's the team. And then, just to kind of set the stage for the ecosystem heading into the state, we know who our LD7 and LD6 representatives are. And LD7 will have Senator Rogers, Representative Cook, and Representative David Marshall, who's newly elected. And then on LD6, May Peshlikai, Representative Myron Sosi, and Senator Hatatali. And then Katie Hobbs has recently called last night, taking over the 9th floor. Just to give you some background, the House and Senate have conducted their leadership elections. So on the Senate Republican caucus, the leader will be Senator Warren Peterson from LD 14. The assistant leader will be Senator Borelli from LD 30 in La Paz and Mojave counties. And then the whip will be Senator Cindy Kerr from LD 25, also in Maricopa and Yuma County. On the Senate Democratic caucus side, the leader will be Raquel Tarrin from LD 26, which is in Maricopa County. Senator-elect Mitzi Epstein from LD 12 in Maricopa. The caucus chair will be Layla Alston, LD 5 from Maricopa. And then the whip will be Rosanna Gabaldon, LD 21 from Pima, Santa Cruz, and Cochise County, overlaps that district. On the House Republican side, just this afternoon, Ben Toma has been elected leader. Representative Biasucci has been elected the majority leader, Ben Toma has been elected the House Speaker. Representative Biasucci has been elected majority leader, and Teresa Martinez has been elected whip. And I have not had the time to pull the districts or counties, but Mr. Biasucci is in the Mojave County area, and I'll make sure to get that information out to the board as we move forward. So that's kind of the ecosystem as we head into our 2023 legislative session. We'll have a 16 to 14 Republican majority in the state Senate and a 31 to 29 Republican majority in the state House. Very similar to what we had this year with slim majorities, where we saw a legislative session extending into June with a bipartisan budget. So we'll hope to see something like that in the future, but we'll make sure we're watching. Just to bring this forward, in reaching out to your constitutional officers here at Coconino County, I just wanted to give a quick rundown on ACO legislation that's supported by our constitutional officers. On October 28th, the ACO Board of Directors adopted their legislative agenda. They adopt a three-tiered system, with Tier A being they'll seek out a bill sponsor and introduce. Tier B, they will seek out stakeholder engagement and look for an amendment with possible introduction later on in the session, and then C, where they won't move it forward at all. And so I just wanted to give you just a highlight of what your colleagues here as constitutional officers will be bringing forward. So County Attorney Ring has let me know that he'll be bringing forward, and this was adopted by the county attorneys and ACO, to remove the requirement that assistants and deputies of government officials reside in state, but maintain the U.S. citizenship requirement. The recorders will advance a number of pieces of legislation, including the can't pay perform, where right now independent third parties are incentivized to have folks register folks where they're paying people per registration. So you end up with a lot of junk registration. The display ballot harvesting rules at the poll site, so that folks understand how they can return ballots. The early ballot with ID, no signature verify, basically removing the requirement, since an ID is required to turn in that early ballot, they would not have to verify the signature. And then clarifying voter intent on registration forms, so that you either know it's a new voter or an updated registration. And then weekend voting, which would allow vote centers to open 3 days prior to the election day. And then on the school superintendent side, the school superintendent Mingo Paget will be supporting adult jail education funding with a direct appropriation to support that programs. And then the sheriffs, but this was on the ACO B list, meaning that they're not going to seek out a sponsor right away, but they're going to be looking for stakeholder engagement, and then possible amendment, a strike everything later on in session, is the correction official retirement plan changes to return Corp to a more tier 2 status, where it's a defined benefit, not a 401k type structure as it is today. And then the sheriffs are also bringing forward an off-highway vehicle fee, which would augment their operations in terms of search and rescue and issues that arise from responding to off-highway vehicles incidents. And then, of course, the assessors are bringing forward the short-term rental classification to define what a commercial operation is. So I bring that forward because I think it sets the stage for the discussion as we move into our overall state policies and goals. And so we'll begin with the 2-page state legislative agenda, very similarly to how we began with the feds. So we have some general principles here where we've prioritized statements based on what I've heard from you and your colleagues. And we have general tenets relating to your authority as the Board of Supervisors, opposing unfunded mandates and the loss of local flexibility. On the flood control district and forest restoration side, we have very similar language to the federal side, but seeking direct appropriations and maximizing state aid to support the pipeline flood area, and funding for drainage highway improvements on 89 and 180, as well as supporting the Rio de Flag project. On the forest restoration side, very similar language that we had, that we just went over. And so to move quickly, I'll just move to water. We have a statement regarding water security and certainty in rural Arizona, as well as local decision-making and the authority around that adequacy. On the short-term rental side, this is the fifth category on the first page of that sheet that I sent out to the board, and that's supporting the return of local control to local governments to regulate short-term rentals, as well as supporting the Arizona Assessors Association and ACO on the commercial definitional of what a short-term rental is, to provide definitional clarity so that the assessors can assess as class 1. On economic development, the sixth category down on page 1, we have some general tenets about supporting the expansion and funding of rural broadband, supporting policies to facilitate workforce housing, and then economic development at Camp Navajo at the 3,000 acres, as that 3,000 acres is under DEMA's administration. For transportation, we have a longstanding commitment to supporting a revenue component to address and properly fund the system. As you may know, the Arizona Association of County Engineers identified a $2.2 billion county transportation funding shortfall through FY27. And then Arizona's Department of Transportation's long-range plan estimates a $30.5 billion shortfall below what is properly needed to fund the system through 2024 or 2040, excuse me. We also have general support for major projects in the Flagstaff Metro Plan region or the Metropolitan Planning Organization, as well as reopening the parks and Christensen rest areas. Christensen rest area is the official name for the Munns Park rest area that ADOT uses. And then establishing a way station along the US 89 corridor. Supervisor Fowler has let me know that tremendous amount of truck traffic using US 89 coming down from Utah, and there's a lack of proper monitoring of that truck traffic. And then finally, some installation of safety fencing along 12 miles of 89A past Jacob Lake, and then a general tenet of supporting multimodal infrastructure. And then on the military installation sustainability side, we're proposing to support protecting the missions of our installations. It's very similar to our federal language there, using and implementing the components of the JLIST study. Moving on environmental health, we have very similar language as on the federal side, but tailored to where we can influence on the state side. And so same thing with education. We have some pieces there on supporting the aggregate expenditure limit. That was a battle last year where schools would be unable to spend money that they've already collected. And then supporting policies and funding to adequately fund and boost teacher pay to ensure student success. And then on health and human services, very similar language to what we had on the federal side, but noting that with the Arizona long-term care costs service containment, Arizona Alltech system, that we're engaging on reducing our exposure and providing state funding to offset county mandated payments. CSA will usually take the lead on this, but it's something I wanted to highlight because it's been a reoccurring fiscal issue that comes to you each year where you're making strategic decisions about your budgets and what capacity you have, both in the long-term reoccurring funding and then the one-time funding. And then general principles on elections in terms of opposing policies that engage in voter suppression and ensuring that we protect and ensure open and free elections to all. Moving forward on the justice and public safety side, we have some general tenets about preserving employment prospects for individuals who've earned a criminal conviction but have since earned a set aside, supporting an increase in indigenous funding, and then also providing a solution to the probation funding issue. Again, CSA will take the lead on that, but it helps us when we lean into that. And as we move into the session, working with our LPC rep, Supervisor Ryan at this time, we will be bringing that forward at another meeting, but working with those discussions as CSA engages on those issues like probation funding and finding a solution. There was a recent article in the paper about challenges with our local probation operation. And so also we have supporting general policies to secure our data and our citizens' data. On the emergency management side, in the interest of time, I just want to highlight the second bullet on the slide. And that's, the third bullet, supporting the enhancement of HB 2001, which was special session legislation that was enacted at $100 million and then supplemented in the previous session with $50 million to allow for upgrades to projects rather than just repairing to pre-incident condition. And that's been a challenge for the emergency management team as they look at where they can implement this funding to create meaningful impact in the flood areas. And so with that, we'll turn over to the state priorities here. That's just a rundown of the menu of policy principles on the legislative agenda. And very similarly to the federal side, we proposed some policies in two categories. One is the community and one is county. And so this is what I've heard from you as supervisors. And this, again, we're here to listen, take direction, and we can modify, recognizing that our local ecosystem at the legislature is changing. And so if we need to add or remove, the idea is to have an initial conversation with you as the board. So for community priorities, we're proposing number one as the mitigation in the pipeline flood area, forest restoration, returning local control to local governments to regulate short-term rentals, supporting the Arizona Association of Counties on legislation to provide definitional clarity on commercial use for short-term rentals. We have the next two are priorities that we submitted to CSA as part of our submission there back in August that went to the summit. One is on the TPT relief for diapers, baby formula, and feminine hygiene products. The other is increasing the federal poverty level for child care assistance. And then we have a general statement about supporting the increase in the aggregate expenditure limit and adequate funding for schools. On the county priorities side, we have number one, opposing any policy that reduces local control, imposes unfunded mandates, or reduces or does not allow local flexibility to build programming to local needs. Then we have the water issue, very similar to what we had in our federal discussion, but in this time related to local decisions. And then supporting expansion and policies for workforce housing, policy and funding goals for voting systems and ensuring access to all, continued funding and expansion of rural broadband, supporting those FMPO projects in the Belmont interchange, see if we can draw down some funding to assist in those areas, and then a long-term investment and revenue component to sustain the transportation system, statement about Camp Navajo and the 3,000 acres, as well as implementing the JLUS and objectives and components of the JLUS, and then the reopening of the rest areas in northern Arizona, and finally, the reestablishment of a way station on the US 89 corridor and safety fencing on the north rim between Fredonia up into Jacob Lake there on 12 miles. So with that, I'll like to open it up to discussion and direction from the board, and I'll stop sharing my screen. And we have Todd here and Andy. So looking forward to the discussion, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we turn it over to the board, I'm sure there will be some discussion and comments, but I want to see if Todd, if you have any updates or quite frankly, any overviews you'd like to give about your thoughts on the upcoming state legislature.
Thank you. First of all, it's good to see you all, even if it's on a screen. You know, I'm always happy to, it's sort of like coming home. And it's sort of it's good to be back here. I guess what I would tell you is that we haven't seen a state legislature like this in 72 years. It would appear that as the votes are coming out, it would look like Chris Mays is going to hang on by a sliver based on how the cured ballots are coming out. It looks like the cured ballots are mimicking what had occurred with the early ballots. And so they're anticipating an equal split with Chris Mays. Looks like she'll hang on, which is not, you know, say that it won't be some hiccups between now and wherever then is, but, you know, you should expect maybe a lawsuit or something. But by and large, she's the last race that people are sort of watching. Everyone else has been called. So what that means, I sort of am anticipating a legislative session that is sort of bumping along the ground. And what I mean by that is that nothing is really going to take off, nothing's really going to fly, because everyone is going to be learning a new role with a Democratic governor. Most of the legislature does not remember Janet Napolitano. And I dare say, even with the Napolitano administration, the legislature was not this close. There are only one vote separating each chamber. So we're going to sort of have to watch and see. What we are hearing is it's going to be a very early session, that they're going to pass a budget and try and get out and see if they can just be done with it. But I think what I sort of would want to get across to you five and the senior administration is, we really have a unique opportunity to see if we can't, get some accomplishments done that are non-controversial, that are non-political, and that are fixing things. I think you all should be conscious of sort of the potholes at the legislature, the things that don't take on lives of their own. They're just simple things like, let's say, opening rest areas. Let's start reaching out to ADOT. Let's talk about some of the transportation funding and seeing how that should be worked out, because those are sort of things that stay under the radar, that are not the sexy topics of governance, but that are nonetheless very important to your constituents and to you all. And so I think that's where I would encourage you all to sort of steer your attentions to. I think that with Katie Hobbs' governorship, we have an opportunity with short-term rentals that we lack. Unfortunately, I will temper that with the makeup of the Republican caucus appears to be fairly conservative, even along Republican standards. And I use conservative loosely because I don't necessarily consider them conservative. What I do think is that they ascribe to an ideology that is going to make it difficult to get any kind of compromise or any kind of consensus around that crosses party lines, if that makes sense. And so that's sort of the conundrum that I'm mentally preparing myself going into, is that you're going to have a group of, I will call them America First for lack of a better term, but it sort of is the nomenclature that people have adopted. So you have a bunch of America First Republican newly elected individuals who have not gotten their heads around governance versus activism yet. And so I don't mean that, I'm not trying to be disparaging. I'm just saying they're going to need to take time to get up to speed on what it's like to govern. And so that is sort of the, it's nice to have a backdrop at the ninth floor. It's nice to have some sort of people taking a deep breath and sort of saying, okay, where do we go from here? Some of the comments made in the media by some traditionally staunch America First Republicans leads me to believe that we might be at a crossroads where people are starting to come around to, how do we work with a Democratic governor? How do we work with a Democratic Secretary of State? What do we do? What can we take back to our constituents that proves to be a victory and proves to be valuable? I think by the second week in January, third week in January, we're going to know what we're dealing with a lot more, I believe. And I'll leave it with that. I'd love to answer questions or talk about some of these priorities, but Madam Chairman, I think I'll leave it to the board. If you all have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I have one just real quickly on what you said. You talked about they want to pass a budget and be done with it. Are you saying that they want to just pass the budget and then leave and not really deal with any other issues, recognizing they're so split? Or what do you mean by that, Todd?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, that's correct. They're rather than getting bogged down in debates about education or debates about any other things that the minority party, the Democratic Party, is sort of interested in pursuing, I am hearing rumblings that the Republicans are at least preliminary, are saying things like all we have to do is pass a budget. let's get in there. Let's try and pass a budget that gets passed out of the legislature and send it up to the governor and see what she does. And let's just move on then. It's awfully easy to say that before Thanksgiving, before your session. People have pet projects. People have issues that are important to them. They will not be coward to bring those up. I mean, they're going to. We see it all the time. The question is, if there isn't a convergence on them as a topic, then how do you get past a committee hearing? How do you get to floor votes? How do you get to things that if leadership makes a conscious decision that, hey, we're going to pass a budget and maybe a few other bills that are non-controversial, and then we're going to go home, how do you get to that point? They're certainly not going to be looking to give Katie Hobbs any victories. And my guess is that what they will end up doing is really settling on the 2 or 3 things that are non-controversial and that they have consensus around, and then pass the budget. And yeah, that's, it's going to be an early year. It's not going to be July 1st this year.
A quick legislature, I guess. I guess that means they can do no harm.
That is certainly an opinion, Madam Chairman. That's certainly an opinion that more than one legislator will express to us in private. That, well, if we're not here, nothing bad can happen. And so that's sort of their attitude. So that's what they go with.
We can do no wrong.
Well, and I'm assuming, Gregory I think both of you probably, you and Todd would both agree that the one area that we might be able to get some movement would be in the area of forest restoration or emergency management, or those types of maybe public safety, those kinds of issues.
Madam Chairman, without a doubt, it's like I say, it's those pothole type issues. Forest health is a perfect example. The flood mitigation is a perfect example. We've already started talking to representatives that have some sort of influence with the majority, and so we're beginning to work on those, and we've identified some hopefully some paths to success. But we're going to wait and see where the chairmanship in the House, where the committee chairs of the House sort of fall out. We saw the Senate release theirs today. Gregory referred those to you. And so when the House comes down, we'll have a better idea of what the pathway to money for the flood control district is, expanding HB 2001 to include improvements, not just repairs, things along those lines that we frankly haven't seen a lot of pushback for yet. And I don't anticipate seeing any kind of pushback. Hopefully we'll be able to start moving those along and getting some traction on something like those.
Comments, questions, Supervisor Ryan?
Sure, Madam Chair. Once I'm hearing leadership, Speaker of the House, the Speaker is, in terms of anything associated with revenue, was always fighting it and creating different types of legislation and or barriers associated with that in the past. And so we are seeing a very, very conservative group. As I look at our thing, anything that says revenue on it it's already dropped out, either dropped out or maybe there's a hint of opportunity with Armando what they're trying to do, because it's parity versus if they can convey that. There are other arguments that might hinder that, but it does beg for that reevaluation of it's a good list in terms of our value components or interests, and yet I think we want to be very strategic associated with it. I suspect the good thing, there are two things that I see with the level of that's less constructive opportunities, which we typically pursue. We're going to see legislation where we're in a defense quite a bit, which would beg for a veto. And then because of the split in both chambers, there isn't enough to bring up the supermajority to overturn a veto on this. So how do they begin to start to speak a language of what do we need to do that's best for the state? And then how do we use our opportunity to speak each of their languages on what we need for our community and why it's important? You know, I tend to agree with what Todd has there, but after hearing the leadership that Greg just announced out there, I look at what we have written down and think, you know, we could keep this list, but we probably want to rethink it and be nimble and flexible, like we were talking about for the federal agenda associated with that. Transportation resonates, military, law enforcement, their potential areas, force mitigation and flood control. So, you know, general community infrastructure type of pieces, you know, so we might start to rethink the type of identity associated with the topics that speaks the language of our representatives, which either side that they're on, and see if we can get, you know, get constructive conversations associated with them.
Well,
So-
you're exactly right, Supervisor Ryan. It's just like we talked about before. Know your audience. You know,
Yep.
What can we get by? What can we get something done, depending on who our audience is, who the person is. You know, I'll tell you what my big concern is a lot of these people have made it very clear they want to do everything they can to get away from local control. They want to do what they can to diminish our roles and responsibilities as supervisors. They really are trying to do away with local government, which we're going to have to watch for, and we're going to have to advocate for. And quite frankly, and that for something like that, we don't really care who our audience is. We absolutely have an overriding interest to maintain, you know, our position and in our advocacy on that, because I'm very concerned about that.
With Madam Chair,
Supervisor Fowler,
if you're done, Matt.
you're on mute, Matt.
For now, the adventure just begins, Lena, but go for it.
Isn't it? Well, you know, I'm just wondering if there may be more, you know, mandates that are pushed our way. So those are things that we really need to think about. What I have in there are just exactly what you're talking about, Todd, potholes, you know, the fencing. I know that's part of ADOT and it's not really legislation, but I put items in there just so it is on our list as a board. We want to make sure that we approach ADOT on some of these projects that can be, you know, to be addressed quickly if they were to. But I think that overall, with just we have the makeup, we're going to have to really look at the unfunded mandates and just trying to push them our way again. It's really interesting. I'm really excited about it with our governor and the legislators, just the makeup of it, and see how we work things. We'll have to camp out over there a bit.
We can at least she can govern through veto power, if nothing else.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, I do have a comment.
Yes, as county manager.
So another dimension of the transition is going to be transitioning from the current agency directors to new agency directors with changes in administration. Our leadership team have had deep relationships with DFFM, DHS, DOA, ABC, XYZ, you name it, all the acronyms that make up state government. And so we will be looking at our directors to start identifying what those transition issues are going to be, because they do transition from administration to administration. One, of course, that's important to us is our relationship with the DFFM, Department of Forestry and Fire Management. We have been very successful through our own staff, Wes Deason and others, to establish relationships that have yielded a great deal of funding back to the county in the form of grants, et cetera. And so, that's another area that we'll be tracking closely, just based on who the new governor appoints in those agency head positions. Thank you.
If, can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And Steve's right on. I mean, this is an opportunity for constructive discussions. They're going to be out searching for people. As far as their directors, I'm sure they have their ideas on who they're going to be after. But as Steve was saying, DEMA would be a big one with the emergency management, also the military crossover, state trust lands. But along that line, it not only, I guess it's following up and reinforcing what Steve's saying. If we develop our dialogue associated with each of those particular departments of constructive opportunities, this is first time in 8 years that we've had an opportunity in most cases for this. So, that is a good chance that we could get constructive opportunities to occur for what we need.
Well, we can't give up. We have no choice but to go forward, right? So we got to do what we can and moving forward. So,
I think, Madam Chair, that's a good point. There are a couple things you all have hit on that I want to kind of bring to the fore. Is number one, they have to work with the governor as much as the governor has to work with them, and so you're sort of coming at it as a meeting of equals. And then number two, your policy statements are really well crafted, and your staff has done a good job crafting them, because what it allows is for us to pivot without having to come back and without having to wait for another board meeting. And it allows your boots on the ground to respond quickly to issues that arise if they do try and impede your ability to craft programs unique to our community up here, or if they do try to inhibit funding for the counties, and they will come after some of that stuff. I have no doubt. So the ability to pivot and the ability to respond quickly is valuable, and I'm grateful for that as these policies are drafted before you today.
any other members of the board? And Judy Begay is back with us. Thanks, Judy. I know that you are not able to talk with us right now, but we're glad you're here back with us. So thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Just, I'll a little bit more, Madam Chair. Similar conversation we had on the federal that we're talking about being nimble, pivoting. And, it's to Todd's point, these are something that we can work with. We need to be malleable. We might have different pieces that pick up as we see, this new cycle evolve and see and be able to optimize associated with that. So that's it. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments? So otherwise, I know they haven't called it yet. I went online too when you said that on the Attorney General position. Where are we on the Superintendent of Public Instruction? Have they called that?
No, both Hoffman and Mays are encouraging their folks to help cure ballots quickly and to get in there and make sure every vote's counted. Hoffman is in a precarious position, more so than Chris Mays is. And so they haven't called them. I think it's going to be a few more days before they actually get around to they're down to a low enough number that they're going to want to count those ballots before they finally say one way or the other, is my opinion. But that's just what I'm thinking. It's not anything I've read or anything I've heard.
So they've got what, another 24 hours to cure the ballots? I think it's really a short window.
I think you're right, but I would have to go back and check.
Yeah.
Chair Horseman, I think you're right, but I'm not sure.
Well, hopefully we'll know soon. But. All right, any other comments, questions? I know this is no action needed. Is that correct, Gregory? This is just informational as we move forward.
It's direction, and yes, just informational. I really appreciate the time with the board to have this conversation. As I've indicated, the intent is to bring the conversation back if something needs to come back, to be nimble, to be quick. And so with these general tenets, this provides us and Todd, who will be down there on our behalf, some guiding principles or signposts, if you will, to review legislation, bring it to my attention, and then ultimately to you. But if we need quick engagement, these are some general tenets and principles that help us facilitate our work down there on your behalf.
All right, thank you. And I know that probably Todd has been working with you, Gregory, on trying to get a roundtable together with newly elected. I know that hasn't been official yet, but what looks like the newly elected and called representative and others as well.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Todd has sent out invites to the LD6 delegation, and I've also provided him with content for the LD7 delegation you've sent out. And then also we're working on an LD6 roundtable the week after. So that would be the 5th, December 5th from 9:30 to 3 with LD7, and December 12th from 9:30 to 3 with LD6.
And
so
I'm sorry.
We're working on the planning process. We've secured a 15-passenger van so that we can have everyone discussing, and we'll work with the clerk's office and County Manager Peru to make sure everything's noticed properly and keep you appraised on whether or not folks can make it. Because if folks can't make it, we'll need to pivot, but it is on our agenda and we're taking action to make sure we facilitate those conversations prior to the start of January.
And you might want to talk a little bit about what your plan is in terms of assuming these roundtables can go off in the tour and what you're planning.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the LD7 delegation, which is Representative Cook, David Marshall, and Senator Rogers, who's also been elected by her colleagues as Elections Committee Chair, is to look at public safety, justice, and then also, of course, our flood control piece, as well as our need on the transportation side for the highway drainage improvements. So the intent is to have kind of a 9:30 to 11:30 conversation with the Board of Supervisors with an agenda where we'll introduce ourselves, hear from our state legislators, talk about some specific audience tailored policy objectives that we could make inroads on with the LD7 delegation, and then inviting Craig Sullivan up to see about speaking to the CSA priorities in terms of how it fits with ours, like our unfunded mandates, transportation, the PSPRS resolution, the state-county partnership, those types of things. And then transitioning to a lunch. We're still trying to nail down where we're going to host the lunch. We may end up just hosting it at Ponderosa room in HHS, and then having a tour working lunch where the board would resolve as the flood control district, and then have a working lunch with Lucinda and her team presenting the LD7 delegation, the issues in the pipeline flood area, and then a tour where we all pile into the van with appropriate staff, with you as the board, Lindsay taking minutes so that we could have a conversation with our delegation in LD7 about the impact of post-wildfire flooding, the need for forest restoration, and the critical role and leadership that you as the Board of Supervisors have taken to make that funding available to match those federal funds to draw that resource down into our area. And so we would look to do that both with LD7 and LD6 on the 12th, very similar format, but tailoring our agenda with you to the audience so that we're speaking to LD7 on their ground where we can make inroads and speaking to LD6 delegation on their ground where we can try to move the needle towards achieving some results on this agenda.
Well, and it's just a good opportunity, quite frankly, for us to get to meet them and for them to get to meet us. I think that's, if we can successfully do that, we've done a good job, and show them what we're dealing with out there in terms of forest restoration and flood mitigation, of course. So, but that sounds great, Gregory. And I'm assuming that if that does look like it's going to come to pass, you'll probably be talking about us more specifically on so we can all stay on message and make sure we have a unified, consistent front as a board. I think that's going to be important as we move forward. Let them know we're all here, we're in this together, and we have a unified voice in what we need done for our county. So I really appreciate that.
Yes, Madam Chair, and we'll make sure that we have appropriate talking points. And we also are putting together a guidebook introducing the county with Joan, our communications director, to highlight who you are as Board of Supervisors, and then some strategic priorities that you all have moving forward into the session.
Sounds great. Perfect.
Madam Chair, on this one, not a big chunk of it, but a piece of it, we should make them aware of our military installation. So I'm thinking of our 7, which one's 7 reps in particular, both rep groups, but in particular on that. Just a summary associated with it. That would be good. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I agree, Supervisor Ryan. So, all right. Anything else, Gregory or Todd?
Oh, it's good to see you all.
That's always great. We appreciate your help, Todd, and your insight on what's going on down in Phoenix. All right, Supervisor or County Manager, anything else you've got on this?
Not on this particular topic though, but for the agenda, I know we're a little ahead of schedule. The next topic that was on the agenda, but before I leave that, are we done? Are we wrapped up on legislative?
It looks like we are. So
Okay.
that was good. And we may be a little ahead, but it's been an extremely long meeting and a very long day. So we should just keep moving forward if we can.
If I could, Madam Chair, so the topic of the DEI update, we had put an invitation, a casual invitation out to the diversity councils to attend, but we were looking at a 5 p.m. time start for that. But if we could, and for the sake of the agenda, move ahead with roundtable and get to as close as 5 o'clock as possible, and then maybe we can pivot over to DEI right at 5 o'clock, if that's possible.
All right, that sounds like a plan. I think we should just proceed. So,
okay.
I don't know, we have, I think we are now on 20. We go to 20, which is discussion, review, and possible direction regarding Board of Supervisors planning calendar. And I know we have that in here. Kind of takes us through, if you will, the winter holiday. County Manager, are you going to present that?
Yes, that's being projected now. You should see it on your screen. So the next meeting of the board is going to be on the 28th, and that is going to be a special session to canvass the election. And so that is the last day in statute for counties to canvass the election. And so you'll see that on November 28th, special session at 10 a.m. And then on the 5th is the session that Gregory just spoke about, the legislative roundtable and flood tour. And that's on the 5th between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m.
And we'll hear soon, hopefully, whether that's going forward or not.
Yeah, based on schedules and invites that have been extended.
Good.
And then from there, we go to December 6th, consent and action items. And the 11 o'clock session, discussion and action for the ARPA community funding and action. So these are the RFPs that we put out through the ARPA funding pool. The recommendations have come back. The proposals are being reviewed and scored. And what we will be bringing to the board on that day is the recommendations from the committee to the Board of Supervisors. Though the recommendation will include the organization and the amount granted. And then it also will include authority to delegate the authority to the manager to sign all necessary agreements and contracts. And so that is for the December 6th at 10 a.m., 11 a.m. But prior to that, we're in the process of setting up appointments with each of you to go over the recommendations on a one-to-one basis so that you'll have adequate time to know the recommendations, the background on those recommendations, so that on the 6th we can act on that. Again, this is the RFP funding pool that we put out several weeks ago for community partnerships. From there, that afternoon, a presentation and update on the county comprehensive plan, and that is presented by Melissa Shaw, who's driving the process from community development. And then from there, we are going to do a work session on economic development grant opportunities and investment for FY23. And you'll recall that Chris Pastors, our economic development manager, met with each of you to get input on economic development opportunities within your districts, as well as for the county as a whole. And so Chris Pastors will be providing that information back to the board on the 6th. And then from there, 3 o'clock, roundtable items, legislative update, and other routine matters. And so again, that's on December 6th. On the 12th, we will do again another legislative roundtable and tour, as Gregory indicated. That's going to be on the 12th between 9 and 3. And then on the 13th, we will have a special meeting. And this is, we're going to be changing the title of this. So you can see it right now as Flood Control District Update. We're going to be changing the title and the focus of that presentation to be a primary presentation on the county's general fund. And so, of course, we'll be working with Siri Mullaney and the finance team to provide an in-depth update on the county's general fund in terms of trends, revenue trends, some of the things that we look at going forward, including the 10-year planning calendar or cycle that we've used always. And again, the primary focus is going to be on the county general fund. From there, certainly discussions from that main discussion can continue with regard to some of the projects that are being looked at in the flood control district as well. But again, I want the focus on this is going to be on the county's general fund. And that's on the 13th. From there, we have a 6 p.m. Community development, and that's a zone change in the Timberline Fernwood area. And CD staff will be presenting that. We've allocated 3 hours for that hearing. Again, that's a community development, that's a zone change. And then from there on to the 20th, another special meeting, and we will be starting with consent and action items. We'll also have roundtable routine items. And
Madam Chair, can I pause for a second?
Yeah.
Steve, it's the area plan that we're going to approve. Why would there be a zone change associated with that?
I have to defer to
And we can find out later on, but that's a curious one. That wouldn't be typical.
Lindsay's popping up. She may have more information.
Thank you, Chair Horstman, Supervisor Ryan. It's actually, there is a zone change case that evening for under canvas, which is in District 1. It's not a complex case, so it should move fairly quickly before you then go into the public hearing for the area plan for the Timberline Fernwood area.
Okay, I misread that. It's 2 different cases. Okay, thank you.
It should not be controversial. We'll see, of course, but it shouldn't be. It should be moving rather quickly, moving forward.
I don't know. It's District 1, so
That's exactly why it's not going to be controversial. Not District 3.
But the main event that evening will be the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood area plan that the community has been putting a lot of effort into. And so definitely credit to the community for their work. On the 20th, the item, as I indicated, the main event on that evening is going to be presentation of the fiscal 21 audit. So the Auditor General is going to be joining us remotely to provide an update on the audit that they've just completed for Coconino County. And you'll recall that statute change does require that the Auditor General provide an in-person or remote presentation of the audit, and that is in the regular part of the agenda. In the past, routinely those items would have been handled as a consent items without the Auditor General presenting, but again, the Auditor General by statute change are presenting that in person. The other item on that day is the NACO interim policy resolutions discussion. And that discussion is being led or headed up by Gregory Nelson and Andy Bertelson in Government Affairs. And then from there, we do have a public hearing, Ranch at the Peaks Plat Amendment. And that is slated to begin approximately around 3 p.m. And we've allocated a couple hours for that hearing. And I think that carries us to the end of the calendar year. The next meeting, however, just go looking forward to the new year, is going to be on January 10th. And we are doing that on the 10th instead of the first Tuesday in January because a lot of folks will be returning from vacation, and do credit the board because of your acknowledgement that staff pulling staff in that may be on vacation to get a board packet ready for that first Tuesday sometimes is a challenge. So thank you to the board for making that accommodation.
And we're making it work double time between now and December 20th, though. We've got a couple special board meetings, a couple round tables. It's pretty filled between now and December 20th. And we thank everybody's involvement on that.
Yep. So any questions on the planning calendar, comments?
Just one comment. We have a couple newly elected and swearing in, so we might want to give consideration to.
Right.
Yes, you're right.
I'll defer to Lindsay to put that on the schedule. Okay. Okay, so that's the plan.
So we're taking care of you, Hieronyma.
And that's usually in January, right? That the term, his current term goes until after January. So the January 20th is probably when we need to do swearing in.
Yeah, Lindsay, can you pop up on that? Because I know that there is, just based on the term beginning and coinciding with the board meeting. So we may be doing kind of the signing, et cetera, of your documents and your oaths, et cetera. And then we would do kind of the ceremonial part of that. So Lindsay, to you.
You're correct, County Manager Peru. So I'll just make sure that they sign the oath of office prior to taking office January 1st. And then we can decide what would be best for a ceremonial swearing in if that's the desire.
Yes.
We'll have actually, so we'll have Supervisor Vasquez, Superintendent of Schools, Michael Paget. I think those are the only two, right? Because the others are judges.
Correct. And usually the judges, their swearing in is done by the clerk of the court. But we can see if they're going to have a ceremony that, others will be invited to for that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I thought there were more that were uncontested that were running this time. Is Valerie Wyatt, the assessor? So there's a number.
Assessor was not on this cycle.
Assessor wasn't, but
but Valerie, I believe, as clerk of the court, that is handled by the presiding judge. But again, we can clarify that.
Okay.
So that's what's going on there. I can go on to next item is just a couple of updates from the county manager.
Sounds good. Okay.
Well, first and foremost, continued kudos and acknowledgement to the county election staff and the recorder staff as well. We are in the process of curing and finishing up ballot and speaking with Esler Musta. We're looking at doing hopefully a final run sometime tomorrow morning and wrapping that part of it up. There is one item, though, that we are currently working on in Supervisor Fowler. This is going to be in your district, and this is going to be addressing the filling of the vacancy created by Judge Roberts in the Page Justice Court. We had a meeting this morning with the County Attorney's Office, elections, the courts, and that is actually going to be an application appointment process. And we're putting that process together. You'll be included, Supervisor Fowler, since the court is in your district. And so again, that is going to be a solicitation or an application process. We're putting that process and timeline together, but we'll be getting with both you, Supervisor Fowler, and Chair Horstman to discuss details. But we'll be looking at the process unfolding in the next month, but also targeting the official appointment to take place right after the first of the year in January. And so we'll be coordinating that with your offices so that you're involved in some of the discussions as board members. And then also we're collaborating or cooperating, partnering with, if you will, the courts, since they do have deep experience with regard to judicial appointments and recruitments. So again, more to that as it unfolds. But again, we'll be also pushing out a press release because of course individuals in the Page community are wondering what would be happening. So we're working on a press release that will go out this week to announce that process taking place. Okay.
That would be great. That way I don't get calls.
So again,
That's great. Thank you.
I think there's a little bit of maybe a misconception that the second highest vote getter would be getting it, and that's not the case. It's well spelled out in statute that basically the results of the election are null and void, and then we're going to be going through an application process. So I'll leave it at that since we're not posted for that deep conversation at this point in time. Again, we'll be also looking at appropriate acknowledgement of the election staff for all the work that they've done. I think for the most part, maybe a couple of minor glitches here and there. It's been so far a very well administered election for this year. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could, Steve, probability is that there are going to be recounts with some of these statewide offices. So could you speak to that in terms of our staff and what's happening there?
You know, I can speak to it peripherally. I'm not deeply involved in that, but the margin for recounts, and it's not a challenge recount, it's an automatic recount that's triggered based on the margin between the races. It was reduced, I think, last year in statute. I think it's 0.1%. So it's a very small margin, and that triggers automatic recounts. I don't believe, well, in fact, I know we don't have anything locally, but it's definitely the statewide races. As they roll it all up, I think all indications are we will have a statewide recount on a couple of those. And so the Secretary of State's office works closely with the elections department directors as well as the recorders in getting that process set up. And so you'll probably be having that sometime in December. I would imagine once the canvass takes place, and I think the 20th of November is the last date for canvassing. So,
okay, that answers part of my question.
Yeah.
When's the canvass happen related to those? So that's helpful. And just to note on Judge Roberts, we know he's all laughing and making jokes about winning the election right now. So
yeah, he's a good man. So anyway, thanks for that. Let's see, other things. I want to just, I'm going to be sending each of you a list of the special events that we have staffed with each of you throughout the last few months. I want to just give a shout out to Brian Harris and the folks, Stephen Pellegrini, Joan and others. But the events certainly have, and I'll send it to you because there are a lot of events when we look at everything from High Country Stand Down, Williams Stand Down, the Parks Community Connection, Juneteenth, Pride in the Pines. We also have, of course, the Western Navajo Nation Fair and Parade. Sustainability Fall, Hot Air Balloon Regatta, that was just recently held in Page, Movies on the Square, First Friday Art Walks, and then of course Stuff the Bus. Who won the Stuff the Bus this weekend?
Well, the problem is we need to next year, we need to make a challenge. We didn't get it in time, so we could even make that challenge.
Okay.
But hopefully next year we'll be on top of this and we can make that challenge. But it was a very successful Stuff the Bus. I know we just got an update on the numbers, and I don't happen to have them here in front of me. I don't know, Sue, if you do. I know Sue was there. I know that Brian was there, and that Steve was there. Stephen Pellegrini was there, and others as well. So it was
Madam Chair, I
good
think
group.
that the numbers will be finalized tomorrow morning. They'll have the last of the numbers, and of course there was a match, a $40,000 match potential, a commitment by Desert Financial about that. So we're hopeful that we expended that entire match. That would be the best thing that could happen. The community was very generous.
You know, I got something in the mail or email today. Unfortunately, I don't have it up. So that had a lot of numbers. So but that's good. We'll get it out to everyone because it was a
You
very
bet.
successful Stuff the Bus, and to all that took part in it. I think we all had a great time, and as always, and it's a great way to meet members in the community, and everybody, you know, they're there. Some of them are getting their own meals together for Thanksgiving. And so everybody's in a very giving spirit and very giving mood. We are so lucky to live in a community like we have here in Coconino County, where giving back is such a big part of who we are.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, sorry, County Manager, I really apologize. If I can just note that there's a couple of things that happen with Stuff the Bus that make it so much fun. One is, in all the years I've been doing it, county employees specifically come out to give, which just shows the great spirit of giving that the county has across the board with our staff. And the other thing is I don't recall ever doing it that I didn't have several people say, here, I want to give this because last year I got a box from Family Food Center. And that just goes to show that it's what comes around, people pay it back. So a big thanks to the community, always a giving community.
Very true. And so from May till December, we've staffed over almost 30 different events, and then some of those have been multiple events. You know, First Friday Art Walks, Movies on the Square have been multiple events. And so for December, we're looking at, of course, the holiday events, Christmas tree lighting downtown, holiday parades in Williams, Tuba City, and Flagstaff. And so we're mobilizing for that. Again, I just want to give special credit to Brian Harrison and his team. Brian lives for these types of events. He does a great job. And so just really kudos to Brian and Stephen and the gang. And Gregory too. Gregory's helping out a lot too. So thank you.
And I think some of our district directors were there helping out, and county staff. It was a typical county effort. So we really appreciate that, and appreciate Brian Harris's, well, he's just always there. So, and he always has a smile on his face. I don't know what's wrong with that guy.
Wired all the time. So love Brian's help. So Madam Chair, that's all I have to offer at this time. We can do roundtable by district, and then I think we'll be pretty close to 5 o'clock at that time.
We're pretty close to 5 now, but yes, we can do that. One thing just to point out is there is going to be Public Works, and I know last year both Vice Chair Vasquez and myself walked with the Public Works. They had their one of the big trucks all lit up with Christmas lights. I think they're planning to do that again. I think they're also looking to be part of the parade in Williams, and is it Tuba City, I think, as well. So for those that may want to walk, you just let us know. So we'll get it out and make sure you know, and it is a lot of fun. And it's cold, so you gotta dress warmly. So
Madam Chair, just One thing to add to think about would be we just had an approval of the jail district. There was a lot of work put into it, recognition of Corey, sheriff, etc. Might be considered at some point.
Yes, definitely Corey and the sheriff carried the issue. They executed a plan that was originally authored and created by Lucinda. She's been part of a successful effort each time, and so credit to all of them and the folks that helped out. Certainly credit to our community for supporting the question for the next 25 years at the current continuation of the sales tax levels we have today. Provides the opportunity for the sheriff to continue to build programs, meaningful and impactful programs that really will continue to reduce recidivism in our correctional facilities. So kudos to that team as well.
And by the way, just the large percentage of passing was a real, I think, credit to our community, and what they see is an important part of giving back to all members of the community, and including those that have been incarcerated, making sure they're cared for. So that was great.
Local measures passed, FUSD's measures passed, City of Flagstaff measures passed. And so I think it really speaks to what you just mentioned, Chair.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So again, back to you, Chair, for roundtable for board members.
All right, I think this is supposed to be roundtable light. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Vice Chair Vasquez, if you'd like to give us some highlights for roundtable light.
Yes, hi everyone. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties getting my headphones on. So I guess I would just like to say thank you to the team up in Page. I had to go to the NACOG meeting for the annual meeting up in Page, and so I had the opportunity to stay for the balloon regatta, and that was really cool. The county and Supervisor Fowler both had balloons, and I had the opportunity to get in one of the balloons. So that was a new experience, and I just want to say thank you to all the staff that participated in it, that made it so much fun, because there were a lot of Coconino County staff at the event, and that was fun to see, and really appreciate Brian and his team. So thank you. Then just looking at, I got a tour of the flood mitigation detention basin with Chair Horseman and Council Member House and Council Member Aslan last week, and that was really neat. If you have the opportunity to see the detention basin, it's come along real nice, and it looks like it's going to make a major difference for the Schultz Creek area and the west side of Schultz Creek, and so that was exciting to see. Also had the opportunity to participate in the Tunnel Pipeline Volunteer Recognition event for United Way last week, and that was a lot of fun. Again, just want to put a shout out to the volunteers, to United Way, and then to our county staff who all participated in these events and helped make our volunteer events such a success, despite the continued emergencies that we had to deal with this summer. Then just a Metro Plan as one of my committee assignments. We've been looking at drainage issues and also advocating for looking at a bridge over on Woody Mountain Road to see if the bridge over I-40 might be expanded, as we're looking at the hospital coming into that area. And so we've been having some of those conversations. The other big news of Metro Plan is that I'm going to be chair of Metro Plan starting in January. And so that was something new as well. So, and then I just wanted to remind folks that the SBA loan deadline is November 18th. And so if you have been impacted by the floods this summer and you need some help there, that would be the best way to do so. And the deadline is till November 18th. That is a hard deadline. So if you miss that deadline, there won't be any other opportunities. So if you need it, please apply. And then the last two things is I'm working on applying for the NACO opioid task force. And so I've been working with Gregory Nelson and Supervisor Fowler in getting that, getting prepared for that application. That'll be going in soon. And then finally, we're working on the mural on the Ponderosa Head Start building. And if you get a chance, go check out the east side. It's getting close to being done. There's still a whole building to paint, but one wall has been updated. So it's good work. So when you get a chance, please go see it. And that would be my report for this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And District 3.
I'll go light. I'll pass this time around. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Very good. And I know District 4, Judy, I'm not sure if you're able to address. And if not, just let me know. Just come on up and let me know you're passing. All right, she probably is. Unfortunately, she's, I'm glad she was able to come back, but I'm not sure she's feeling so well right now. District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And I'll make this just really short. Today I was in a meeting again, and regarding the PUA, pandemic unemployment. There are individuals throughout the state and in our counties that have received letters from DES saying that they have committed fraud, and they need to get an attorney, and they need to make sure that they appear before a judge, and therefore they're charged with usually over $10,000. And we are still Senator Peshlagai and now several other senators were all involved in trying to address this issue because it's really shattered people's lives. Their checks are being garnished. They were not able to keep their IRS reimbursements when they were able to get their checks back from the income tax, and also they're having to get attorneys that are over $3,000, and in the end it has not, we haven't seen any benefits from that. So now we're meeting with the US Department of Labor, and so we're trying to still address this with the DES staff and directors, and for the most part, the reason why it's such an issue is because it just has a blanket. You are charged with this. It doesn't have any details as to why, what they did wrong, or what report was not given, anything like that. So anyway, I am still working on that, and if there's anyone that or being aware of that has received one of these letters, then you need to contact my office, or Senator O'Halloran's office is working on it, Senator Kelly as well, and State Senator Teresa Hatali. Also, our health department, Michelle, they're also aware of it, and they're also involved in that. So, and then President Nez's office as well. So there's a whole team that is working on this issue. And it's not just within our county, it's across the state. Over 20,000 letters, initial letters were sent out. That was just the first batch. So we're trying to see how we might be able to address this, and that's where we are with this. Now we're at the federal level, meeting with the federal agencies. So just want to report out on that, and I would really like to just thank County Manager Peru's support and the departments for working with us on this, because it's really has just devastated families, and they just don't know what to do in trying to mitigate this. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and thank you for your advocacy and your help on that. It's really important. It's unbelievable that's going on. So, District 1, I'll also be quick. Still working with Richard Lunt and NACO and the WIR and the National Center for Public Lands. I think we talked about that, so I won't go into greater detail. And I know that Supervisor Begay is not able to address the board, but she and I took part in the NAU homecoming parade, which was really fun. And we joined city council members, Sweet and Austin and Adam Shimoni, and it was Kara House. It was a good time. And Regina was also there. So a good time was had by all, and we got to celebrate the Lumberjacks and the NAU homecoming. Also took part in the United Way Northern Arizona volunteer recognition. And that was wonderful. It was great to be able to thank those that came out and volunteered, and also thank both Carol Dykes and also Sybil Smith, who worked so hard on getting our organizing our volunteers this summer. And of course, so many of the county staff, we were able to thank them, and the fire districts, fire staff and responders that came out to help us with making altogether over 1 million sandbags. So that was a wonderful evening there at United Way, and a thanks to United Way for sponsoring that wonderful volunteer recognition day. Also, winter snow play. We talked a little bit about that this morning. Took part in the second meeting, multi-agency, multi-jurisdiction meeting for us, again, to do what we can to make this a safe winter wonderland for our winter guests. We'll continue on that and continue to look at other alternatives and other snow play places, and work in conjunction with the City of Flagstaff, Forest Service, et cetera, to see if we can come up with some other snow play areas. Our snow play area over at Fort Tuthill is certainly loved to death. And the Stuff the Bus we talked about, that was lots of fun. Hopefully we'll give you an update on that. We had a regional plan workshop that took place last night at Fort Valley area. It was well attended. There must have been 50, 60 people there. And, Erica Shaw and her group, and Jess was there, and a number of county people were there, and City of Flagstaff, talking about the regional plan for the City of Flagstaff, and of course our comprehensive plan. Well attended, lots of good information was received for us to use as we move forward in this process. Also got the tour of that detention basin. Talk about an amazing engineering feat that was done out there, and I would highly encourage those that haven't to get a tour, go out there and take a look at it. It's pretty impressive. And just last but not least, got to take part with two things actually, with the Girl Scouts. Their big fundraiser is the Badge Bash. There are a number of adult Girl Scouts up here in Coconino County, and we all went down there and took part in helping the Girl Scouts celebrate their new year and their new COVID, hopefully COVID-free year. At least COVID is not diminishing their abilities to get together and camp with the girls. So that was really good. And last but not least, got to have breakfast with the county manager and CCC president, Dr. Heiser. Wonderful person, very enthusiastic individual, lots of great ideas. I think he's going to be a wonderful addition to CCC, and he's going to be a wonderful person for us here at the Board of Supervisors to work with. We're lucky to have him here in Coconino County. Hopefully he can be asked to join us after the first of the year, and we all have a chance to meet him. So thank you. Thanks, County Manager. And with that, I think we are ready to go through our last item of the day. And that is going back to a discussion and update regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion programs and position and programs. And I believe we all received some handouts here from Lindsay this morning. Or maybe it was late last night. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to you, County Manager, and take us home.
You bet. So, Madam Chair, members of the board, We may have diversity council members listening in on YouTube or other alternative delivery method. I don't see anyone on the Zoom at this point in time, but we wanted to come back to the board to restart a very important initiative that actually began back in 2017. And so several years it's been in the making. And this is related to the county's diversity, equity, and inclusion program and the initiative. And so I know that board members have been approached throughout the last few months, if not a year plus, about what's the status of the program. And as I've indicated to each of you when asked, and members of the community when asked as well, is that are not restarting the program or continuing the program or the efforts to fill the position have not been for lack of interest and commitment. It certainly has been more of an issue of capacity to launch a major initiative such as a DEI. And so I've asked Erica Philpott, who is with us, to walk us through a few slides that provide a little bit of a history of the program. And again, tonight's presentation is merely just to update the board on the historical milestones that we've gone through with the program. And then going forward, we'll be re-engaging both internally and externally with the employees within the organization, as well as externally through the community and also some of the work with the diversity councils. And so with your permission, I'll go ahead and ask Erica to show some of the slides, and she'll be going through the chronology of the program thus far. So, Erica.
Hello, Erica. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. Steve, is Lindsay going to share the slides, do you know, or do you need me to just share those?
Why don't you go ahead and share on your end?
Okay. All right. Let me do that. Hold on one moment. So I'm going to, as County Manager Peru mentioned, I'm going to go over several slides with the history of the recruitments and just give some highlights on that. So hold on one moment.
I want to note that while we're pulling that up, that CHOC member Ruth Eaton is on the attendee side. So we'll thank Ruth for being here today.
And Erica, I can share a screen. I've got it. If it's easier for you, I can pull that up.
Oh, great. Thank you, Lindsay.
Okay.
And Steve, just a reminder, Ruth Eaton was again certified to join CHOC today on consent agenda.
And then what I'll also be doing, Madam Chair, is I'll be presenting this, making the same presentation to each of the diversity councils in the coming weeks, if not next week at a tri-diversity meeting. So, Erica, to you.
Great, thank you. So we began first recruiting for diversity and inclusion officer in summer of 2017. And at that time, the position was part-time, and we posted it from July of 17, mid-July through the beginning of August. So July 26th to August 11th. And the position was part of the HR team at that time. And the recruitment did not proceed to interviews with that posting. So later that same year, in fall of 2017, we reposted the job with the same title, Diversity and Inclusion Officer. And this time it was a 32-hour-a-week position, so it would be benefit eligible. And Lindsay, this is on the next slide. Thanks. And the position was still part of the HR team. It was posted mid-October through mid-December, so it was open for a bit longer. And candidates were interviewed, but none were offered the position. And so we did have several candidates interview by phone, and then some candidates interview in person with some in-person interview panels, but none was offered the position then in 2017. So in spring 2018, we brought the position back, still titled Diversity and Inclusion Officer, but this time the position was 40 hours a week instead of 32 hours a week. Still part of the HR team. It was posted April to May. And again, candidates were interviewed, but none were offered the position. We did have candidates interviewed both by telephone and in person for this recruitment. So then in 2019, we engaged with Kelly McLeod Shinjin of KMS Intercultural Consulting, and we began an initiative with Kelly, and she did an assessment of the organization and did a countywide culture, diversity, and inclusion survey. She held focus groups. She met with the elected officials leadership team, the diversity councils, and she also performed some diversity, equity, and inclusion training and workshops for employees across departments. One of the things that Kelly also did at that time was review our posting for the position, and also reached out to her network of diversity, equity, and inclusion professionals. And then, so after that work in 2019 with Kelly, we posted the position again in November of 19, and it closed in February of 2020. And the title of the position changed at this time. Previously, it had been Diversity and Inclusion Officer, which was a title that was selected to kind of grow with the position. But at this point, we changed it to Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director. It still was a 40-hour-a-week position, and we did move it from HR to be housed with HR to be part of the county manager's team. And through that process, through that recruitment process, a candidate was selected, but in early 2020, the offer was paused due to the pandemic. There was a lot of uncertainty then. The candidate needed to relocate, and there was just a lot of uncertainty early in the pandemic, as I'm sure all of you remember. And so we did pause that offer. So in 2021, we circled back around and reached out to that top candidate from the previous recruitment to see if they were still interested in the position. And we did also re-interview them just to make sure we were all on the same page. But we were unable to negotiate a mutually agreeable employment offer. And so at that time, the candidate was no longer interested in the position in the same way. And we were also refocusing on emergency events, which further paused the recruitment. So rather than going further down the list or reopening the recruitment after that top candidate was not able to come to an offer, we paused the recruitment at this point to really refocus on some other things. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Steve, and he's going to talk about next steps.
Madam Chair, members of the board, also for those members of the diversity councils that may be joining us today, restarting the effort is our intent now that we have gone through navigating COVID, fires, floods, and wrapping up the election, of course, which has taken a fair amount of staff time and focus. And as I indicated before, launching this effort is important. It requires staff time and capacity. And so having the opportunity now to provide additional focus for myself, as well as other members of my team, will be the important part of that. We did last week re-engage with Kelly, the diversity consultant we used a couple of years ago. We've described where we're at today. She agreed that some of the work that she did do with the county a few years ago is somewhat dated, and depending on those types of activity, we would be looking at having some updated discussions. We're also in the process of finalizing an employee engagement survey, and an employee engagement survey will be looking at a variety of areas in which employees engage with the employer: compensation, benefits, advancement, career ladders, performance evaluations. We'll also be including a section in that engagement survey focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so we want to identify, get input from employees relative to the project that we have before us today. And so again, today is a kickoff with the board and the community diversity councils, as well as the employee base as well. A lot of the work that we're doing related to DEI is internal as it is external. And so re-engaging with our employees to discuss receive input from employees the topic is important, as well as reaching out not only through our diversity councils, but through other communities as well, to identify what are the external things that we can be doing relative to our work. And so that'll be the next, those will be the next steps. I'm not prepared today to provide a timeline with dates by which certain milestones will be created, because again, we're just restarting this. We'll be talking to the diversity consultant Kelly next week or the week after the holiday, so we can get the program started with deliverables and milestones. And so, Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, County Manager, and also Erica for your overview and history on this. Some of us remember that, some of that history, and we look forward to hearing from you further, County Manager, on going forward on this. So with that, are there any comments, questions for members of the board? I know this is informational only, but any comments or questions from board members? See none, right? See none. I think that we are at.
Madam Chair.
You do have some.
Supervisor
I'm trying to lock it back in. I think we really need to look at this position. Is it really needed in our county with the I go back to our county capacity, financial capacity, where we are. And I like to give credit to our Human Resource Director, who's been carrying this position with an internal diversity council, but made up of employees, and all of the work that is being done as far as diversity is concerned right now, or not sure what else needs to be added. They're already doing that through HR. So I'm just wondering, is there this other, the work that Erica and her team have done, they're just gonna hand it over to this other person and they'll be able to do the same thing, and what else is gonna be done? So that, I guess I still need to understand this position better. And I like to not be offered to someone that doesn't want to be out here and bring them out here. I'd rather have someone that really does understand the diversity in our region, rather than having somebody bring the views from back east, or we're Native Americans are different, and I think the Hispanics and the culture that is here, our ranchers, our rural communities, those are all made up of very diverse community populations and vastness of our land. I really want to just really take caution on this and make sure that we do this right, and make sure that analyze what do we have internally, and how is that being done, and what's this new person going to be doing to add to that? Or is it that, I guess I just don't understand right now. And then we have our 3 diversity council, when we talk about working with external, and that's where those diversity council had, that's where they were established for that reason. So I have attended the NACO trainings on diversity. When NACO is very good, and I'm a member of the diversity council for NACO as well. So I just like to see how this position is going to enhance our internal operation as well as external. So I'm just really, I guess I have a lot of questions, and since it's on the table, I thought I'd bring it out. And I do need more education. I need to understand better how this is going to work. So I just thought I'd share that, Madam Chair and County Manager, and thank you, Erica, to you and all of your everything that you all are doing. You do the resolutions, organize all the events, and then change policy to make sure that all even the veterans. I just noticed there was a notice that was out for veterans. So there's just two. Lot of the various ways of accommodating the diversity within our county employees. You've really handled that well, I believe. So I just want to thank you for that and really give you credit for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And it probably is something that we want to have a more complete. I know that's not what today was scheduled to be. And I think Supervisor Fowler brings up some very important points. And if moving forward, we need to have a little bit more probably direction and input on if we go forward with a diversity, a DEI position, on what that's going to look like. And I forgot to mention this, and I want to thank Nicole Hunani and Erica and all those that were involved in the Veterans Day. And that was really nice what you did downstairs outside of the Board of Supervisors room with acknowledging the veterans and the photos. It was very, very nicely done, and they had the flags from the various the Navy, the Air Force. I mean, all of the Marines. It was very, very well done and very tasteful. And a really nice honor. So thank you very much for doing that. And Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation, giving us kind of where we're at with it. I do want to see that we continue forward with this. It's obvious that some of our supervisors need more information so that it's more clear on what this position will do and what roles and responsibilities will be there. But I definitely want to make sure that we continue on this path, because getting diversity, equity, and inclusion conversations within the county is crucial so that we can provide the best service for all the different communities in Coconino County. And so this is definitely something that I'm committed to and would like to see progress in as we're moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Supervisor Vasquez. And quite frankly, a clarification of what those communities are. There's certainly the disabled community, there's LGBTQ community, and they do not necessarily have a diversity council, but they are very much a part of our community and should be included in any DEI position we have. So, any other comments, questions from members of the board?
So, Madam Chair, so what we'll do is we'll schedule meetings with each of you to provide information and to solicit input from each of you relative to next steps going forward. I'll also be making an update presentation to the diversity councils to let them know that the discussions have begun, and then also schedule time for a fuller meeting, a work session with the board to go over additional steps relative to the employee engagement survey, some of the steps that Kelly, the consultant, has done in the past, and then how that data and the information and the input from those efforts can be applied or maybe redone, if you will, so that we can have fresh data. Because when we look at the information that took place, and I hate to always say pre-COVID, but pre-COVID, post-COVID does provide a very different view of different things. Not to say it's going to be changed, what we view in terms of DEI, but it does provide an opportunity for additional input from employees as well as community members. So again, we'll plot that out in a roadmap, if you will, and bring it to the board and go from there.
Appreciate that, County Manager. And Erica, as always, appreciate your input and expertise on this. So any other comments, questions, concerns from members of the board? This has been a very long, informative, and important meeting. And I appreciate the board my colleagues, questions and input, and not to mention the staff for all the work they've done to get this this very extensive agenda put together and presented here to the board. And of course, HHS, a big shout out for what you've done here. Excellent work. And of course, to Bob Holmes, Anama, and Todd Medeska, and Gregory for your work here with federal and state priorities, and everyone else who's really been involved here in this board meeting today. So thank you all. Appreciate it. As always, County Manager, thank you for your leadership. And if there is nothing further, have a great evening all.
Thank you all very much.
All right. Bye.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.